something out of turn. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at what Raspberry done now when I tried to highlight the fact that his organization is homosexual. Sorry, it's not homosexual. That was rubbish. Is homophobic. You know what I'm saying? Respect's ideology is homophobic. So is a lot of the people in the chat that are in the chat list now. They're homophobic. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? They do the same gaslight.
Do you follow the Bible, Reggie? So they shut up.
They do the same gaslighting again.
Lister is aware that most Christians, Muslims, or anyone from the Abrahamic faith doesn't agree with homosexuality for themselves. Lister's aware of that. You're not teaching them something new. But you're a Christian, so you're in that bracket as well, bro. So it doesn't really matter. The question I think Lister has is whether people want to inflict violence on people and hatred and incite violence against people because of their sexuality. I'm sure
they don't want to inflict violence. Under your ideologies, they don't want to inflict violence.
I'm sure that that's where the issue is.
So why did this apply to Tommy? Because he hasn't got a problem.
One minute. I mean, you're talking about gay bashing in this country. It's never been Muslims and black people. It's regardless of the in-house cultural differences. It's always been these far-right guys that Fascist Beware is fighting against anyway. That's the people that done gay bashing, if I'm right, Fascist Beware. So even in this country, as activists in this country, his main, even then, talking about that whole conversation, his main beef is still with these guys. Because the funny thing is, that's where the far right tried to link up with us. They're like, yo, we both don't agree with LGBT.
You are the far right.
But they're like, yo, we both don't agree with LGBT. Let's link up. We're like, no, because you lot are one, racist, two, you're inciting violence. You got a history of inciting violence against people because of their sexuality, and three, you're Islamophobe.
Yeah, do you remember when Owen Jones got beat up by Tommy Robinson fans and all the homophobic slurs he was?
Yeah, well, he deserved it, didn't he? He deserved it.
He deserved those homophobic slurs. What? Because he's gay and he's challenging the far right.
Can I ask you, Lister, what do you think? Lister, what do you think will happen when the Islamic population increases in the country? What do you think will happen to your community, the LGBTQ?
the population is increasing, and people like Sadiq Khan.
Reggie, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen, Reggie.
Like promoting them. So nothing will happen. In the same way that in America, when everyone was paranoid about the Christian.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, but I want everyone to clock, yeah, the play. People will say they're not Tommy Robinson fans, but when we're talking about Tommy Robinson, what they'll do is they'll divert to Islam. And if they don't divert to Islam, they divert to LGBT to try and stop what Fascist Beware is actually saying. Put a 1 if you've seen that on the chat just now. Yeah, put a 1 if you've seen clearly that people that say they don't support Tommy Robinson, they burn so much when they hear Fascist Beware saying what he's saying that they try to divert everywhere. And Reggie is the people that I'm talking about. Always diverting. If it's not Islam, yeah, then it's LGBT. What go on, Ultra? What you saying?
Yeah. While everyone putting ones in the chat, somebody just messaged me and said, you said, and it's just an allegation, Ultra is worse than Tommy Robinson. Is this true? Please say it's not.
Okay, so do you want the context of what I said?
Yes, but wait. So are you saying you said it about this context?
All right. So I'm saying that.
Wow.
All right, listen. Tommy Robinson on the screen, he's a known enemy. I expect him to say stuff like Somalis are backward barbarians. I expect him to represent me. I expect when Forever Family march for them to brand up the black militia because we know they're racist. But you see where I consider a brother, you get me, misrepresents what I'm saying, especially when
what Raspberry done now when I tried to highlight the fact that his organization is homosexual. Sorry, it's not homosexual. That was rubbish. Is homophobic. You know what I'm saying? Respect's ideology is homophobic. So is a lot of the people in the chat that are in the chat list now. They're homophobic. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? They do the same gaslight.
Do you follow the Bible, Reggie? So they shut up.
They do the same gaslighting against.
Lister is aware that most Christians, Muslims, or anyone from the Abrahamic faith doesn't agree with homosexuality for themselves. Lister's aware of that. You're not teaching them something new. But you're a Christian, so you're in that bracket as well, bro. So it doesn't really matter. The question I think Lister has is whether people want to inflict violence on people and hatred and incite violence against people because of their sexuality. I'm sure
they don't want to inflict violence. Under your ideologies, they don't want to inflict violence.
I'm sure that that's where the issue is. You
So
get me?
why did this apply to Tommy? Because he hasn't got a problem.
One minute. I mean, you're talking about gay bashing in this country. It's never been Muslims and black people. It's regardless of the in-house cultural differences. It's always been these far-right guys that Fascist Beware is fighting against anyway. That's the people that done gay bashing, if I'm right, Fascist Beware. So even in this country, as an activist in this country, his main, even then, talking about that whole conversation, his main beef is still with these guys. Because the funny thing is, that's where the far right tried to link up with us. They're like, yo, we both don't agree with LGBT.
You are the far right.
But they're like, yo, we both don't agree with LGBT. Let's link up. We're like, no, because you lot are one, racist, two, you're inciting violence. You got a history of inciting violence against people because of their sexuality, and three, you're Islamophobe.
Yeah, do you remember when Owen Jones got beat up by Tommy Robinson fans and all the homophobic slurs he was?
Yeah, well, he
on the
deserved
receiving
it,
end
didn't
of?
he? He
Well,
deserved
he
it.
deserved those homophobic slurs. What? Because he's gay and he's challenging the far right.
Can I ask you,
No, 'cause
Lister,
he's
what do
an
you think?
idiot,
What,
'cause he's an idiot.
Lister, what do you think will happen when the Islamic population increases in the country? What do you think will happen to your community, the LGBTQ?
The population is increasing, and people like Sadiq Khan.
Reggie,
are
nothing will happen. Nothing will happen,
voting
Reggie.
for LGBT
So-
issues, like in like promoting them. So nothing will happen. In the same way that in America, when everyone was paranoid about the Christian.
Fascists, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, but I want everyone to clock, yeah, the play. People will say they're not Tommy Robinson fans, but when we're talking about Tommy Robinson, what they'll do is they'll divert to Islam. And if they don't divert to Islam, they divert to LGBT to try and stop what Fascist Beware is actually saying. Put a 1 if you've seen that on the chat just now. Yeah, put a 1 if you've seen clearly that people that say they don't support Tommy Robinson, they burn so much when they hear Fascist Beware saying what he's saying that they try to divert everywhere. And Reggie is the people that I'm talking about. Always diverting. If it's not
Listen.
Islam, yeah, then it's LGBT. What about Ultra? What you saying?
Yeah. While everyone putting ones in the chat, somebody just messaged me and said, you said, and it's just an allegation, Ultra is worse than Tommy Robinson. Is this true? Please say it's not.
Okay, so do you want the context of what I said?
Yes, but wait. So are you saying you said it about this content?
All right. So I'm saying that.
Wow.
All right, listen. Tommy Robinson on the screen, he's a known enemy. I expect him to say stuff like Somalis are backward barbarians. I expect him to represent me. I expect when Forever Family march for them to brand up the black militia because we know they're racist. But you see where I consider a brother, you get me, misrepresents what I'm saying, especially where you know the dangers of slavery within our community. So if someone misunderstands what I'm saying and I don't have the chance to actually rebut it, they could actually believe the side that you're giving them, which is only half the story. Yeah. That is worse to me than Tommy Robinson. Because Tommy Robinson a black brother.
Oh shit.
And a black brother. And the thing is, and the thing is worse than Reggie as well, because I've never rated Reggie. I've always known Reggie to be a sellout. But the thing is, you know, Ultra, I rated you, regardless of different ideology, atheist, whatever. But I never expected you to misrepresent man in that way and for so long. You get me? I never would have.
So Respect, hold on a second. I won't lie to you. You keep saying misrepresent what you were saying, but Respect, you said slavery was a test, yada, yada, yada. And I challenged you specifically on what my problem was. So tell me how I was misrepresenting what you said. No, in fact, forget that. That's not even important. Just tell me how. And I'm going to go with your premise that I got it wrong. Okay. Tell me how that makes me, quote unquote, worse than Tommy Robinson.
I'm saying when you have someone that you actually rate stab you in the back, it's worse than someone that you know to be an enemy attacking you. You get it? So
wait, you think me saying me having a problem with something that you said is stabbing you in the back?
No. What I'm saying is you misrepresenting what I said, not you having a problem with what I said. You misrepresenting what I said. So it's like Khalid Muhammad said, go into South Africa, kill the men, women, children, and babies, yeah? And then use that clip. But what he actually said was, when they went to Japan, they dropped Hiroshima bomb, and that killed men, women, and babies. And these people came in. So what I'm saying is they took what he said out of context. And I'm saying in the same way, this slavery is a test thing, even today with Shakara. And he said it. He said it doesn't sound like it's being put in context because the way I know Respect. So if you put on the end when you said it to him, and Respect said everyone who fought against slavery are the ones that passed the test, he would have had a better understanding to what I was saying. Do you get it? But
okay. Oh wait, I'm with you now. Okay. So, wait. Hold on. I think I understand what you're saying now. So you're saying because I didn't put the bit where everybody who fights against a slave master passed the test, but Respect, that doesn't make like my grievance is any more or less valid. Whether you said like they're fighting against the slave master, they passed the test. That wasn't my thing. I was asking you specifically, not pacific, not pacific, specifically, what about those that didn't fight back? And I made that clear to you.
Jahanam.
Like, so you keep saying misrepresenting. I keep saying,
anyone who didn't fight and was complicit with slave masters and wicked people, yeah, they didn't pass the test. If you was complicit with the slave master, when it like right now, like for example, this government that we have, they're literally pillaging. Anyone who didn't fight and was complicit with slave masters and wicked people, yeah, they didn't pass the test. If you was complicit with the slave master, when it like right now, like for example, this government that we have, they're literally pillaging Africa as we speak. Yeah, if you're complicit with that and you're not speaking out against that, do you know what I'm saying? And you're not speaking out against what's happening in Libya, and you're not speaking out about the humanitarian crisis in Yemen, and you're not speaking about the rape crisis in South Africa. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, we can't deal with everything, but we can stand in solidarity with people that are being oppressed all across the world.
That's fair.
Anyone that doesn't pass the test, as far as my belief goes, and it's upon people that are that obviously for me it's a business thing, but even I don't think it's just belief, because I think that no matter who you are, you should be in, and you're not speaking out against what's happening in Libya, and you're not speaking out about the humanitarian. When it like right now, like for example, this government that we have, they're literally pillaging Africa as we speak. Yeah, if you're complicit with,
what about those that didn't fight back? And I made that clear to you.
Jahanam.
Like, so you keep saying misrepresenting. I keep saying,
anyone who didn't fight and was complicit with slave masters and wicked people, yeah, they didn't pass the test. If you was complicit with the slave master, when it like right now, like for example, this government that we have, they're literally pillaging Africa as we speak. Yeah, if you're complicit with that and you're not speaking out against that, do you know what I'm saying? And you're not speaking out against what's happening in Libya, and you're not speaking out about the humanitarian crisis in Yemen, and you're not speaking about the rape crisis in South Africa. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, we can't deal with everything, but we can stand in solidarity with people that are being oppressed all across the world.
That's fair.
Anyone that doesn't pass the test, as far as my belief goes, and it's upon people that are that obviously for me it's a business thing, but even I don't think it's just belief, because I think that no matter who you are, you should be against oppression. Obviously, Do you know what's funny?
Do you know what's funny, Respect? Believe it or not, I actually am against like oppression. I can't lie to you. You guys think Lister is a far lefty. But anyway, forget that. We'll talk about that another day. But
Lister is the biggest supremacist. You are right. You are right.
It sounds like
you are right without full
out as a communist.
Yeah, I won't lie.
That's correct. That's correct, Ultra.
The fact that you think or you assuming that I'm not against all oppression is strange to me. However, you're entitled to feel the way you feel. So just to confirm, did you say the millions of people that didn't fight against you're saying they go to Jahannam, and for those that don't know, that's Islamic hell, yeah?
No, I'm saying everyone who was complicit with the slave masters.
No, I'm not talking about complicit, Ras. I'm asking you about the people that didn't fight back. I'm not saying people
okay.
that were like for instance, when
That's what. No, but that's what I said earlier. So it's if you when you see an oppressor, raise your hand. 1 minute, raise your hand and stop the oppressor. That's when you get the most blessings. That's the, you know what I'm saying? Then if you can't raise your hand, speak out boldly like Malcolm X. He couldn't raise his hand. They had bombs and ammunition, but he spoke out boldly against the oppressors. And if you can't speak out boldly, protest in your heart, but protesting in your heart is the weakest and formest protest. Now that, you're 1 minute, that one, you're still in the safe zone, yeah, but you're not really getting too many blessings for that. It's weak and it's poor. Anything below that, if you're not protesting in your heart at the least, yeah, to oppression, and you're not speaking out if you can speak out, then yes, blood, it's judgment for you, blood, because you.
What about if you traded? What about if you traded slaves?
Ras, the thing is, Ras, please don't get sidetracked, yeah. Like, don't get sidetracked, because you know I gotta go and like.
It's poor. Anything below that, if you're not protesting in your heart at the least, yeah, to oppression, and you're not speaking out if you can speak out, then yes, blood, it's judgment for you, blood, because you.
What about if you traded? What about if you traded slaves?
Ras, the thing is, Ras, please don't get sidetracked, yeah. Like, don't get sidetracked, because you know I gotta go in like literally a minute and a half, yeah. Just look, bro. Like, you have to understand, yeah, how like I'm not talking about being complicit in slavery. I'm talking about, like, for instance, it's a documented fact that war veterans have come back from war after seeing horrific things. They're fucking traumatized, post-traumatic stress syndrome, and all other types of mental health issues that, you know, they're scared to come out of their house and all this shit. Yeah, I'm saying if you've been in slavery for 100 years, your mom and your dad was born in slavery, you was born fucking slave, castration, march across desert, blah blah blah, whippings, stole a language, stole a name. So you're saying, just to be clear, Ras, because this is serious now. Just to be clear, in your opinion, if you didn't fight back against that, if you didn't protest openly,
in your heart,
so you're going to help. Is that correct?
Ultra, if you saw someone being raped during slavery, and
yes, sir,
and make your stomach turn, you might not be able to speak out because they got guns and knives, yeah. So this
yes,
is
sir.
I can't speak out, and you didn't protest in your heart, and you didn't make do off of those, or you didn't make.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying, bro? Like 100%. Like that. I feel like everyone, if you see oppression, you don't have to always be on the front line. Like I do that job, you get me? But I know everyone can't do that job. You know what I'm saying? But there's people that will see me doing the job and they'll support, man. Do you get it? Because they can't really be out there like that. So boom, I see Raspet trying to do with the gangs. Yo, how can I support that, bro? All right, cool. I got a studio space here where if you don't want to do a podcast, you can use it. Do you get it?
See, this is the thing. If I'm honest with you, Ras, that kind of that information is the penny dropping, because basically all you're saying is, as long as you were, even if it was quiet, as long as you was like, this is wrong, then but I won't lie to you. I actually hear that point. And if I'm honest with you, I understand your position a lot better now. Oh shit, Ras, fuck, I gotta go.
Before you go, Ultra, let me leave it with Messiah D. You will not believe until you love for your neighbor what you love for yourself. So anyone that sees someone in a situation that they wouldn't happily be in themselves, you get me? They're lacking belief in their heart. So boom, that's my belief in it. I don't know about the next man, you get me? But yeah, back to Lister.
Can't discuss them.
Sorry, back to Lister, sorry. Lister keeps on getting by Jupiter, or we would have been moved on by now. And then obviously Ultra only had a little bit of time, so I quickly had to chat to him. You know what I'm saying? But go through Lister.
So yeah, we can go through this video if you like, where I mean we can skip out all the like irrelevant bits, but there's like pretty much almost like I'd say like 50%, 75% of his most extreme kind of stuff that he said in here that has, and then the effects of it. So including like the video from Trafalgar Square, the shit that
Yo, so should I play it again for everyone? So everyone can watch it just in one? Let me know, man. Well, big up yourself, Jimbo. Big up the people them in the chat. Big up everyone in the place. Obviously, it's the power hour. Yeah, me. We stay clean like power shower. Yeah. Come. Yo. All right, I'm gonna spin it one more time. Yeah. Give everyone the chance to roll up, and we can do a quick review. Yeah. All right.
Something out of turn, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at what Raspet done now when I tried to highlight the fact that his organization is homosexual. Sorry, it's not homosexual. That was rubbish. Is a homophobic. You know what I'm saying? Raspet's ideology is homophobic. So is a lot of the people in the chat that are in the chat list now. They're homophobic. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? They do the same gaslight.
Do you follow the Bible, Reggie? So they shut up.
They do the same gaslighting against.
Lister is aware that most Christians, Muslims, or anyone from the Abrahamic faith doesn't agree with homosexuality for themselves. Lister's aware of that. You're not teaching them something new, but you're a Christian, so you're in that bracket as well, bro. So it doesn't really matter. The question I think Lister has is whether people want to inflict violence on people and hatred and incite violence against people because of their sexuality. I'm sure
so they don't want to inflict violence. Under your ideology, do they not want to inflict violence?
I'm sure that that's where the issue is.
So why does this apply to Tommy? Does he have a problem?
One minute. I mean, you're talking about gay bashing in this country. It's never been Muslims and black people. It's regardless of the in-house cultural differences. It's always been these far-right guys that Fascist Beware is fighting against anyway. That's the people that done gay bashing, if I'm right, Fascist Beware. So even in this country, as an activist in this country, his main, even then, talking about that whole conversation, his main beef is still with these guys. Because the funny thing is, that's where the far right tried to link up with us. They're like, yo, we both don't agree with LGBT.
You are the far right.
But they're like, yo, we both don't agree with LGBT. Let's link up. But they're like, no, because you lot are one, racist, two, you're inciting violence. You got a history of inciting violence against people because of their sexuality. And three, you're Islamophobe.
Yeah, do you remember when Owen Jones got beat up by Tommy Robinson fans and all the homophobic slurs he was
yeah, well, he
on the
deserved
receiving
it,
end
didn't
of?
he? He
What,
deserved it.
he deserved those homophobic slurs. What? Because he's gay and he's challenging the far right.
Can I ask you,
No, 'cause
Lister,
he's
what do you
an
think?
idiot, 'cause he's an idiot.
Lister, what do you think will happen when the Islamic population increases in the country? What do you think will happen to your community, the LGBTQ?
The population is increasing, and people like Sadiq Khan.
Reggie,
are
nothing will happen.
for-
Nothing will happen, Reggie.
LGBTQ issues, like in like promoting them. So nothing will happen. In the same way that in America, when everyone was paranoid about the Christian.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, but I want everyone to clock, yeah, the play. People will say they're not Tommy Robinson fans, but when we're talking about Tommy Robinson, what they'll do is they'll divert to Islam. And if they don't divert to Islam, they divert to LGBT to try and stop what Fascist Beware is actually saying. Put a 1 if you've seen that on the chat just now. Yeah, put a 1 if you've seen clearly that people that say they don't support Tommy Robinson, they burn so much when they hear Fascist Beware saying what he's saying that they try to divert everywhere. And Reggie is the people that I'm talking about. Always diverting. If it's not Islam, yeah, then it's LGBT. What on, Ultra? What you saying?
Yeah. While everyone putting ones in the chat, somebody just messaged me and said, you said, and it's just an allegation, Ultra is worse than Tommy Robinson. Is this true? Please say it's not.
Okay, so do you want the context of what I said?
All right. So I want the people in the chat, yeah, to let us know, is Ultra worse than Tommy Robinson? Yeah. Ultra Yaxley Lennon, that dirty pagan, is he worse than Tommy Robinson? Yeah? Huh? All right, let me carry on.
Said.
Yes, but wait. So are you saying you said it about this content?
All right. So I'm saying that.
Wow.
All right, listen. Tommy Robinson on the screen. He's a known enemy. I expect him to say stuff like Somalis are backward barbarians. I expect him to represent me. I expect when Forever Family march for them to brand up the black militia because we know they're racist. But you see, when I consider a brother, you get me, misrepresents what I'm saying, especially when you know the dangers of slavery within our community. So if someone misunderstands what I'm saying and I don't have the chance to actually rebut it, they could actually believe the side that you're giving them, which is only half the story. Yeah. That is worse to me than Tommy Robinson. Because Tommy Robinson a black brother.
Oh shit.
A black brother. And the thing is, and the thing is worse than Reggie as well. Because I've never rated Reggie. I've always known Reggie to be a sellout. But the thing is, you know, Ultra, I rated you, regardless of different ideology, atheist, whatever. But I never expected you to misrepresent man in that way and for so long. You get me? I never would.
So respect, hold on a second. I won't lie to you. You keep saying misrepresent what you were saying, but respect. You said slavery was a test, yada, yada, yada. And I challenged you specifically on what my problem was. So tell me how I was misrepresenting what you said. No, in fact, forget that. That's not even important. Just tell me how. And I'm going to go with your premise that I got it wrong. Okay. Tell me how that makes me, quote unquote, worse than Tommy Robinson.
I'm saying when you have someone that you actually rate stab you in the back, it's worse than someone that you know to be an enemy attacking you. Do you get it? So
wait, you think me saying me having a problem with something that you said is stabbing you in the back?
No. What I'm saying is you misrepresenting what I said. Not you having a problem with what I said. You misrepresenting what I said. So it's like Khalid Muhammad said, go into South Africa, kill the men, women, children, and babies, yeah? And then use that clip. But what he actually said was when they went to Japan, they dropped Hiroshima bomb and that killed men, women, and babies. And these people came in. So what I'm saying is they took what he said out of context. And I'm saying in the same way, this slavery is a test thing, even today with Shakara. And he said it. He said it doesn't sound like it's being put in context because the way I know Respect. So if you put on the end when you said it to him, and Respect said everyone who fought against slavery are the ones that passed the test, he would have had a better understanding to what I was saying. Do you get it? But
okay. Oh wait, I'm with you now. Okay. So, wait. Hold on. I think I understand what you're saying now. So you're saying because I didn't put the bit where everybody who fights against the slave master passed the test, but Respect, that doesn't make like my grievance is any more or less valid. Whether you said like they're fighting against the slave master, they passed the test, that wasn't my thing. I was asking you specifically, not pacific, not pacific, specifically, what about those that didn't fight back? And I made that clear to you. Like, so you keep saying misrepresenting. I keep saying to you, huh?
Anyone who didn't fight and was complicit with slave masters and wicked people, they didn't pass the test. If you was complicit with the slave master, when it like right now, like for example, this government that we have, they're literally pillaging Africa as we speak. Yeah, if you're complicit with that and you're not speaking out against that. Do you know what I'm saying? And you're not speaking out against what's happening in Libya, and you're not speaking out about the humanitarian crisis in Yemen, and you're not speaking about the rape crisis in South Africa. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, we can't deal with everything, but we can stand in solidarity with people that are being oppressed all across the world.
That's fair.
Anyone that doesn't pass the test, as far as my belief goes, and it's upon people that are that. Obviously, for me, it's a business thing, but even I don't think it's just belief, because I think that no matter who you are, you should be against oppression. But obviously,
Do you know what's funny? Do you know what's funny, Respect? Believe it or not, I actually am against like oppression. I can't lie to you. You guys think Lister is a far lefty. But anyway, forget that. We'll talk about that another day. But
Yeah, Lister is the biggest supremacy. You are right. You are right with
It
that.
sounds like
You
Ultra's
are right with that
almost
full
coming out as a
Ultra.
communist.
I won't lie
That's
to you,
correct.
Russ.
That's correct, Ultra.
The fact that you think or you assuming that I'm not against all oppression is strange to me. However, you're entitled to feel the way you feel. So just to confirm, did you say the people, the millions of people that didn't fight against you're saying they go to Jahannam, and for those that don't know, that's Islamic hell, yeah?
No, I'm saying everyone who was complicit with the slave masters.
No, I'm not talking about complicit, Ras. I'm asking you about the people that didn't fight back. I'm not saying people that were like, for instance,
that's what I said earlier. So it's if you see an oppressor, raise your hand. 1 minute, raise your hand and stop the oppressor. That's when you get the most blessings. That's that. You know what I'm saying? Then if you can't raise your hand, speak out boldly like Malcolm X. He couldn't raise his hand. They had bombs and ammunition, but he spoke out boldly against the oppressors. And if you can't speak out boldly, protest in your heart, but protesting in your heart is the weakest and formest protest. Now that, 1 minute, that one, you're still in the safe zone, yeah, but you're not really getting too many blessings for that. It's weak and it's poor. Anything below that, if you're not protesting in your heart at the least, yeah, to oppression, and you're not speaking out if you can speak out, then yes, blood, it's judgment for you, blood. Because you
what about if you traded? What about if you traded slaves?
Ras, the thing is, Ras, please don't get sidetracked, yeah. Like, don't get sidetracked, because I gotta go and like literally.
Yo, hey, listen, I gotta pause it there. Yo, Jimbo, you there, bro? Yo, can you hear me? IC3, can you hear me? I don't know if he's not can hear me,
Yeah, can hear you. What's happening?
Yeah, man. It's you have to mute up here because you got a loudspeaker on, so it echoes.
Oh, right. Okay.
All right. Yeah, man. Or when you get your talking about, man. 1 sec here, but what was it called again? Yeah, so what was that little sentence there? Reggie asked the question, like, obviously, about people going to heaven or hell in not going to hell for what's it called? For being a slave trader. Yeah, sorry, some kind of keeps texting me, man. Sorry, man. It's putting me off still. But yeah, obviously, if Ultra had the time there, he should have let that one pop off still, fam, the car. You get me? Yeah, because if man's gonna say with chest that, as far as he's believed, anyone who doesn't, or anyone who sells slaves is not going hell. Just looks a bit peak, innit, man? But say nothing anyway, man. Let's carry on.
A minute and a half, yeah. Just look, bro. Like, you have to understand, yeah, how, like, I'm not talking about being complicit in slavery. I'm talking about, like, for instance, it's a documented fact that war veterans have come back from war after seeing horrific things. They're fucking traumatized, post-traumatic stress syndrome, and all other types of mental health issues that, you know, they're scared to come out of their house and all this shit. Yeah, I'm saying, if you've been in slavery for 100 years, your mom and your dad was born in slavery, you was born fucking slave, castration, march across desert, blah blah blah, whippings, stole a language, stole a name. So you're saying, just to be clear, Ras, because this is serious now. Just to be clear, in your opinion, if you didn't fight back against that,
If you didn't protest in your heart,
yeah, if you didn't protest openly,
in your heart, no, in your heart,
then okay, so you're going, so you're going to go to hell. Is that correct?
Ultra, if you saw someone being raped during slavery, and
Yes,
that
sir.
and make your stomach turn, you might not be able to speak out because they got guns and knives, yeah? So this
Yes,
is,
sir.
I can't speak out, and you didn't protest in your heart, and you didn't make do off of those, or you didn't make.
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying, bro? Like 100% like that. I feel like everyone, if you see oppression, you don't have to always be on the front line. Like I do that job, you get me? But I know everyone can't do that job. You know what I'm saying? But there's people that will see me doing the job and they'll support, man. Do you get it? Because they can't really be out there like that. So boom, I see Raspet trying to do with the gangs. Yo, how can I support that, bro? All right, cool. I got a studio space here where if you don't want to do a podcast, you can use it. Do you get it?
See, this is the thing. If I'm honest with you, Ras, that kind of that information is the penny dropping, because basically all you're saying is, as long as you were, even if it was quiet, as long as you was like, this is wrong, then but
yeah,
I won't lie to you. I actually hear that point. And if I'm honest with you, I understand your position a lot better now. Oh shit, Ras, fuck, I gotta go.
Before you go, Ultra, let me leave it with Messiah D. You will not believe until you love for your neighbor what you love for yourself. So anyone that sees someone in a situation that they wouldn't happily be in themselves, you get me? They're lacking belief in their heart. So boom, that's my belief in it. I don't know about the next man, you get me? But yeah, back to Lister.
Can't discuss them.
Sorry, back to Lister, sorry. Lister keeps on getting by Jupiter, or we would have been moved on by now. And then obviously Ultra only had a little bit of time, so I quickly had to chat to him. You know what I'm saying? But go through Lister.
So yeah, we can go through this video if you like, where I mean we can skip out all the like irrelevant bits, but there's like pretty much almost like I'd say like 50%, 75% of his most extreme kind of stuff that he said in here that has, and then the effects of it. So including like the video from Trafalgar Square, the shit that.
Yeah, man. So obviously waiting for Ultra actually Lennon to have a little second to jump on. Until then,
so this is it. So can I get the gist? Are they talking about heaven and hell kind of thing, doing the things that'll get you to heaven and hell? Is that the conversation? I don't know what the conversation is.
Yeah, well, basically, the short version of the conversation was you have to go back on mute now, yeah, when you're not talking. Okay, echoing.
Oh.
So the long and the short of the conversation was that Ultra wanted to speak to Respect because he apparently said that he's worse than Tommy Robinson because Ultra was disappointed in Respect for making a comment like slavery is a test. And then Ultra's asked Respect what's the outcome for those that didn't pass the test. And he said going to hell. So
is IC3 escaping from jail or something?
It's almost like that. I'm telling you, they've cut off my Wi-Fi, so I'm walking the streets looking for Wi-Fi. cut down the whole area, so I've gone a bit savage. Maybe I'm preparing for the hard times, whilst you guys are in your luxurious apartments enjoying your comforts. I'm preparing for the hard times. Buck up for the hard times.
Yeah, man. You've got to try and sit down in McDonald's for that Wi-Fi there, cuz. Between us, man. So, Jimbo, what are you saying? Ultra, what are you saying?
Yeah, not burgling or something.
Yo, walk on.
Yeah, what's good, man?
All right, first of all, yeah, I just need to say, yeah, because like I've like when Respect said our ancestors were in hell, the ones that didn't fight back. Yeah, I won't lie to you. If you listen to the audio, like when he said it, it took my brain like 2 seconds for it to register, and then I couldn't articulate words for about 15 seconds because what I heard was shocking. It was appalling, and then what happened? And the problem is, I like with all this work Respect is claiming to do in the community, it's difficult for me to think this could be anything more than a Freudian slip, because and the thing I can't stand about Respect is he knew what he did, he knew what he said, which is why he immediately started to move the goalposts by saying no, it's about the heart. And I'm like, but and this is the sign of an ego-driven narcissist, right? And I don't mean that as a slight. It's an observation, because for you to say the people that didn't fight back are in Jahannam or Jahannam, whatever the fuck, in hell, Islamic hell, for me is absolutely insane. And it's like, bro, I get trolled all the time. I have good conversations with people. I beat up James Jones over the Matrix. I've had my times. I've had my times online. Yeah, shots fired. Yeah, shots fired. Right. But here's what I'm saying. Yeah?
Can I ask you a question? Serious question.
I've never been left
it's so brief.
Speechless by anything that anyone has ever said. Right. And for me, that is telling.
Man, you're just repeating yourself. Ultra. What? God of Jody. Do you think that God of Jody's ancestors?
I don't know who God of Jody is.
You know God of Jody. Hey, Negro.
Are you talking about God of Jacob?
Jody, correct. Do you think his ancestors passed or failed in Respect's opinion? Please discuss.
If I'm honest with you, I don't know. I literally don't know anymore. And I think, if I'm honest with you, like online, I can have relationships. I call it relationships. I can have conversations. I can have relationships, even if they're not great relationships, online, because they don't affect my personal life. But I'm being honest, I'm struggling to see now how I can associate myself with somebody that, quite frankly, is willing to sacrifice their humanity and minimize the plight of his own ancestors for the sake of what feels like maintaining some magical fairy idea that we can't even prove. And I'm sorry, like, for me, there's a whole heap of checkmates that can be asked of Respect, but I'm not interested in that. I'm only interested in the thought process that's got him to where he is now, to say something so callous, so crass, reckless, irresponsible. Now, the reason why I believe it might have been a Freudian slip is because if you notice the patterns in his speech and the fact that he scrambled to sort of put caveats on the things that he had just said. But that for me was telling in on itself, because it says to me that for some reason he can't lose face. And in my mind, I was thinking, well, Who are you trying to save face with? Because I mean, let's be honest. With the exception of very few,
Interesting.
like the
You
Lion's
say
Den is full of
lose faith.
zombies and snowflakes.
Interesting. You say lose faith. It's almost like lose faith. If you lose faith, you lose faith.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Right. But do you know, I'll tell you the truth, IC3, big up yourself. Happy New Year, by the way. I can't lie to you. I can't lie to you. The fact that he was calling me Tommy Robinson, like, to me, that's all dumb vapor. Like, that's just childish high school bullshit to rile up the crowd, and that's all nonsense. I don't care about that. In fact, I'm going to ban a Respect for life because he said I'm worse. I have to banter. I have to banter him for that and this is another thing. He knows how ridiculous it sounds to anyone with a brain, which is why it's difficult to talk to Respect in the Lion's Den because he's surrounded by sycophantic zombies, and I feel like every time I talk to him, he's trying to appeal to them, and it's like, no, talk to me, bro. Like, let's talk about how you've got yourself into a place where something like, what about those that didn't pass the test? They've gone to hell. Like, how did you get there? What is it that you're reading, or what is it you're believing? Who are you listening to? Because like that is telling you this is what it is. I would go one step further. What kind of God is it that you're following, bro? Like, to me, it's absolute madness. And to anyone with a brain that's still functioning, and in fact, no, not even just that, Respect, because you yourself know how crazy that sounded, which is why you scrambled to talk about hearts and rare. But
I don't think that Muslims actually believe what Respect has said there. That's his own thing, what he's come up with there. You know what I mean?
but this is the problem, right, bro? They keep saying, there's 1.8 billion Muslims.
I'm saying, wait.
And then when you ask them, there's fucking 1.8 billion different forms of Islam.
You hear me?
It don't make no sense.
You hear me?
Oh, shit. Sorry, you talking?
Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, man. I'm saying that when they're saying about the, or when Ras was saying about the slaves that didn't fight back or whatever or going to hell, I don't think that's in any sort of hadith or sunnah, Quran or sunnah.
Bro, I don't read that stuff. That stuff ain't for me. It ain't from me. Yeah, do you see what I'm saying? It's yeah. I leave that to you.
Obviously, if man's arguing the point of what it says in Islam, to what's going to happen to the slaves here, then obviously man has to be with Respect's art start. Sort of has to be from the Quran and Sunnah. So if it's not from Quran and Sunnah, it's just like his own to what you made up in it.
If I'm honest with you, Vels, yeah. See, like that's not my angle, innit? Like, my angle is, like, currently, what are you saying, right? Because remember, like, and I'm gonna have to name drop Lady Divine. I'm sorry, yeah, because I can see her in the chat. Yeah, the sole reason people were calling Lady D Lady Devil is because Respect ran with that narrative amongst his zombie, giving the green light. Yeah. Now, I was under the impression Lady D and Respect knew each other, and like, that was the impression I got. So for him to do that, like, knowing that his words have effect on his crowd, I thought, well, maybe we should be more responsible with our words. Which is why when he was saying Ultra's worse than Tommy Robinson, not to me, but to his crowd, you understand the thought process that he's going. The reason why I'm worse than now, listen carefully, right? Respect and Ali Dawa and all these other jokers, they've been chasing Tommy Robinson for what, 2-3 years? Chasing him. Like, doing videos on him. Hours and hours of exposés and racist and da. Now, listen to what my crime is, Veli. Listen to what my crime is, the panel. Listen to what my crime is, the chat. Disagreeing with him. He feels like I backstabbed him. Now, the reason why that's difficult for me to understand is, one, yes, I have an IQ that's in single digits. But two, like, if you say stupid things, am I not supposed to say something? Like, and if I'm honest, this is why I call people zombies and sycophants, because there's a lot of this is happening where there's subtle manipulation on who you can like, what channels you can go on.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, big up, Reg. Who you're allowed to talk to, what you're allowed to say, and from day one, I've never been about that. If you're, and the reason why it's kind of like strange to me is because this person is trying to fashion themselves as some sort of leader, and then when he makes mistakes, specifically ones that are made publicly, and he's made a few. Yeah, and yeah, right. In fact, I don't even talk about that because that first thing he did with hijab and that black guy, that pissed me off. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. That's what made me look at him sideways. And then this thing now as well, it's like there seems to be a transition. Like he sat down with his black don and hijab, and the black don was like, slavery was a good thing because it brought Islam. And Raspet was sitting there, and I was like, all right, Raspet, your turn now. Jump up and tell this pussy, oh, well, go on. I didn't really.
That's right.
I didn't really hear the smoke that I'm getting. And if I'm honest with you, like secretly, yeah, I kind of enjoy it. I like being popular. But that's besides the point. Yeah, but in my mind, I'm like, right, Ras, listen, your time now. Jump in. I didn't really see nothing. Now he said something. He's stupid about slavery being a test. Was ruined by Raj, James Jones, and Ezra specifically. Who's got the echo, man? Hold on. Is that you, IC3? Can you just go on mute for like 2 seconds? Because I'm getting mad feedback. Oh, thank you. Just give me 2 seconds, IC3. Yeah. I'm just like, look, dude, you're trying to be a leader, right? And the one thing that we do as a species is make mistakes, right? But with mistakes, you have to recognize you've made a mistake. You have to own said mistake. You have to make recompense for your mistake. And then you have to move on from said mistake whilst you are learning from said mistake. Now, with YouTube, coupled with COVID and lockdown and a fear of leaving the in group and maybe a whole host of other reasons that I don't know, right? It feels like you can just make up bullshit. Because let's be real. Let's be real, yeah? When he sat down with the black guy and hijab and said, and didn't pipe up when the guy was like, slavery is a good thing because it brought Islam. When he didn't pipe up for that, I was like, bruh, all right, no problem. You know, you're still young and maybe, I don't know. But then you say to me as a black man who isn't of an Abrahamic persuasion, slavery is a test. And remember, that was not my problem. He may have said, he probably did. I can't remember exactly. He may have. In fact, no, I'm going to say he probably did say, the ones that passed the test are the ones that fought back. He might have said that fine, but at no point was that my question. That wasn't my problem. My thing was the women, the children, the men that didn't. The men and the women and the children that were born into this. There's no other word. Bullshit, right? And then to say, and for them now, they've been born into it. It's where they are. It is what it is, and they've probably thought, "Fuck it, this is probably life." So, for you to tell me, or not tell me, but say that these people are in hell, you have to understand how crazy that sounds. And you have to understand, to somebody who isn't of the same thought process of you as you, what have you been doing? What is it you've been reading that justifies this naughtiness? And to be fair, I can already see the excuses and misrepresenting me, because obviously I'm worse than Tommy Robinson, so I'm obviously misrepresenting, yeah. But my thing is, hold on a second. My thing is, right. So you said, then you changed it to fight back in their heart. But again, all that did then is raise other problems for me. It's because in my mind, and remember, Raz, I'm listening to what you're saying. You knew you'd made a mistake, and then you moved the goalpost and you changed the criteria. And to me, that was an act of cowardice. Let me tell you why. Because rather than acknowledge that you'd made a mistake, you tried to duck and dive and shuffle, and it was like, you don't need to do all that, bro. This ain't some fucking win, bro. I don't stand to gain anything by winning a debate with respect. It's not that deep. It's deep for you, but it's not that deep for me. But remember, you're trying to tell me I'm a bigger sellout than Reggie. I won't lie to you. Disrespectful to both myself and Reggie, but you and Reggie have got your beef, fine. But I'm hearing other guys say stuff to you that is crazy, and there's no smoke for them. And I think it's interesting that your outrage seems to be quite selective. And on that note, let me big up Reggie, a King of Gold, IC3
family.
Well, go on.
Big up. Hey, Ultra, I was really trying to find out, if anyone had any points to make about the actual video that was just played, innit? Like, was there any questions, or was there any points in the video that you wanted to highlight or review or whatever in it? Like, because that's sort of what I thought we was doing today.
What I seem to get, what I got from it is that it seemed to be saying that the black people, the Africans, deserved to be enslaved because they should have accepted Islam, and that would have saved them. That's kind of just I'm getting.
Oh boy. That's a good observation. I just wanted to say, big up yourself, Ultra. Congratulations, brother. You've got your own picture, your own face in a picture on everybody's wall, bro, and they've all got there's a price above your head.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I'm telling you, everywhere I go, it's like, and this Ultra, and I'm like, man, is there a place I can go where Ultra's like not the main topic of conversation? But
I'm not gonna lie, I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. Kingo, I don't know if you saw the video, yeah, but I basically.
No. What about the actual stream that you just listened to? Really, like you guys?
Yeah, sorry, Reg. All right, sorry, Reg. Come in. You're
I didn't actually watch most of the video, most of the the recording, so I can't. Really
you say hello. Like.
He just cut us off.
You say hello.
because hang on. Elliot just reminded you. He reminded you guys about the that he's been trying to get.
To be fair, I watch as much as you.
Right, I'm taking bets now. Yeah, I'm taking bets now. Let's find Reggie's primary and secondary school teacher, and I'm taking bets. I'm going to bet that he sat at the front of the class. Who wants to bet against me?
No, I won't bet against that.
I reckon Reggie would cry.
Did you not just know? Hello.
Wait,
Did you not
Reggie, honestly,
Miss just told us to finish the work that's in front of us. Hello. Hello, guys. Stop talking in back. Hello.
Oh my god.
Sorry, go on, Red. Go on, bro.
Do you know what? Yeah, I used to cry when the teacher never used to like acknowledge me when I put my finger up first. So I used to rush to put my finger.
Kingo, hello, hello. Did you not hear what the teacher said?
Okay. Come.
Reggie, please lead the class. Lead the class, please. Sorry. Hello, Reggie. Hello.
You know what? The funny thing is Reggie stopped us and went hello. And I was like, all right, go on. Address the topic. And he's like, to be honest, I only heard half of it. You know, I don't really know.
Reggie like a dark-skinned Lionel Richie. Hello.
So basically, you guys can't remember what was said in the thing. So what you do is just waffle on and talk about something.
We wait for you to tell us, Reg.
Well, I actually don't know. That's why I'm not commenting.
Okay. You know what? You look a gangster today, though. I have to admit, bro. You look G'd up, bro. I like it. I thought I was looking at Schiffer for a second.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was Schiffer as well.
I thought it was Schiffer, bro. I swear
I thought it was Schiffer momentarily because I didn't look at the screen properly. No, Reg, listen. Basically, I was on Ras's.
Yo.
And I said to...
Yo. Hold on a sec. Do you want me to play it? Thanks, babe.
Yeah,
please. Play the video again, please.
Yeah.
How long is the thing again?
It's like 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
13.
No, Belly, just skip to 6 minutes 59 seconds.
Why?
Because that gets to the meat and the potatoes.
It's not your OnlyFans video, is it?
You blocked Reggie's checkmate though. Still, I can't lie.
Yeah, but bro, I had to drive, bro. And you know what's funny? The first time I was on his show, I actually left late. And the controller called me and said, 152, why did you leave the stand late? And I was like, I had to use the toilet. Yeah.
Ultra's the kind of man, yeah. Well, you know that. You see when there's about to be a piece of witness to exonerate one of his co-defendants, yeah. Man will talk loud right at that precise moment, yeah. Just to make sure that if anyone's gonna get off the charge, it's gonna be him first. Like even if there's a chance, yeah, of the Cody getting off the charge and then Ultra getting off the charge later on, he's not interested in that. It's got to be him first, and then he'll save the rest of them. You get me?
Bro, your D-Block membership's up for a renewal. I'd be a little bit more cautious than how you talk, bro.
Shall I tell you why I can't be dropped?
Huh?
Because when it
Do you know what's funny, bro? Do you know what's funny? When you said that, yeah, I wish I had the power to eject you off the call. That would have been cold.
Listen, yeah. You see the day that you died to me, the day that you died, was the day that night. Sorry, not the day. The night where you consistently jumped off the call before I had a chance to respond. I would have strangled you to death.
That was beef. Yeah, that was beef. That was Biff.
Question for
That was Biff.
Yeah, no, I'm looking like Ultra. I'm looking like I hate you.
That was Biff. That was Biff.
I'll never forgive you. I'll never forgive you.
We saying the Western Tony Roberts. You ready? Yeah.
Belly, what do you use to record?
What's that?
What do you use to record all these streams, man? You seem to be able to like, you seem to.
What are you running? Bell? Tommy Robinson. Can't play that.
Yeah, don't worry, man. I've got secret agents getting me. Federal agents mad because the fragrance tapped the cell and the phone in the basement. You hear me? Yo. You ready though, yeah?
Hey, hold on, sorry. What he means by that, Reggie, I know that might have been a bit too black for you, yeah?
He doesn't need a temper. You always tempering for everyone, man. Like, just let the thing run, man.
What does it mean? Right, finished it. Go on, what does it mean?
It doesn't matter. We're playing the video, man.
You better watch out, Feli, man. You might get one of the live then.
Hey, really, his team is supreme. That's what he's trying to tell you. His team is supreme. You didn't know that.
Triple B, Miracle Dream.
Are you sure they know
that? You know why you didn't know that? Because you listened to Michael Bublé. That's why you didn't know that.
Oh, shit.
No. I knew that. I just wanted to obviously get on with the stream. You get me? That's what it is.
You're gonna play it now, yeah? So mute up, yeah?
Yeah, Muhammad, bless you. May the Prophet bless you, inshallah.
Inshallah.
You misrepresenting what I said. So it's like Khalid Muhammad said, going to South Africa kill the men, women, children, and babies. Yeah, and then use that clip. But what he actually said was, when they went to Japan, they dropped Hiroshima bomb, and that killed men, women, and babies. And these people came in. So what I'm saying is, they took what he said out of context. And I'm saying, in the same way,
Can you pause it? Can you pause it?
And even today with Shakara.
Hey, Benny, you don't care about getting strikes.
Can I just translate this? Can I just translate that again? Sorry, Reggie. I know I do it all the time. But he said, when they went to Japan and dropped Hiroshima bomb, what he meant to say was, when the American military dropped, or the American government, if you like, dropped a nuclear weapon or a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima. Yeah, that's what he meant to say. Can you go back just to double? Maybe I got that wrong. Could you go back?
Location of Hiroshima, but
yeah, could you go back? Maybe I got it wrong actually. Maybe that was grammatically correct and coherent, or maybe I'm chatting shit. So go on, play again.
As I was saying,
Japan, they dropped Hiroshima bomb, and that killed.
I just want to say, big up, God up Jacob, and James, you're a buster ass nigga, and you're a pussy, and what else? What else God up Jacob would want me to say? Yeah, James, you're a pussy, and yeah, do your job, Belly.
Hey, EIE, stop being a hate. Hey,
he jumped off. He jumped off already. Yeah.
I meet that man for coffee. Yeah, you disrespected that man in front of all of us. Meet that man for coffee. He wants to meet you. Meet him. Stop being a hater and build with that man. Build a toy house. Build whatever you got to build together. But build that man over some coffee. God damn it!
Well, man just came and just dropped a little carpet bomb in here, bruv. What was that about? You dropped a couple bombs, isn't it?
I don't know why it's a carpet bomb. Man. Belly, go back here. Go back to 50 seconds. 5 minutes.
James,
50.
He got hit up, bruv. He came in and uppercut you and left, bruv. Are you gonna take that? Seriously, allow that, man.
I'm bleeding, innit? What can I do? I need to go to the hospital. But, hey, Bell, play the for 50 seconds. Yeah, that's cool. Play it for me.
Something that you said is stabbing you in the back.
No. What I'm saying is, you misrepresenting what I said. Not you having a problem with what I said. You misrepresenting what I said. So it's like Charlie Muhammad said, going to South Africa, kill the men, women, children, and babies. Yeah, and then use that clip. But what he actually said was, when they went to Japan, they dropped Hiroshima bomb, and that killed men, women, and babies. And these people came in. So what I'm saying is, they took what he said out of context. And I'm saying, in the same way, this slavery is a test thing, even today with Shakara. And he said it doesn't sound like it's being put in context, because the way I know Respect. So if you put on the end when you said it to him, and Respect said everyone who fought against slavery are the ones that passed it, he would have had a better understanding to what I was saying. You get it? But
okay. Oh wait, I'm with you now. Okay. Wait. Hold on.
Is that someone asking to pause it, or was that the video? My bad.
No, that was the video. But can we just be clear? Yeah. Obviously, only one baby died in Hiroshima. I didn't know that. I thought probably more than one baby would have died. But man, woman, and baby died in Hiroshima. That's man, woman, and baby.
I think I understand what you're saying now. So you're saying, because I didn't put the bit where everybody who fights against the slave master passed the test, but Respect, that doesn't make like my grievance is any more or less valid. Whether you said like they're fighting against the slave master, they passed the test, that wasn't my thing. I was asking you specifically, not passively, not pacific, specifically, what about those that didn't fight back? And I made that clear to you. Like, so you think someone's representing? I keep saying, huh?
Anyone who didn't fight and was complicit with slave masters and wicked people, yeah, they didn't pass the test. If he was complicit with the slave master, when he, like right now, like for example, this government that we have, they're literally pillaging Africa as we speak. Yeah, if you're complicit with that and you're not speaking out against that, you know what I'm saying, and you're not speaking out against what's happening in Libya and you're not speaking about the humanitarian crisis in Yemen, and you're not speaking about the rape crisis in South Africa. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, we can't deal with everything, but we can stand in solidarity with people that are being pressed all across the world.
That's fair.
Anyone that doesn't pass the test, as far as my belief goes, and it's upon people that are that obviously for me it's a business thing, but even I don't think
quickly.
But I think that no matter who you are,
I doubt Respect's ever gonna come back on the G block, yeah, which is sad, obviously. But all of you people on this panel, you often frequent the Lions. Them, if you could get my if you could get him to give me a spanner and apologize for putting me backstage, I could take your place, right? But if he refuses to do that, then could you please ask the next time any of you that's on the panel is on the Lions, then could you ask him if someone licks out against the Prophet Muhammad for being a slave owner, do they go to heaven or hell? And then conversely, does the Prophet himself go to heaven or hell if he has a slave that licks out against the Prophet in his own words, licks out against the Prophet in his heart, or if he fights against the Prophet, or if he fights against slavery? Like, who goes to heaven and hell? And also, while we're on the topic, of all of the different places in the world that fought against the Prophet because they believed that the regime was oppressive, be it rebellions or whatever, do they go to heaven or hell for licking out against slave owners? Because obviously that's the Muslims at the time were slave owners. Do they go to heaven or hell? It's quite complex, I know, but if you could ask like any of those kind of questions to get to the...
That is super complex.
As soon as you mention Muhammad and you're one of the what's the word for it? Islamophobes or whatever you call it, you probably be in the back chat. So you won't even get to finish what you're trying to say. So,
No. Don't be fair, man. Be fair. My man's never. Nah, he's not. That's a lie, bro.
No. Be fair. It's a lie. What do you mean? Like, are you having a laugh?
Are you telling me that there's Respect monitors like stops people from speaking, suppresses your speech? That's bullshit, bro.
He'll put you in the back chat. He will mute you.
But he'll put you in the back chat if you're speaking over people and he's fucking up the thingy. But if you've got something to say, you can say it.
No.
What are you talking about?
I thought Zabida had that type of iron fist.
When you're about to make a decent point, he will cut you off and put you in the back chat and talk over you.
He'll talk over you.
One thing I will say, yeah, on that point though, is the other day when Raf and Renegade and Belly were on his channel and they were playing the video, just before it got to the end where the guy started talking about what Muslims sorry. The guy started talking about Sheikh Saleh Al Fawzan, when he started talking about Muslims who are not Jahils, who are denying slavery, and he was about to essentially call them kafirs, yeah? When it got to that stage of the video, Raf was like, "Well, we've heard enough. And Billy and Raf were like, "Well, play the video, man. Just finish the video." He was like, "No, we don't need to hear it. Look at the first part of the video." And he's just like stuttering all over the place, trying to minimize the sort of impact of that video. So I have to agree with what these are saying about Respect, that he's not on intellect or like open and honest discussion. That's literally not what he's on. But to be fair, it's his show, so he can decide whatever the fuck he wants to do, and it's his own thing. He can push whatever narrative he wants.
I'm surprised. No, honestly, man, really, I reckon this guy's done literally 1 second. Why are you speaking over me? I reckon he's done a magic trick. Yeah, he's done a magic trick, and he's literally fooled me 100% convincingly that.
Of course he has.
yeah, and I'm obviously clearly I miss obvious messages, but bro, you know, fucking, I don't know how anybody can try and say a man who's going to come up and talk about being on truth and honesty, and then some literally there's going to be it's like a big army against him, bro, trying to like, and then. You know,
I like you, yeah, but you're not truthful and honest, so it doesn't really matter what your opinion on his.
Yeah, but not intentionally.
Yeah, but it's irrelevant though. You're not like, as in he is intentionally dishonest, and you are, whether either intentionally or unintentionally dishonest, you are not sort of in a fit state to appraise his honesty, because he's dishonest and you're not honest. So why would it matter if you
Okay,
thought
you
he
said
was
I'm not honest.
You're not a bad
So-
person. I'm not trying
Yeah,
to
but you
disrespect
just made a statement. But how? But
I'm not
okay,
trying to
can you?
disrespect you.
Can
I'm
you
not trying to
qualify
disrespect.
it
I'm just
though?
being honest.
It's too late
Yeah,
for that now. But
Okay, of
Go
course
on.
I'm going to.
Go on,
There has been a million examples of discussions in when clear evidence and fact has been brought to you, and you just are some perennial contrarian on the point. Like, well, actually, even though that does, like, as in, you will make a claim, a request for a certain sort of threshold of evidence, it will be satisfied, and even though you're sufficed, or even though it suffices you, you'll still be like, well, it could actually also be, and then you'll present some new challenge. So that's just dishonesty. That's intellectual dishonesty.
No, because I tell you why I'm honest and everybody else is dishonest. Because I'm more meticulous, whereas you lot sweeping statements. So
Okay,
if you
okay.
so wait, how can you tell someone who is so meticulous with everything he does to people who I know for a fact have got less than IQ? And
Kingo, can I ask you?
Yeah.
You described Respect as a prophet, if I'm not wrong in saying, right?
Look, once again, bruv. Once again, I said he is like a prophet. Yes,
He is like a prophet.
I didn't call him a prophet. Yeah.
Okay.
Just say
Okay.
it.
Thank you
Just
for
say it how it is.
clarifying. Thank you for clarifying, because that's what I was asking. So why did you say that?
How is
And
it?
you know what, James? I'll be honest with you, bro. I'll be honest with you. For you, the arguments. I reckon because you're intelligent, you feel like trying to win an unwinnable win is some sort of feat.
Look, King Gold, it's not about. You're
I'm
not
going to lie.
But King Gold, don't worry about James. You're not on trial.
Bruv. He just said something to me. I'm going to say something back to him. I'm just saying, James, if you used to ask 1 million people right now of who, from all the times they've heard us talking on the panel, who's more honest as a person, 9 times out of 10 they'll say me, because your agenda, which is obvious, you're biased, is very conformist, bro. But just conformist doesn't mean that you're in the right. You're not in the right, bro.
King Gold, we're not. King Gold,
because my views aren't as numerous or
King Gold. Please, King Gold, don't get distracted by what
bro,
James is.
Listen, all I can hear is a fucking like a beta male voice going, King Gold, King Gold, King Gold. Let me speak. Bro. Shut up, man.
Yeah, let man say his thing though. Why can't he?
Yeah, we don't want to talk about King Gold. We're not here to be discussing King Gold.
You keep saying we when you're speaking by yourself. Apparently, you're in a minority. No one else is agreeing with you. So
minority.
just wait. Finish. Just let him finish, innit?
All right, go on. Do you know what? Look, you know what this guy always does? I don't know what he does. He's because he's Nigerian. He's on his controlling thing. But I know how you lot.
I'm gonna play the video then if you're finished.
Go on.
All right, I'm gonna play the video.
I think Reggie has the fucking burning desire to speak. So go on, Reggie. Did you want to say something?
No, it's not even that. I mean, like we're getting distracted and talking about King Gold and what we think of King Gold.
Like, you know what? You're the least interesting person up here, so don't talk about King Gold. King Gold. You talk about how your mum works with NHS, and that's the most exciting thing about you. Just shut up, man. Don't try and pop star on people up here, bro.
Either way, we don't want to at the moment.
Me,
the discussion is not about what King Gold and what James thinks of King Gold. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean?
I was top of my class, bro. I was top of all my classes, bro. Don't ever try and down-talk me or try and make it I'm stupid. But
Jupiter was asking you a question because you did
describe. Carry on.
I am carrying on.
Let's go.
Like I'm carrying on. Why did you describe him as a prophet, though? The person in question.
Okay, so I can qualify that. Yeah, let me just say that. Let me just say what I'm saying now. So now, if we have someone that comes to Speaker's Corner, which is arguably, apart from one of these mainstream mosques or spiritual buildings, is probably one of the most popular spiritual gathering. So now a brother has come up there in the middle of a propaganda, spiritual, mental war with the media and the government on Islam. The brother comes out when there was all sorts of fucking possible incels. Yeah. Just getting controlled, bruv, and molding by all these weirdos, bruv. and then there's a aspect comes on a thing with some sort of Islamophobia tune that's got a couple thousand views. Yeah, he's like a little mini prophet, bro. You know, no matter how you say it, what else could you ascribe to character-wise as a person? What is he, an activist? Yeah, he's an activist. But in terms of if you're a spiritual person, then you could you know,
what did he predict?
You could compare him to a prophet, but I wouldn't say he was a prophet.
What did he predict? Give me one major prediction that no one else could have known.
Okay, well, prophet just comes with a way of living, which is more updated. That's all a prophet really does. He comes and tells you laws that God apparently has given him, and so someone could be a prophet and not necessarily have to predict when the world's going to end. So, I mean, is that what you perceive as a prophet?
What philosophy did he give you that has not been said before?
Listen, if you can't see any sort of mirroring or things that you can contrast Raspek's behavior with a prophet, not one little aspect to it, then you're lying to yourself. Because the guy speaks raps, talks about is an activist and speaks about spiritual stuff.
Oh, can I just interrupt you really quickly, Kingo? Hey, Belly, is there anyone in the backstage?
No, man.
Belly.
I can't see anyone.
I mean, the only thing I could see that is similar to a certain prophet is probably the attitude towards slavery. That's the only thing that I can actually I can actually prepare with some prophets. You know what I mean? But other than
what? Yeah, listen to his words. Man was saying it's not if it's not a real war. If it's what do you call it? He said something like it's haram if it's oppressive war or something like that. The guy come with some lyrics, and if you go and check out Islamophobia, forget about to modern days rap, and the way they sort of normalized it, and just think about him as back in the day. The guy
are you talking about the smash hit Islamophobia one? Are you talking about the
I mean, that's how you lot are being sincere, bro. That's all I'm saying. I know it.
If you have a word with your prophet, we have to get him to take his foot off Ultra Funky's neck.
Hey, bro, your prophet is probably fucking white woman's bumhole. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. No. I'll take that back. Sorry.
Hold on. Shot is gonna be fire right now. 2 days ago, Natty was on the show with Reggie.
Oh, here's another of them. Here's another apostle. Here's another of the apostles.
Watch this bias.
Goodness
when Reggie was talking about slavery and Christianity and that, Reggie he can't take it. Straight away, he wanted to jump straight onto Islam. So let's go back into that, Reggie. You telling me that the Bible didn't get changed to enslave black people? They didn't come with a ship called Jesus?
Oh my God.
Is that what you're telling me?
It's another unstable, unfocused youth, man. Like, really?
You see that, Reggie?
Are you here to defend your prophet as well? Are you here to defend your prophet as well?
No, Prophet peace be upon him was reading out verses in the Quran saying, yes, you can go into Africa and enslave people. That was going on in the Bible, Reggie. And none of you Islamophobes here, because this proves that you are Islamophobe. None of you speaks about it. I thought this godless block in it. Nah, it's just hate for Islam. Because here you go, Reggie, Nettie's there telling the truth. And this guy now
man, stop it, man.
Telling the truth. So you think respect's ask Getty, do you think the respect's a prophet as well?
Listen. We spoke about wait, hold on.
Reggie, your
we
mum
spoke about shush, man. What, bro?
No, but he's taking the fucking piss, bro. Say
Man said, hey, shush, mate, whoa, what the fuck?
No, you got to jump out the window, bro, man.
Right.
Shit, man.
Hey, you gonna put
it like I was saying. Wait, hold on.
Why Jesus?
We spoke about Christianity's the way that Christianity has colonized or been used to colonize been used to colonize countries and parts of Africa.
Crusaders,
Yeah?
the Crusaders.
But you will deny that Islam's been used to colonize
No, nowhere
and
hold on.
enslave parts of Africa.
Nah, nowhere has anybody been given instruction from the book of the Quran, the holy book of the Quran, telling Muslims go into Africa because these idiot African people, they ain't worth shit.
No, that's
They're
not what we said.
They're
That's
not
not
even
what I said,
one
though.
fifth of a human being. They're not
That's
even
not what we
one
said.
fifth of a human
Never
being.
said that. Never said that.
No, that's the hold on.
But that's not what we
The
said, though, bro.
Bible
We just
tells
like
you clearly
this
at
is
that
why
time.
you man
For two
change
people, no, hold on.
narrative all the time.
If
fam.
this was a true, let me just say what if this was a true religion, yeah? You can't just change the Bible whenever you feel like something is not making sense to you, innit? So there is no really truthfully no Christianity. You can't say
no.
Yeah,
Well, that means there's truthfully no Islam then, because the Muslims done the same thing, bro.
change shit, innit? They think they're
The
gods,
Muslims,
you know.
remember, bro. You gotta, bro. You gotta remember, yeah, that the Muslims taught the Portuguese. The Arabs taught the Portuguese, cuz.
Bruv, why? Okay, if they did so, why wouldn't the Muslims not fucking join on those people that they've been trying to fight them for all of these hundreds of years? Yes, I'm talking about these Islamophobe Angolan people. And I keep telling you guys, the Muslim people from the East Africa, when you lot was always trying to fight us because we wouldn't join into African spirituality and all of that thing, and all our Muslim citizen was living above the minimum wage, above the low standard of living, while you men were doing that shit to each other. But let's go back into, you again, Belly,
Bro, you keep saying that, man.
paid by
No,
DCCI.
Getty,
And
ask
these
Getty,
people,
yeah.
innit?
Ask Getty, yeah. What's annoying about when man talks to you, yeah, is that man will admit
Hold
to
on.
all. Wait. Let me finish. Yeah, is man will admit to all the different atrocities committed by everyone else apart from Muslims, bro.
Okay, Veli, let's go into that. You say Muslim. The Muslim after the Prophet Muhammad. You don't know yourself when this history is about, you don't know. Was it before the Prophet? Was it before the introduction of Islam into the Muslim world? You don't know this. You just like to say Muslim. But reality is these Arabs was just like you guys, atheists, devil worshippers, and they were fucking idol worshipper. They were just doing what you were doing in Africa, right? Hold on. Why we?
Hold on.
Idol worshipper. No. Let me just get to the point of this because you don't talk shit about Muslim every day, innit? No Muslim has read the Quran telling them go into Africa and enslave people. But it's clear verses that the British Kingdom used,
Yeah.
But the British Kingdom come hundreds of years after God knows how long.
Relax, man. Hey, relax, man. Just relax for 1 second, yeah? What I'm going to say to you, yeah, is because what Belly just said is man will bring you information and you won't do. So here's what I'll give, obviously, more time I troll you. So here's one chance of you being honest. And look, Akingo, this is an example. So I'm gonna give him an opportunity to be honest. Depending on how he responds, we can gauge his level of honesty, right? So Arabs were atheists and they practiced slavery. Arabs were Muslim and they practiced slavery. There's nothing in the Quran.
Hold on, where? Was this, where did they get the instruction from the Quran or the atheists all passed and shit they used to do? Arab has not changed today. You cannot change Arab and not racist today. They're still who they are.
You can respond to it, I promise you. Arabs were atheists in your own words, yeah, or polytheists. They practiced slavery. Arabs were Muslims. They practiced slavery, right? Arabs were atheists, polytheists. They ate pork. Arabs were Muslims. They stopped eating pork. What in the Quran, stopped them from practicing slavery?
Okay, I'll explain that to you. Arabs are who they are. Arabs today, you cannot say the Quran, clear verse sent by Allah, has told them as an instruction, take this ship, call the ship Jesus, and go into the sub-Saharan Africa.
Can we have that verse from the Bible, please? Can we have that verse from the Bible?
Enslave these people. Hold on. Yes, it was in the Bible, bruv. Don't you remember this is the road to Jesus? And now they use the image of white Jesus. Shut up, mate. Shut up, bruv.
How many slaves?
Sheba Bush in it.
Show us that verse.
What's the man's in it? Sheba Bush.
So
Can you
hold
show
on,
us
chat.
Demon's verse, yeah?
Hold on, one second, please. Hold on, one second.
Listen, let me just get to the bottom of this. They were colonized by British people. When Britain said that slavery, America was slavery. Yeah,
I beg you wait a second.
Hold on a sec, yeah?
One second. One second,
So,
man.
Reggie, chill out, man.
Yeah, Reggie, shut your mouth, man. Hey, one second. Asketi, 1 second. So you're not going to answer my question, which is what in the Quran stopped them
your
from
question,
doing it.
James.
You're not
Just
gonna
answer
answer
your
my
question.
brother,
It's the same question as why are you from a Muslim? Why were you born in a Muslim city? Yeah. Why were you born in a Muslim city? And you pronounce Quran and all that.
Just shut up now, man.
You get me? You're Muslim.
Shut up, man. Shut up, man. Just shut up.
Blood.
You're not going to answer that question. You're not going to answer that question, yeah? Shut up, man. So you're not going to answer that question realistically at all.
I've answered it 3 times. I've answered it 3 times.
Shut up, man. Just shut up,
I've answered it 3 times, right? Yeah, I've answered it 3 times. You're not going to answer that question, you little rat fam. You little rat fam. Keep hiding in your house. You know, Northwest is big in it. You know, Northwest is big in it. Keep hiding in your house, you little rat.
Conversation as he furthered. He's not going to answer any straight questions. He's going to come to do his own promotion like it's his own show. Bro, like, if you're not going to be sensible and answer any questions or have any kind of serious debate, then fuck off, man. Like, what are you doing? Just come here to scream and shout and chat shit with your terrible microphone, bro.
Yeah, chill out a little piece, yeah, please, brother. A little piece.
You're not answering the question. You're talking about Britain, the slave ship called Jesus. What the fuck has that got to do with the question? I asked you what specifically has stopped it. Why can we not call it the Arabs, the Muslim slave trade? Why not? Why? What are you going to show us that shows that it's not? And you're not going to answer that question, are you? You're going to talk some around in circles. So don't tell man, we can't say this and that.
Stella, I'm not talking about all Arabs. You talking shit, bro. Talk about the slavery in the Bible. Innit? When are you going to ever talk about slavery in the Bible? It just shows, bro, that you want beef with the Muslims. Why don't you step out?
You really spoke about, bro. Listen, wait, James, hold on a sec, bro. Hold on, bro. Yeah, because you gotta remember that how this conversation.
Watch them, fam. Watch them, man.
Hold on a sec, brother, yeah. Wait. Yeah, hold on a sec, yeah. He said, yeah. Like I already said to you, first of all, yeah. Anytime there's we can find any parts where the Bible was used to colonize Africa, yeah. We all agree on all those parts. Hold on, brother. Hold on. When it's anything to do with African spiritualism, any mistakes that they made in Africa, we admit on that, yeah, and we say, yeah, okay, that was a mistake there. That was wrong on this part, yeah. But anytime we point to you, yeah, anytime where any Muslims have done any wrong, you start doing this thing where you start saying, no, well, it's not. It don't say this there, and it's not because of that there. It's like, bro, why can't you see what we're pointing at? How can you see all the other atrocities and all the other wrongs, but any Islamic wrong you can't see? It don't make sense, bro.
There's an extreme bias.
But then you like to use this Islamic. Nobody has told the Muslims at that time, read from here and go and act like this. Nobody has said that. But it clearly says that.
Right hand possessed.
Waste of time. I want to talk to King Gold about the Prophet, man.
The Roman Catholics, these British, what's it called? The Church of Britain and all of these people, the priest of Britain, yeah? He gave clear instruction. He said the Bible has been changed to this. Imagine this. Jesus himself, they killed him at that time. They killed Jesus.
No, it's the same nonsense all the time. Come on, man.
Saying to the second, the Bible, right?
Can we play a different record now? Like,
Can I when I said Jesus, when I said Muhammad better than Jesus.
So my point is, my evidence right there.
It's like, bro. The Islamic slave trade went on to the 60s, bro. And like, there's people that are slaves to Muslims today, bro. And man is still trying to do this. Oh, there's no slavery in Islam.
Again,
it's like, brother, what are you, man?
Muslim people, yes. Arab people, yes. Maybe black Muslim as well, yes. Just like you. Your ancestors were, majority of them were Muslim, yes. That's reality. But hold on. Nobody used the words of the Quran
to go and act on slavery. Nobody built a ship called Jesus like they've been told in the Bible, right? You lot don't listen, bro. It was like a blessing to step onto that ship and sacrifice yourself as a slave.
Your prophet had
Ask it. Wait, hold on. Ask it. Remember? Wait. Do you remember? Yeah, that I already played, and I keep saying this about. I already played the interview of the guy ending the slavery in Zanzibar, where there was slave ships pulling up in Zanzibar, where the Muslim slave traders were buying slaves. How hard it was to get them to stop slavery, because as far as they was concerned, it was ruled by Allah. So their God told them that they're allowed to take slaves. Hold on, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Yeah. They said that reason why it was so hard for them to stop slavery in that part of the world, yeah, is because of Allah said it was okay.
British colonization to Saudi Arabia. Is that possibility of that? Will you not rule any of that, Belly? You will not rule that Saudi Arabia was under Britain as under colonial. Britain said they stopped slavery, but still enslaved millions and millions, send them to America because they wouldn't stop their business. Yes, Britain didn't stop. By the German people.
Man in circles. In circles, bro. Every time I point to you, every time I point to you, bro, every time I point to you, bro. Every time I point to you something, yeah. Every time I point to you something to do with Islam, yeah. You keep talking about British slavery. We know that British.
You're hate.
All right. No. One second.
You can't use.
Stop crossing this over. You're scared. You're not scared. You know why? Yo, 1 second. Wait, ask Katie, man. So, you've been speaking for
none of you never been to jail, bro. I know, bro. We will finish you in jail, bro.
Let's get you,
Finish you.
Yo, Velly.
Wait, hold on a sec, Gold, though, Ren. So you will finish us in jail. What the fuck does that even mean? Does that mean Islam's right now? Because you'll finish us in jail. Shut up, man. That's some idiot business, bro. Are you dumb? You're acting like a fucking idiot, bro.
Yeah,
come tell me about no fucking finish us in jail and all this bullshit. When I'm trying to tell you to speak about your bloody religion and where they should have slaves. What the fuck are you talking about? You finish us in jail. Shut up, man. Stop this idiot talk, bro. Answer the actual question. I'm pointing to you at Bitsy. I'm pointing to you. Bro. I'm pointing to you, yeah. Stop shouting, yeah. I'm pointing to you, yeah. Bro. You keep shouting, yeah, and I'm trying to talk to you, yeah. I'm pointing to you at bits where the East Africans were finding it hard to stop the slave trade because the Muslims said that slavery was willed by Allah. Yeah, and then you keep talking about British, jail. I'm like, bro, no one's talking about no blood clot jail. Man's talking about what was happening in East Africa, and you keep going to other stuff, bro. Why can't you answer the questions about what we're talking about?
All right, but he's got a point. What did he say?
What do you mean he's got? How has he got? What point has he got?
So I'll tell you what point. Let me tell you what point.
Can I read something? Let me read something.
Go on,
cool. This is from Ibn Khaldun's Al-Muqaddimah, yeah, which I don't know what the translation is. I can find it in a sec, but and this is page 197 of the book, and I don't know fucking verse whatever, but so therefore the Negro nations are, as a rule, submissive to slavery because, in brackets, Negroes have little, in brackets, that is essentially human and have attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals, as we have stated. So that's a historian, philosopher, and scholar from.
I don't think any of these men that you guys are challenging on slavery.
Yeah, that's crazy. Just imagine that.
All right, so is everybody going to actually get a little
from Tunisia? Yeah, from Tunisia, who believe that the Negro. Also, sorry.
Talk about the Bible, you know, fucking.
He lived in the 14th. Yeah, he lived in the 14th century. Yeah, he lived in the 14th century. So that's a Muslim. Hold on. That's a Muslim. Shut up, man. Please shut up. Please. That's a Muslim of some eminence that thought exactly the same if not maybe worse than some of the Europeans that you're quick to condemn. So do you condemn Ibn Khaldun then? You must, right? Logically. For saying that about your people. Because whether you like to be black or not, you're sub-Saharan. That's for damn sure. That's what he said. You can find it. I told you where it's
You're
from.
mad. There's no one, bro. Like, no point speaking to someone like you, fam. I told you very simply, innit? Church Road.
Let me
there's
keep it
people
reading
that-
in the back chat, James. So man
Go
can
and
see
tell
it.
it to these mans, innit? Go out on Church Road and say
PDF,
your
innit?
shit, innit? Just go out there, innit, bro? You know where the man's at, innit?
I
But
try
that's
doing
to
this. I
Reggie
try
told you.
doing this.
Reggie,
Bro, you
and then
handle luggage at Heathrow,
they
man.
use
Calm down.
Bible told
Hey,
clear
bruv,
instruction.
this
Use
is like
ship
more
called
Jeremy Kyle.
Jesus. Go
Are we
to
gonna learn
Africa
something today?
and enslave Muslims. Yes.
Bro,
Wait, are we
That's
gonna
what the
learn
Bible
something
did.
today?
You know?
Can't you
After
see
you
why
not
you're
killed Jesus.
lacking right now?
Why
Then
did
this man's
you
asking you questions and you're talking about go
Hey.
church road.
But there's evidence, at least
Hey, bruv,
evidence
kick him off, bruv.
what
Kick
I'm
him off.
speaking about. There's evidence in what I'm
Ain't
speaking
the
about.
most
But
corny.
clearly you're biased.
Put the evidence to it,
And you want
man.
to rip
Do it, man.
women with jacks off on the street. It's real, innit, fam? You're never
Go
gonna get
church
to there,
road,
fam.
man.
Come on,
Get
man.
that right uppercut. You know that.
Bro, man.
But
I ain't got the energy.
Hey,
Hey, once you do get the Islamic uppercut.
Oi, bruv, you sound like you've lost. Oi, Asketi. You sound like you've lost the argument because you're acting the way you're acting, brother.
Yeah, you sound
sound
mad,
like
bro.
you're
It's like, man, it's a silly argument, bro.
Use
It's
the
like
shit
man's
called
asking you
Bible.
questions,
You know, there's
and you're
use the
talking
shit.
about you're gonna
The
bang you
Bible
up, bro.
called
It's like,
Jesus.
bro,
You
what
know,
are you talking
the
about?
British
Let's
people.
teach. Let's
You
try
know,
and
the
make
ones that change the Bible. They use that because they said black people are less than 1/5, not 3 or 4, 1/5 of a human being.
Yeah,
That
they
was
say
the
there's
say
no
that
mosque
in
on
the
church
Bible.
road, though,
in
man.
the
This
Bible.
man is
The
an
It's
ultimate.
a
He's an
food shop.
ultimate.
But none of these people are talking about it, Bukindo. You see that? They're biased
Where
to
does it
Muslims,
say
you know?
that in the
This
Bible?
man has been
Talk
programmed.
about
What are you
yourself,
saying,
bro.
man?
Raccoon here, Raccoon Reggie, yeah? We never talk about it. It's
He's
cool.
been programmed.
He's some shit.
He's
He's
been
only
programmed.
he's less than 20 years old and he acts like
You're a
Hector.
fucking lunatic, man.
Trying to respond to an actual point.
He acts like
This is
Hector
so,
already.
this is so scripted. Anyway, I don't know why they let Okingo off the hook. Okingo, you were going to tell us about the prophecies of the prophet. That's what I wanted to know.
No. Let's use the
I
Bible, man.
was just
Let's talk
asking
about
the
the
king
Bible.
to look at his
Why,
prophet to
where,
allow my brethren ultra in it.
verse was
You
using
know
the
what I mean?
Bible to go to Africa? Which verse? Which verse? Because I
some of
know
them
it.
try and get other people to allow our
But you
brethren.
use the Bible, right?
Yeah,
Are you
too
true?
much,
You get the hint, ultra.
too much deflection today, man.
Are you a
Too
true
much.
Christian?
You
You're
just
a
ran.
dusty Islamophobe.
Can someone explain the concept of how someone is a sellout if they don't subscribe to an Arabic ideology? Can someone explain that to us?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Does it?
Yeah.
Islam is taking over, man. Islam is taking over.
Heads, brother. They're about to come. I'm looking at some heads. I've got
Why the churches getting closed down and
I've
shut?
got my sword,
Muslims
bro.
are buying your churches. Muslims
I'm
are buying your churches.
I'm about
I
to
would
chop
like
your
to see someone explain this
While
sellout
your
concept.
church,
And
when you open the doors of the church, you're lucky you find 3 people in the church.
I'm gonna take
Yes.
your head.
Hey, but
I don't
Askety,
know what I am
Askety,
on your chest.
Askety, hold on, you. So
Right there.
Askety, we used to debate about Raspect. When Raspect was a Christian Rasta, yeah? Man used to debate with him all the time about the Bible. So I don't know why you keep trying to front. Like, man, them never talk about the Bible. We've done Bible week shows. Bro, can you wait and let me finish, yeah? Because you keep speaking. This is why you never understand what anyone's saying. Because you keep speaking
You don't
before
understand
anyone's
what I'm
finished.
saying. You're biased, bro.
Bro. How do you?
Just tell me what I'm
How
saying.
did you understand what I'm saying?
All right, go on and
If
say what
in
you
the middle of my sentence, you're starting to speak. Like, I don't get that, cuz you can't even. Like, we've already done 1 million shows about Christianity, and we'll do probably another 1 million. After,
No, you
innit,
haven't.
yeah?
No, you haven't.
Yeah, we have. We've done 1 billion shows about Christianity.
No,
and
you
whatever,
haven't. No,
innit?
you haven't. Let's
We
just
have, man.
say what you're saying, really, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying we've done 1 billion shows about Christianity. Yeah, and we question
No,
every
you have
point, innit?
never made
Like,
a show.
I don't know. I don't know why you guys
Hold
have
on,
allowed
Belly.
to
You have never made a show
topic wasn't even
to
about,
say that in
Islam
the
slavery.
Bible it was written that black people were less 1/5 of human being. That changed the
It doesn't say
Bible.
that in the Bible.
Oh, God.
You never said that in your show.
It
You
doesn't say
never
that in the
said it
Bible,
in your
though.
show. Maybe it might have been
If
mentioned
you said
once
that
or
in the
twice
Bible,
by
we would have
that,
had a show about that.
but none of you really act like you care in it. This
Ask
game,
Getty.
this game
I'll tell you what you can
cool,
do
yeah.
then, yeah?
Never
If you're
talk
so
about that.
if you're so adamant it says that in the Bible, yeah, You find the verse that it says that. Go with now, yeah. Find the
But
verse
where's
that it
your
says that
energy,
in the
bro?
Bible.
Where's your energy for the Christians? Where's your energy?
See,
Where's your
this is
energy
what
for
I'm
the
saying.
Christians, bro?
Like, man, just want to say stuff and don't want to do no work, bro.
No, but
Yeah?
where's your
Find the
energy for the
verse.
Christians? That's what I'm trying to say, bro. I
Listen to
know
what
you're
I'm
on that
saying. Yeah?
payroll.
Listen.
You're on that payroll. These
Yeah, you gotta listen, cuz. Yeah. What you have to do, yeah, go find the verse where it says black people were 3/5 of a human in the Bible, yeah, and then show it to us, and then we can speak on it. Yeah, because
Okay.
I've never seen that verse before, innit?
3/5 of a human being. Yes, they used a ship called Jesus. Yes, it felt like they wanted to make black people feel like it's a blessing when they step and sacrifice themselves into slavery, because they sacrificed themselves to Jesus.
All right.
That's what he
But listen
said.
to this then. Listen to ask it. Listen to this then, yeah.
21,
Wait, hold on a sec though. Yeah. Listen to this. Ask it then, yeah. So if you accept then, yeah, if you're accepted that things outside of the Bible, things that ain't written in the Bible, or things that was done in the name of the Bible can be attributed to Christianity, why don't you accept that for Islam?
But listen, we can never change the Quran. We can't just because some guy come on and say he killed a prophet, for example, you know, he killed our prophet, and for that reason we need to change the Bible because it doesn't suit this white supremacy, neo-liberal, all of this bullshit, right? So we have to change our Bible into proving, yes, we are worth more than black people. We don't say that in the Quran because we are against racism in the Quran. We don't say we should build a ship called Jesus, and when black people step on that ship, they sacrifice themselves to Jesus, which apparently they killed themselves. They killed Jesus, and today black people are dancing in churches over a white Jesus who was a murderer, a rapist.
Does it say? Does it say in the Quran or that you can? Hold on.
Why is black people dancing in churches and white people don't dance in churches? Why? Why is that?
Yeah.
I'll tell you why.
But let me ask you a question now. Hold on. Let me ask you a question now. Let me ask you a question, bro. Yeah. So you're saying that your thing was that it says people were dancing or whatever in the Bible and they was doing all this sort of stuff here. Does it say anywhere in the Quran or Sunnah that you can castrate your slaves?
I give you 100 grand, bro. I'm not saying I got 100 grand, but I'm not far from having my money saved up to 100 grand to go back to Africa, yeah? But I'm trying to say, I give you all that money if you can prove to me, yeah, that in the Quran, it tells you you are superior to black people and you can castrate them. You have the right to castrate a black man.
I never asked you that.
Penis in the You're talking about penis in the right?
I asked you, does it say anything about? I asked you, does it say anything about castration in the Quran or Sunnah? Yeah, and obviously your answer's no. Yeah, your answer. Wait, hold on. Your answer's no. Yeah? And my answer, and my reply to that. Hold on, my reply to that is
single market. You get me? Man's gonna trip on my money real quick. While you losers wait, out there fucking have 2, 3, 4 houses. Got about a couple of trucks and that.
Right, I counted to 2 minutes and you haven't completed one sentence. 2 minutes, one sentence. I'm out.
Yo. Listen, yeah.
Come on, bruv, stop
like
this
I was
shit.
saying, hold on. Like I was saying, yeah. Obviously, if there was Muslim slave traders at the time that was castrating people, and it doesn't say to do that in the Quran or Sunnah, you don't want to attribute it to Islam, yeah. But
I told you there's nowhere.
Wait. You want to attribute things to Christianity that ain't in the Bible. So it's like that's why I keep saying you're
it's not in the Bible. It's in the museums today, bro. What are you talking about? That ship of Jesus is in the museum today, bro. I'm a lying when I say the shit was called Jesus. I'm a lying when the Christian whites crusaders were enslaving Africans. They put them in the dungeons. They put the church right on top of the dungeons.
Come on, Belly, man. We need to move on from this guy, man. This is low IQ nonsense, man. This is low IQ debating, man.
Reggie, Reggie will never talk about the Bible. Reggie, you should never talk about Islam, man. Or just
Yeah,
go
it's
on
true,
road.
though, Belly. I agree with it, man. It depends what you want to do. But if you're being serious, like I tried to allude to earlier, if he's not going to be normal and have any, it's just going to be retarded responses. Like if he's going to be normal,
Nah, I prove what I say. You know, just biased motherfucker, innit? You never talk about the Bible, innit? You never talk about any of that shit.
Brother,
Always
like,
talk about
we're not talking about the Bible, innit? We're not talking about the Bible. You want to talk about anything else other than that?
You're a real pussy on road, innit, fam? You're a real pussy, fam. You're hiding in Church Road, innit?
Your brother's a pussy. Your brother's a pussy. All your brothers are pussy. All your brothers are pussy.
I'm in Church Road now. I'm in Church Road right now, fam. I'm not far. I'm in Housden right now. I'm in Housden. Come to Housden, fam.
No.
Come to Housden.
No.
Man, I'm a bitch, fam. Habashi, you fucking, you're Habashi, fam. You're Somali, fam. Go chop shit. James Jones, I know you understand what I'm saying to you.
I don't understand what the fuck I'm saying. I don't know why you're still there, to be fair.
Yo, hey, listen. Yeah, come on, man. Let's go carry on anyway, man. My man's got that still, so let's go carry on it, man. This brother, obviously, like we were saying, man's just pointing at clear contradictions in what he's doing, and he's not acknowledging none of them, innit? So, like, he's not serious in conversations.
Come on, bro. Like, he never has been. The only time he's funny is when he's doing some like an expose on Somalia or something. Then it's cool. Then when he's ready, when he wants to run the show himself and bring the topics, no problem. But when there's a topic, if you're not gonna be serious, bro, allow this fucking Machine Gun Betty thing, bro. Like, come on, fam.
Yeah, that's old now,
I
brother.
hear you for time chatting shit.
Because he come on to tell me to calm down the other day, and I asked the same thing, and he even listened. But listen, I was just gonna say this, yeah, and you lot can carry on saying what you say, but we have to acknowledge that every time there has been a Islamic, air quotes, Islamic invasion, there's always been an overwhelming presence of the English or the British supporting them.
Nah, not necessarily. Anyway,
100.
Before England was England.
Can I just?
That's a lie, though. Before England was England, the man was slaving people. Before Britain was Britain, the man was enslaving.
So can I just back up what I'm saying now, because I'm not going to say something and not bring evidence.
You hear what I just said, or are you just ready to talk? And
I heard what you said, and
then that's a lie. Listen, then that's a lie, Kingo. If you carry on with this, you're wrong, and this is what I mean about dishonest people. You just said every time. You said every time. You said every time there was. Hold on. Listen. This is what I'm saying. You said every time there was some kind of Muslim.
No, I didn't say every. I said you have to acknowledge that majority of the time that there was Islamic quote unquote air quote Islamic invasion, the British were present, and I'll tell you why. And it was more often than not, James. And you argue otherwise. You argue otherwise.
He told you why it's a lie, though. He told you why you're wrong, innit?
How?
Because obviously Muslims were enslaving in Africa.
No, I didn't say that they didn't. I didn't say they wasn't. But now address my point. My point was
your point was that Muslims. Your point was that every time.
Can I just play something?
You lot are fucking professionally dishonest, bro. I can't deal with you.
I just told the man he's a liar. Yeah, and he didn't want to accept it, and I was trying to be nice. I said, I'm not disrespecting you, but look, listen to what you said.
Air quotes Islamic invasion.
Sorry, let me.
There's air quotes is that every time there has been a Islamic. Okay, sorry, yeah, I was incorrect. Okay, James, all right, thank you. Okay, nearly every time. Yeah, you're right. James, stop it.
All right. Always as well. Use the word always.
Okay. So let me refresh. More times than not. I agree. Sorry, I was very impulsive and stupid actually, because I actually thought before I even said that, so that was very bad. But yeah, more times than not, because I can look. Even me, James. Look, you can clearly say I wasn't trying to be dishonest, because I've studied the Barbary Wars, and where was the English in that? Nowhere. So look, the Barbary Wars was long as well, 7th century to the 15th. We all know that. So ultimately, what I'm saying is more times than not, the English were involved. Now I can point to all the Saudi Arabia's endeavors and fuckeries. We'll do the backing of the Moroccans to the invasion of North Africa. We'll go to the Hausa and Fulani of Nigeria. I mean, I could go on, bro. And if you look into it really deeply, actually the Jews, and if you don't want to class them as British or the English,
have pretty much been behind every other fucking war. But anyway.
Okay, Kingo, can I just ask you, because you didn't really answer, just relating to the video, you mentioned that this particular guy in question is akin to a prophet, and you referenced Islamophobia, which is one of the number one selling hits on YouTube.
Hey, Reggie,
And
Reggie,
I don't know if
it's
it's
not one of
Islamophobia one or Islamophobia too, but
Hey, Reggie, hey, Reggie, who's Akin? Is he one of your cousins, yeah?
Who's what?
Man said Akin, like Akinola or something, bro. Akin.
No, Akin as in Akin. Like,
Yeah, Akin.
not Akin as in the name.
Listen, if English is the only language you know, bro, I beg you speak it properly.
No, sorry, man. I ain't come from the same educational background. I'm not as educated as you, man. I just try my best to speak.
Yeah, Reggie. So it's all about interpretation. That's my perception. It's my perception. He's like that's all. That's completely subjective. You can't do me wrong. You can't tell me wrong. Let's move on. No,
but are you saying your perception hasn't changed since you made that statement? Which
probably, no, totally. I haven't been desensitized because some fucking airheads that have got that biased and haven't even lived in the world don't know what they're talking about.
No, but are you saying your perception hasn't changed, or it has?
Oh, of course not. It's the same.
So you still see him as like a prophet, almost like a prophet.
Listen, everything aligns up, bro. And I don't even want to try and bait up the brother, but anyway. Nothing else. You lot don't know it. You just need to study more, bro.
Oh my God.
Study more, man. I look at history more, man. Just look at your history, bro.
Oh my God.
Look at your history to prove why.
Is it a prophet?
Okay, well, what was very common with prophets? They came with a message which was a lot of people.
I'll tell you what's common with prophets.
Called divine. Called divine. There's been a number of prophets.
Okay, hold on. But yeah, I agree with that.
Don't necessarily have to have phenomena.
I have two questions. What's the prophet? What's the message? Sorry.
Well, the message is Islamophobia. That was the clear message. And when
hold on, he's a prophet, and his message is Islamophobia.
No, the prophet, the prophet, like the reason why I'm relating or trying to attribute a prophet like attribute to him is because of the fact that when he came with this Islamophobia, there was a number. When obviously no, Islamophobia was something that was materialized.
Islamophobia is a track, right? You just be specific. You're talking about the soundtrack.
His soundtrack Islamophobia. When he put specific verses talking about
unjust war, he became a prophet.
He said an unjust war is haram. So he quoted a number of terms and what do you call it, references, and it was a time when you could say, if you look at it romantically, it was at a time when the Middle East had just been and there's people like Bob floating around the internet, and the Middle East had just been fucking terrorized. So obviously there could have been incels floating around and people that were looking for. You know what I'm saying? True. So now when he comes out of Islamophobia, he could have touched at least a small percentage, just one or two people that could have hurt a lot of people, bruv, and changed their mind, bruv.
And that makes him a prophet.
That's what you don't understand.
Every therapist in the world is a prophet to you.
Listen, yeah. What's your name supposed to be? What's Naroon?
Naroon, a Nigerian Cameroonian.
Okay, all right. So man.
What's that?
Also,
you lost your mind, bro.
Why? What's wrong with that?
You're a comedy genius, though. You know. I swear down. I've been trying to tell people for ages. Yeah, King Gold is a comedy genius. Yeah, but people just they ain't seen it yet. Still, but remember, I told you first.
Literally made a case. Hold on, you just made a case for Raspek being a prophet because he made a tune called Islamophobia.
I didn't call him a prophet. No,
wait. See, that may or may not have touched. That may or may not have touched two people. Like, bro,
listen. No, James. See, look, this is what that's what I'm saying. Look, honestly, you lot showing your hand of actually how smart or what your listening skills are like, because I just said he showed prophet-like attributes. That doesn't mean
not a prophet.
He could possibly be a prophet.
So then what am I just saying now? The reason you believe he could be a prophet is because he made a song for Islamophobia.
No, he's an wait, hold on. Listen, he's an activist. You don't know the deeper story behind his life. He could have had near misses where he's like, right, it's just got to be divine intervention. You know, some people live lives like that, bro. You don't know about the man's story. He could have had us. He could have for anything.
Do you though?
Huh?
Do you?
I do have quite a unique story, and it's quite romantic.
No, do you know his story about how his near-death experiences, his close shaves? Do you know them?
Well, from what I've heard about his activism, is something that definitely aligns with the type of attitude.
Bruv, what did I just ask? I said, do you know about? Listen, yes. Do you know about the close shaves that you just mentioned?
Well, he spoke about it. He spoke about it. He spoke about his experiences on the road.
Like what?
What do you mean, bro? I'm not going to go into specifics. I'm not talking about other dudes' things like that, bro. I
You're
know.
calling a man a fucking prophet.
Are you trying to tell me that what I'm saying, I've got to bring empirical evidence about the fact that he's been in the streets or he's lived in a hostile environment? Clearly, the fucking guy has. Are you telling me he hasn't lived in a hostile environment?
He's lived in a hostile environment. That implies what?
He's rapped his whole life about having hard times and and seeing struggle. You think he's lying? Is that what you're saying, James?
I'm saying, how does that make you a prophet? How does that mean?
I didn't say he's a prophet, but if who else
might be a prophet?
Who else apart from fucking Skepta or a couple of other people who have made it famous has actually been known or had any popularity like a prophet did in the UK? Unless they were a rapper or something. Who? No. Listen.
What the fuck does Skepta have to do?
What is synonymous with a prophet? Is he's known by a lot of people? Can we say that? Yes.
What are you even talking about? Stop.
You're saying
Skepta. You just said every time you just change.
I think James is jealous. Don't worry, I can go back.
Who that's come out with a message?
You're saying
who we had that's come out with a message?
Let me understand.
Who in the UK have come out with a message? Nobody.
You're fucking throwing information, yeah? And every time someone says stop, let's pause and understand what you're saying. You start layering it with more information. So just hold your horses and let me understand what you're saying. You're saying he's got attributes of a prophet. He may well be a prophet, and the reason he may well be a prophet is because he's poor. He had tough experiences in his life. He made a tune called Islamophobia, which may or may not have influenced two people and prevented them from becoming terrorists. Have I got that right? Is there anything else you want to throw in there? Oh, and he may. Oh, sorry. And he also may or may not have had near-death experiences. And the reason you know it to be the case is because he was poor and lived in a hostile, as you put it, environment. Have I got all that?
Can I play the tune?
Okay,
play the tune, man.
No.
Okay. The DJ.
If you want to make a laughing stock out of it,
nah, man. I'm making a laughing stock out. I like the tune, man.
Go on, have some fun, man.
And I like respect.
How many viewers heard the message? How many viewers heard this? The Islamophobia official.
I wonder how many of them were terrorists as well, Reggie. It's a good question. Or prospective terrorists. If you want to know how to be a prophet, holla COE.
Danny, the king of the track.
They call me Kemet, they call me Rasta. None of them can't call man Kaffa. We had the one God concept when they didn't want to know about Allah. One God, one love, one order. Before anyone took the Shahada. So if man try to call me a Kala, tell them that I'm proud of my Kala. Man pray like our Father, who are in heaven with our mother. So I'm a child of God, no imposter. And I bow to no slave master. One God like Bilal. Plates I towel, that's more than halal. Who's fasting and praying in Kush, them times there, man, I'd porking them out. Could they talk to me, them can't talk to me now about civilized me, you fooling around. Do you know what you're talking about? They don't know what they're talking. Hey, Rasta man don't bow to their idols, that's why Babylon's falling down. I had, you can call me Bilal. Taweed, you can call me Bilal. That spirit there came from Nagash. Same bloodline as Haile Selassie. Rather hail up my ancestors than bow and worship a next man's family. I only rate my Akis that won't let a racist call them blackie. Can't call your brother a monkey. How we rep every African country. When you're talking about our motherland, I know that's a holy place. Africa, that's the first land where all Muslims were saved. A black man showed them to weed and a black man called them to pray. To tell them, show you respect anytime that they see a black face. When you're talking about our motherland, better know that's a holy place. Africa, that's the first land where all Muslims were saved. A black man showed them to weed and a black man called them to pray. Tell them, show you respect anytime that they see a black face. One God, one aim, one destiny. Better know that was Marcus Garvey. Give thanks to the creator. Why you think we said Tendai Mari? That was down in Zimbabwe. To Bilal's descendants in Mali, Gambia nor Somali. We knew one God. Wallahi, Wallahi, Salahi, Talah. Kwame Nkrumah, Mugabe. When they thought that they killed off Malcolm, that's what started the Black Panther Party. Muhammad Ali, Real Generali. Tupac said kill Illuminati. We are the heart of the army. One God, one King Rastafari. The prophet said no one's better accepting piety. And they showed you in Acts and we had kings that were ruling righteously. We had one God while enough of them worshipped idols idly. Then they want to school us like we didn't teach them, and blood, that's the irony. The prophet said no one's better accepting piety. And they showed you in Acts and we had kings that were ruling righteously. We had one God while enough of them worshipped idols idly. Then they want to school us like we didn't teach them, and blood, that's the irony. To my real Muslims, alhamdulillah, I rate you. For your heart sincere and true. Inshallah,
you stay safe.
Christian, Muslim, Jew. I don't judge by labels. Some men are following demons, some men are guided by angels. To my real Muslims, alhamdulillah, I rate you. For your heart sincere and true. Inshallah, you stay faithful. Christian, Muslim, I don't judge by labels.
Yeah.
Some men are following demons, some men are guided by angels.
Oh God.
Allahu Akbar. Man, I push hate and war. My Lord, wagwan. If it ain't peace and love, I don't rate the jihad. If it ain't self-defense, then brother, it's not Islam. Follow your heart when you read the Quran. You see an unjust war is surely haram. But I see enough man won't follow shaitan. How can man be hungry for beef when they're meant to be fasting for Ramadan? Follow your heart when you read the Quran. You see an unjust war is surely haram. But I see enough man won't follow shaitan. How can man be hungry for beef when they're meant to be fasting for Ramadan?
Yeah, big up Ras, man. You know, I've got to respect the brother, man. Just, you know what I mean? When you listen to the lyrics, when you listen to the lyrics, yeah, you got to say he was just bringing light and information.
Mate. All Africans were saved by Muslims, yeah.
Oh, hey, Dupes. Okay, what I mean by that, yeah, is he brings information because I learned.
And I didn't say Africans were saved, but I said Africans saved Muslims.
Yeah, Nagashi or something. But look, he does bring information and talks about how an unjust war is haram. Okay, now that's obviously he seems like he's referring to some sort of text. So, in that respect, he brought light to people like myself, you know, who was, if obviously in another mindset, could have been, could have been, open to joining Islam and not knowing, or being this sort of rebellious, like, oh, you know what, I'll join them and fuck it. Or do you know what I mean? If I was a Muslim who was just going through pure pressure at that stage, and we can talk about loads of variables, he could have been susceptible from hurting someone. Listen and come to speakers corner. Let me just finish saying this, James. Come to speakers corner, listen to that, and had a different frame of mind, and that's it.
You said yourself. Was you thinking of joining ISIS or something?
So when you look at it, how many other people have got that many views online on a place in a public place, speakers corner, with a message like that? No one, bro. That's the fact. And you look haven't answered the question who's actually come with that type of someone like Dave talking about how you heard Dave's song talking about the recessions and what conservatives cause to people, right? But No one's done it properly through actually underground and actually gone that public and got that many Muslims to clearly he's popular in the Muslim community.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's definitely popular.
Exactly, brother. So to them, they could say he came with a message. They obviously it's haram for them to say he's like a prophet or he's anything like that, because you know what they like talking about. You know how they're quite strict with making partners with these prophets and
I mean, the music's haram because it's got drum beats, isn't it? So it's haram in itself.
Yeah, that's why we can't really see, because it's that culture, isn't it? It's that different culture, and we'll never be able to empathize with how with that, and really see that as the way we live, because it's completely different. But look, you can say that he clearly, for someone to make such a big impact, the way the Mirror have tried to execute him as well, he's clearly someone who is seen as someone.
The Mirror tried to execute him.
Well, the Daily Mail, sorry, the Daily Mail tried to
with the face of hate.
Yeah, they tried to. So clearly, he's someone who fits a description of someone that could be, if someone was into some sort of text, they could say that he could be, the second coming, or someone could say, he's, what do they call him now, the Messiah, or the Messiah, anyway, the Black Messiah or something like that. Trust me, man, because you're a spiritual, you're not going to really be able to understand what I'm saying.
Jesus.
Yeah, so that's what I said. As soon as I talk the fact about history, because we're digressing now, we're going on to me talking about a guy.
Let me say something. I go. If you've got any kind of respect for me, you'll know that I'm not saying this to offend you in any way, but you do this thing where you start from the most obscure fucking position on the topic, and you spend most of your time trying to gain traction on that topic by just speaking like. It's just like, bro, it honestly,
What, do I try and dominate the airwaves or something?
No, but I'm saying it's beneath you, bro. Like, I'm honestly imploring you to take a different approach to having discussions, bro. Like, if there's a topic, if there's a point where it's like, you kind of agree, you kind of feel something, but you don't, like, you haven't articulated it in your mind. Before you fucking go out on your shield, just stop, listen, and articulate it in your mind first, and then
okay, cool. Because I can't articulate, like you, James. And I don't really care to, because
you don't. It's just you're saying stupid shit. That's why it's hard to articulate. When you know what you're talking about, you're very articulate. When you say stupid shit, you can't defend some random little fucking black kid being a fucking prophet. You can't defend that.
Man. Come on, man. Random. But James. 1 second, James.
What about
1 second. I know you're a funny guy, but come on, bro. Let's be honest. You don't know Raspet like that. So for you to say a random little kid, and don't forget, I'm not point blank calling this guy a prophet. So for you guys to not even try and say, all right, he may, prophets have before and historically come out and done similar things that Raspet has done. You can't actually come out and say that. I mean, you're being dishonest. That's all I can say. There's no way around it, bro. I can't say that and people would just move on and just accept my subjective opinion.
Kingo, just talking about Islamophobia.
You're going to change my mind.
Just talking about unrighteousness or Islamophobia doesn't make you a prophet. Like, loads of people do that. Like, almost everybody will do that. Talk about an injustice in the world. That doesn't on its own make you a prophet.
Okay, cool. All right.
Or prophet like, brother. Okay.
Anyway, you know what? When let's be honest, Let's be honest. For a man who's never ever spoke about doing any activists. Now, what did a prophet do? What would we say defines prophet-like behavior? A person who tries to represent being the most righteous being that they can be, or they're trying to ascend to that. You could say that, right? Or being that.
Oh, you sound like you sound like a recruiter from the army, bro.
I'm just asking you what defines a prophet. That's all I'm saying.
Someone that predicts the future.
No, what? That's it. Yeah.
That's the first thing that probably comes. That's the first thing that comes to mind, Kingo. I mean,
I know that's one of the attributes of a prophet, and I know that's one of the probably the most phenomenal things that a prophet brings, but it's not the only thing. There's been numerous prophets. So if you look at the prophets, the main things that we're talking about, we can say that the prophet has gone to war, the prophet's done this, we've done. So if we could just say it's just that, you're not being honest.
Kingo, is there any choice?
They just predict the future. Do that. Are you locked in?
Reggie, wait. Are you saying man's been to war now?
Well, Muhammad actually was in a time of war. Yeah.
Hold on. Veli, if you're there, get your finger on the eject button right now. Yeah, for Kingo go. Are you gonna tell me that my man doing that Battle of Trafalgar was him going to war? Bear in mind.
I didn't say respect. I said historically. I said Muhammad.
Okay, I'm sorry. Veli, move away from that.
No, don't even go there, yeah, he was drop kicking people off the top ropes, bro. Yeah, of course.
Who's sharing this? Just to be clear, who's sharing this?
There was people with Uzis out in their back pockets, bro.
Okay.
Kingo, can you listen to this and tell me what you think is prophet like from what you hear? Is that okay? Yeah.
One who utters divinely okay, so look, one who utters divinely revelations such as hello?
You're gonna listen, Kingo.
So wait, before you do that, bro, can I just go on then? It's only 1 minute, innit? Go on.
Muslims are out here looking after your children. Muslims are out here clothing your children. Muslims are out here as your doctors. Muslims are out here as your shopkeepers. But you never notice them. You know, it's one that responded to Hayatun.
Oh. Yeah.
Hold on, bro.
So we
the first 3 people to die from corona, the doctors, Muslim. But you'll never say that. Yeah, Muslims hold up the country without Muslims.
Yeah, one's too many. You hit Atun, you hit us all.
Conversation without everyone getting.
Once. Fuck your once, man. What are you talking about, once? Oh, Hatun was hit once. Yeah, one too many, dickhead. One too many.
One too many.
Yeah.
Nothing about it.
Meant to be accepted.
I do nothing about it. I hope she gets slapped. Nothing about it. I hope she gets slapped again. Nothing about it. I hope she gets slapped again. Nothing about it. I hope she gets slapped again.
Boy, you think I mean, if for the prophet not to ever lose their temper and say something talking about a woman getting slapped is a far-fetched fucking belief, especially if they were going through war back in the day. So I don't know what that means. But anyway, look, I'm just saying, James, because you're on the
he hopes she gets attacked again. Is that a prophet like? Yeah.
But I've got no comment on that because it wasn't coming out of my mouth. So you can ask him what he meant by it and if he still has the same opinion. I don't really care.
You don't agree or disagree, no?
No, personally, I wouldn't like a woman to get slapped. I didn't like it seeing her get slapped, no. Okay. But to be honest with you, if she gets slapped, it might actually knock some sense into her.
But you hope it happens again? Yeah?
What a king goes? You say it's gonna hit some sense?
It might knock some sense into her.
Oh my goodness!
You believe that's the thing, dude? You believe that's the thing?
And your wife, Kingo.
I'll fucking knock some sense into you one day, guys. Carry on.
Right, look, one who utters divinely inspired revelations, such as often capitalized the writer of the one prophet books, one regarded as a group of followers as final authoritative revealer of God's will, Muhammad, the prophet of Allah. So,
it's smacking sense into women a thing in your world, yeah.
One regarded by a group of followers as a final authoritative revealer. Ultimately, he's probably been one of the most popular converts or reverts, speakers call that, if not the. So yeah, there we go. So if you can't say there's nothing at all that you could say that. I mean, if he was a person who was a taxi driver or anything fucking else, a man who just went to Serpentine and fished in the fucking lake and ate fish for a living, who was a tramp, then you could say he has got no prophet-like qualities about him, does he? Because he hadn't even spoken to any groups of people or tried to will them towards his way of belief of righteousness. I mean, there's a whole philosophy behind Raspek's movement, and you can't say that there's nothing prophet-like about it. I mean, it's a lie, bro.
Oh, Kingo, I hope you're not one of them people that are gonna strap up when Raspek says so.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
Well, it calls for the revolution. Yeah.
You know what? It was a tongue in cheek. It was. I just said it tongue in cheek. By the end of the day, I'm still not going to go back on it. And you guys, when you actually, you honestly, you know, deep down inside, actually, yeah, he's making a bit of sense here because he didn't actually say he's a. So we're going. What I know why Jupiter's on because I mentioned historically, there've been a lot of English involvement with Islamic-backed crusades. Or
no.
Yes.
I just don't think Respect is a prophet.
I don't think he is either. I don't think he is either. He could possibly be. He could possibly be.
Yeah, I don't think Respect's like a bad person or anything, or he's out to try and do anything that he feels is dishonest. So, like, I feel like he honestly thinks what he's doing is the right thing, innit? Like, I just disagree with, like, obviously some of the religious points and obviously some of his own points. I don't disagree with every single point that he makes, and just anything he does just because it's Respect or whatever. The things I do agree with him on. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but obviously I disagree that man's like a prophet or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, so.
Do you think that he's coming to lead your community then, Okingo?
I wouldn't. I mean, personally, I prefer him as our prime minister now. Would you agree or not? Would you prefer Respect or Boris Johnson? Reggie, answer the question.
Would I prefer Respect or Boris Johnson?
Yeah.
Nah, Boris Johnson.
Okay. What about yourself, Eddie?
You got Respect. I might prefer Respect than Boris Johnson. I'm not sure.
Okay. James, Respect or Boris Johnson? Seems we're all talking about Respect right now.
That's I say Respect or Boris Johnson. It's a funny question.
No,
still, man. Come on.
It's a funny question because if we're saying they're both sincere people, yeah, then obviously you'd want Boris Johnson because even though he may be a journalist or whatever else his qualifications are, he has understanding of sort of like administrative or bureaucratic processes, isn't it? Yeah. And obviously he wouldn't embarrass the country on the world stage. He knows how to string a coherent sentence together, shit like that. You could probably write a letter to someone, even though they have people, I guess, that like people to write.
We don't have to ask old job. We don't have to ask old job, obviously.
But yeah, but just in the sense of who do I believe is a more sincere individual? I reckon Respect is insincere to a degree, but not nearly as much as a politician, career politician at that. So basically, to answer your question honestly, if I just had to choose right now, today, but then the one issue I would have is, this is the big issue, right? Even though Respect would be being true to himself in like the decisions he made, the legislation he would pass, he is an absolute moron as well. So it could be a thing where he's doing things with the best intentions, with the best of intentions, but it still ends up being a calamity. So basically, actually, what I'm asking myself is, sorry, I'm going through this in my mind as I'm trying to be as honest as I can.
Overanalyze, James, man.
What I'm asking is like, right now, how am I that upset, right? Or do I dislike the state of affairs now so much so that I would risk making it worse by endorsing a moron to be in charge of the country? I'd gamble. Fuck it. I would gamble. Yeah, I'd roll the dice. I'd roll the dice on a black guy being in charge that has no
this black guy would open up the floodgates. He said that he doesn't want no borders.
What are you talking about?
Floodgates? Listen, I'm a gambler.
Look at that.
Just in the interest of potential comedy and
Right, now I know they're all mad, Reggie. Now I know they're all mad.
Jupiter, but look at Boris Johnson. Yeah, look. At the end of the day, we've been seeing what we've seen. His family have obviously stepped away publicly from him, and pretty much, I'd say, socially disowned him. So that alone, and obviously the whole, you know, comments he's made.
Yeah, I don't know, Bob. I don't know what Jupa or Reggie. Literally, you guys would get your race war. If Raspek was in charge, you would get your race war within a matter of weeks. So if actually,
what race war? Who wants a race war?
I'm in it for the banter, innit? I'm just in it to see. I'm like the Joker in the Ridley Scott version of Batman. It would be interesting to see the world burn, if not for a moment, or at least the UK just for a few moments. But
so what I was going to say, I was just going to say, it's okay to step away from someone like that. You know, it's not like he's had a great track record. He's not. So for you to say, okay, yeah, just point blank Raspek, because this guy had a horrible record, and you know,
actually,
the media.
You know what? Sorry, can I change my answer? 1,000,000% Raspek. 1,000,000%. Because number one, first thing he would do is lift all these lockdown laws. So yeah, I'm with Raspek. I'm Team Raspek all day for the premiership. I want Raspek to be the prime minister. I'm saying it. Quote me, click that shit, 100% over Boris Johnson.
Jupiter, I know what if you
immunity, baby, herd immunity, baby. You know what I'm saying? 2021.
all right. I'm saying Jupiter. What about yourself? Or if we get, because don't forget, James has made a very good point. All of the he'd lift all of the being in a house sort of thing. And probably just clean the street.
No way I would want respect and fucking.
But you would want to keep it as it is, isn't it?
I'd rather that than respect, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Oh my gosh, you're a donut. I can go.
All right. I won 3 times now. So look, we'll go to the history part of the.
You're saying go. You'd want Raspek to be like the prime minister. No qualification.
I know. I read Raindrop's comment, please. Someone that's not.
Why you not bad, man? I'm really because I'm older. I can laugh at it. Innit? I'm not going to really get trolled.
That's a good one by Raindrop, actually.
What was it saying?
Yeah, that'd be like putting Lister in number 10. Fuck's sake.
Read it out. Read it out then.
He's a prophet, isn't it?
Why are you still just laughing? You're not reading it out.
This is Raindrop's comment. If Raspek's a prophet, then Okingo is Bilal. No?
Yeah. Bilal. Hey, okay, look. So Bilal, no, listen, yeah.
Man.
Listen.
Reggie read it perfectly still, man. Man, he probably expressed the question, what's the word for that again? When you change the inflection, he put the inflection on it like a boss.
Yeah, he added insult to injury, or tried to, but
you're gonna play the exam for him when he becomes president, yeah?
It backfired.
Hey, man, he's gonna lead in the final prayer. You know the ones. He's leading the final prayer.
Good go, man. My gosh, this is bad.
But Reggie's going to be throwing bloody holy water over and blessing it, man.
Have you took your Shahada yet? Are you at Muslim yet?
He's like, yes. Huh?
Are you actually a full Muslim yet?
Am I a full Muslim? No, I'm only half of one. Actually,
no. I mean, have you took your Shahada?
No, I'm actually. Is it 7? No, 3.5% Arabic. I've actually got Arabic blood in me. Yep, from the Jewish side. So I'm actually defending a cause which is part of my actual fibers.
I think you're more Muslim than some Muslims, to be fair.
I would say that I'm if a Muslim's unjust and just logical, then yeah, that means that there's keep it up, Muslims. Congratulations, you're doing well. I mean, if I'm at my worst, and I can be better than people on perceivably their best. That's a good thing.
I big up educated guests, yeah, and Mr. Proctor G, yeah. Just remember, yeah, Veli agreed straight up. Like he didn't even take time to think about it. I, at the very least, I thought about it. I did come to the same decision as Veli, yeah. Veli
I said, yeah, fuck it.
He didn't think about it. Veli didn't think about it.
Respect, man. Fuck it.
When you do the video, yeah, just guys, remember me. I gave you reasons. Veli just picked it. He's dangerous.
Yeah, man. Come on.
I know, but
No,
now,
man.
honestly, I know what you're saying, though, James. James, I'm not trying to throw.
I just like respecting, man. You get
I know
me?
I just throw Spanish.
He
in the
might
word.
give me a job in. Wait, hold on. If I picked Raspet to be prime minister, yeah, I might be like fucking foreign secretary or something, man. You get me?
Yeah, you only
Yeah,
thought about that
because-
now after you only thought about that now after you picked him, bro. You didn't think that before. You just picked him because he was your
Of course
friend.
I did, man.
You know what's wrong with the world, bro.
This is no diss to
I
Raspet.
picked it for
yeah,
my
but I'd
position,
rather
B.
pick-
I'm trying to be bowling out here. I'm trying to get that.
rather
Oh,
I'd ra-
Yeah,
I'd rather-
yeah, yeah.
trying to get that. Oh,
Hector's got a idea. Go on, babes, tell him.
Reggie for PM.
I don't know about that, man.
We
I don't know about that one. I'm not sure.
He'd accidentally kill us. He'd
Oh,
accidentally
mate.
kill us all.
Yeah, I read
Reggie would deport all Jamaicans. All
Yeah, Reggie,
Jamaicans
when
and
you-
all
when you
Jamaican
get to office,
dependents.
You're gonna raise the minimum wage for all the toilet cleaners.
Wow, I'll definitely raise the minimum wage for everyone. Actually, you know, it's not
Yeah.
enough.
What
Yeah.
about all the look?
What would you do to Jamaicans, Reggie?
Bro,
What do you do to
Jamaicans are
Jamaican
probably like everyone else, man. Like,
Yeah,
Jamaicans
just,
are,
what do you do for a living other than play with balls?
Oh my. Exposure. Expose
Oh,
to
my.
2021.
Oh, my.
2021.
Whoa,
Better
whoa,
clean
whoa.
the
He plays
toilet.
with balls?
It's better than clean the toilets, though, to be fair. You know, it's better than having your hands in the toilets, like.
hey, you know what? Yeah, like cleaning toilets and plumbing. Is there any like really much difference? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, you know what I mean? Yeah, there is a difference. Yeah, clearly, but I mean, when you obviously.
One's fixing them and one's cleaning them, and there's the big difference. Bro.
Yeah,
Do you
when
know
you fix it, when you fix it, you don't have to clean it.
I will guarantee you something.
Hey,
because
hold on,
I guarantee you something. From after the lockdown, you're still gonna be on the internet 24/7. I guarantee you that, and I'll be taking inventory. You jobless man.
Jeez.
I don't
Nah,
know,
even
like-
if you're
I think that's
when
the
you're
point.
clean,
I
when
was
you're
gonna say,
plumbing,
mate,
you
you know,
when
Reggie,
you're
yeah?
plumbing,
No plumbers,
Hey,
yeah? No
hey,
plumbers
James,
and builders.
James,
man,
hold
yeah.
on.
When you fix shit in your
Scientific
yard,
method.
1 second. Go on.
You go and clean that
No,
fucking
scientific
toilet,
method
you
said
fucking
Kingo's
bastard.
got 3% respect in him.
Hey, do you know what they say to Belly? Go and clean that fucking
That's
toilet.
funny.
You can have it.
You can't have it, mate. Fuck
Got it.
off.
Hey,
Benny, they're on
hey,
to you.
hey, what are you talking about, man?
Hey, Mr. Fuckler G come with the counter. Man said, "Ah, cool, yeah." Now,
Sad
respect
though,
the collab for people.
that you resort to making up lies, right? It's quite sad that you
Shut up,
do
man.
that.
Hey, respect, Belly, respect the collab.
Put Reggie in number 10.
Come on, man.
Are
Don't
you-
be
is
silly.
that
Obviously,
unfair?
Clum, innit, man?
Well,
Clum's got more
obviously,
grades than
you're a
respect, innit?
bacon, man.
Yeah, but Clum's more obviously more qualified than Respect to be prime minister, innit?
But he's in the
So,
Illuminati block.
but Respect's more qualified.
Phil,
Respect's more qualified than Boris Johnson, though. So what I'm to you, man?
I listen. Hey, Kingo,
Hey,
respect
you're
or
fucking
kalam. Hey, Kingo,
Hey,
respect
you
or
got to
kalam.
change this. You got
Hey,
to change
Kingo,
this conversation, bro. I swear down. You're a joke.
Kingo, respect or kalam.
The irony is the day that Respect becomes prime minister, none of you guys would. Well, most people would just disregard him. They all call him sellout. That's what.
Why didn't no one with their face on your panel, bro? Just
Kingo, man.
blazing.
Kingo, respect or kalam.
Oh, that's
Respect
deep.
or
Go
kalam,
on.
man.
Go on.
Respect or kalam.
What do you mean? For what?
For prime minister, you genius, bro.
Wait, Kalam's actually very smart. Apparently, I've not really heard him. I've not really
Who
heard
you
it. Like,
pick, man?
he's well informed, but I'd say Ras because he's more
Swear.
spiritually inclined. He's more
What? You
spiritually
picked?
inclined.
You
No, he's
really
more-
belong.
Any person who's that spiritually inclined is in touch with their godlike self. If you're meant to be, you're meant to get.
How can your name be King Bilal?
You're meant to represent Jesus as much as possible, bro. So, Jesus is a type
Or
of
Kimbo Bilal?
is the type of veneration that I want, the type of energy that I want to be in the sort of person that's representing the country or the world. You know, if you really do know about how Jesus is trying to be emulated or represented.
But King Gold, this man,
like the golden Bilal and that, like.
King Gold, Respect does not talk a lot about Jesus. He talks more about Tommy Robinson than anybody else. I don't know what you. If anything, he venerates Tommy more than anybody else. You know what I mean?
I mean,
So-
what Kalam said, that's spiritually inclined. I mean, I don't know really.
Yeah,
I think he knows more about Islam than I do. I think Kalam knows more Arabic and about Islam than Raspet, I think.
Well, he would have to have read it once and at least, because we all know that Raspet's
No, my man knows best though. Kalam's a fucking Rhodes scholar when it comes to fucking.
Lady Divine is asking a question. I'm not sure what she's asking. What was that madness I saw on YouTube about them questioning you on the police and black people?
Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know the funny thing is that it's down to my parents that I'm so respectful of all religions. It's not even the fact that I'm caping for Islam.
Hey, but what if Raspet was prime minister? He would sack all black police officers.
Huh?
There wouldn't be no black police officers.
Oh. So yeah, who was it that was querying me about the police?
Is it the one that I asked you about with you and Dan and that other you? And you start talking about Britain and that. Was it that one?
No, that must have been ages ago. I haven't spoken to
Hey,
you.
I'm trying to get Dan to come back on the show. Yo, Dan. Go around, fam.
Is he around?
I tried to ring you on Hangouts today. Still.
Hey, where's
sent a message to Dark Magician, innit?
Yeah, jump on, Dan.
You know what I mean? No, he ain't in the chat,
Dan
but still.
Dan doesn't come.
Wait, what did you say? Say that again.
No, he's praying. I heard he sent a message. Dark Magician sent me a message saying that he asked him to dial him in, innit? So I dialed him in on Hangouts, but he didn't answer, innit? So I'm saying, don't run. Oxford boy, don't run. Yeah.
There was a conversation about there was a conversation about black people joining the police, yes, but I can't recall what they were trying to say.
But that'd be a good start up a little debate with Dan. I think that'd be.
Hey, who is the last man standing though?
Oh, so Raspet, I recall. I don't know if it was about me though, but Raspet was talking about his brother used to join the police, and his argument is that the black police officers are more worse than the white police officers. That they try harder basically to get black people arrested than the white officers.
Belly, can I ask you a question? Can you pull up for me text right now, out and out, accusing Islam, or the script was saying that we should have slaves, or there's something guiding you on how to treat slaves, apart from when they're in war? Is there any type of thing?
Again, man, you don't even know enough about Islam to go into trying to.
I just want to know if you can pull up anything, because that's what we're talking about with Raspet and what he said. Forget about what he said, because he can tell you what he meant. It doesn't matter. Some people make mistakes and they have to reliterate
There's a whole
say.
system in
what? Prophet Muhammad had slaves.
There's an
Yes,
Islamic institution.
I understand that, brother.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand that.
Step one, the leader of the thing had slaves. Step two, slavery is haram.
Do you know what the difference is between writing down? Do you know what the difference is between having a wish and a goal? Is writing something down. So, like, look, bro, like,
you wish that you was right.
What was written down on a piece of paper,
and you missed the goal.
Huh? No, I said the difference between having a wish and a goal is that it's written down. A goal's written down, and a wish is just something you don't write down. So you better write down your fucking goals.
It's Shakira.
And I'm saying that you wish was right, and you can miss the goal.
An idea. So what I'm trying to relate that to is, if you're saying Muhammad had slaves, don't matter man's actions.
Here's another
apostles.
Brother.
Yeah.
So I just say, Shaka.
Wait, hold on, no goal. Jimmy, yeah.
Huh?
Good. Carry on. You might as well carry on.
I just want to ask, can you put the thing to where your dad? No, I just want to know. Can you show us where we can find your dad's thing? The thing about Africa, about the myth about Africans being the 6th most developing nations in the world, the African nations. If there's a video of that, or if there's a site, or if there's anything we can go to see it, can you put the link in there or drop it in the back chat or something? If you don't mind, please, bro.
Yeah, where's Shakira the caper? He's another one that
Was it
probably
radio
thinks
sensation?
it's prophetess.
I don't know, bro. It was on. It was on.
Hey, James, is it radio
it was
sensation?
on the site. Well, imagine I took the site down.
Am I delayed?
I didn't bookmark it.
James, you got background noise every time you speak.
Oh.
Oi, look, say for example, yeah.
You're on loudspeaker.
Say for example, we had fascists, yeah.
If you're on loudspeaker, that's what happens.
All right, we found we found out, yeah, for example, that they were actually killers.
Happening now.
And they were actually killers in the system, yeah. Or actually, I don't want to relate it to this system because I don't want to get anybody scared. But I'm saying, imagine now, yeah, if there's a system, a government, a tyrannical government, fascist ruling, and Hitler, a Hitler-like character ruling, and then all the people gathered together under one ideology, one belief system. Everything's horrid. It's all abhorrent. Everything, all like it's lawless. Civil wars broken out.
Yeah.
And then there's a character that rallies everybody together. He has an idea, belief, a system, a way of life, and then they take down these people that are living in that system. They were ruling at that time. Yeah, he didn't kill all of them, so he showed an element of mercy. He took them as slaves, but there were definitely worse cases of slaves and people had worse experiences under different types of people. But anyway, you killed off them people. Now, could you say that person who stopped this entity that was, oppressing the world, yeah, and people got behind that person?
Wait, gold.
Said that person.
Would you say that someone was perfect if they owned
to be revered as to be revered as a savior? Now,
Well,
would you
say someone's perfect
would
if
you
they
now
owned
scrutinize
your
that
ancestors as
that man
slaves?
taking slaves, even though he stopped a tyrannical person like Hitler?
Yeah, that would prove that he wasn't anything special, because if he took slaves, that would mean he's no better than the people he fucking killed.
No, don't try and just shake it up like that, and we're all gonna just go, oh yeah. 1 second, please. 1 second. Because bear in mind, everybody's life is horrible, the whole world, and now
Slaves' life is horrible, you fool.
Wait, and these people have been oppressing people for a long time.
Because everybody was living in equal shit before, but now we've actually got some people living better than other people, and the ones that are living in shit are looking at all the other people thinking, why not me?
Just bear in mind, Arabs, yeah, a lot of these Arabs are new people, new nations. The most recent nations are the arguably, probably where we see the, where equators, countries meet across the equator. So we say Spain and Italy and all these places there, and the Arabs are quite new races compared to historical timelines. They haven't had that many. They're one of the most recent empires that have been, battling in any serious sort of pivotal moment in history. They're quite new. The Arabs are all coming from fresh, bro.
Been the longest.
Yes, all fresh nations. Coming up, getting thrown out
How
of
does that work?
Africa.
The Arabs get kids longer than everyone else.
You don't know history.
How does it work?
I do know history, brother. I do know.
Think about what you're saying,
That's the
man.
problem. I do know history. So I'm schooling you not now. I'm schooling
Think about what you're saying, bro. The Arabic slave trade was longer than the European one, bro. It started before it and ended after it.
I'm not saying it wasn't, but I'm saying, look.
Wait. I'll go.
But you're talking about the newest race. You're talking about the newest race. The England are the newest race, bro.
Whether it's the newest race or what? What's the newest race got to do with someone having slaves for longer? What's that got to do with it, bro?
No. Wait, hold on.
How does that make that? How does that make Islam any more perfect or any less
what I'm
perfect?
trying to say is that all these people when they actually gone for their crusades, they hadn't been built up for long periods of time. They were quite new. They were like Bedouins, bruv. They were people that were just going into the fucking.
And read history. Go back and read.
I know about history. You don't know about history, my friend. I'm going. Okay, so when do you want to go back to? Do you want to go back to Egypt?
Bro,
when
I keep showing you, bro. I beg you, yeah. What you need to do, yeah. Listen to that. Listen to
African trace slavery.
All right, go for it.
Listen, gold. Listen to the documentary that I uploaded, man, about the Zanzibar slave trade, bro. And it tells you there, bro, that it was harder for them to stop it because the Muslims believed this ruled by Allah. How are humans going to tell someone who believes God's given them a right to do something?
You keep on referring to Egypt, but you keep on referring to one time when Egypt was taken over.
Was it Egypt? Is Zanzibar in Egypt?
Or was it
wait, hold on. Is Zanzibar in Egypt?
You showed me a documentary.
Man, listen to what I'm saying, bro.
Zanzibar is definitely not in Egypt.
I know.
Go back to school.
Is Zanzibar in Egypt, bro?
No, it's not. No, it's not. I didn't say it's in Egypt.
And I didn't even talk about. I didn't even talk about Egypt, bro. I didn't even talk about Egypt today.
No, you showed
you about. I've showed you. No, I didn't speak nothing about Egypt today. But I've already showed you the part about where the Egyptians, where the Arabs that took over Egypt, the Muslims that took over Egypt, had a treaty with the Nubians, where the Nubians had to give 396 slaves every year to keep the peace. It's like a protection racket.
Okay, cool. All right. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. You're shuffling. You're not addressing what I just said. Because you're bringing in something else. When I'm saying, look,
no, because you brought it out there, bro.
It's maths. I'm literally trying. I'm not trying to even try and you do one, I do one scene, I do part of history. You do. I'm not doing that because that's too long. I'm just saying, on the average, when you see the majority of the Muslim crusades or jihads or whatever they want to call it, they're always backed. The ones that are most pivotal in history and the most damaging are backed by England.
So when the Muslims took over Egypt, were they backed by England?
When the Muslims took over, probably.
When the Muslims took over Egypt,
the Hyksos. Wait,
you don't even know history, bro.
Wait, hold on.
Let me ask you this.
Okay, wait.
Let me ask you this.
Who were the
Muslims took over?
Who were the Hyksos?
When the Muslims took over, bro, why are you talking about the Hyksos? What are they got to do with Islam?
Yeah, okay.
What are the Hyksos got to do with Islam?
Who are the Hittites? Because they are the modern day people you see, the Celts. The Celts.
What are you talking? What have the Celts got to do with what we're talking about?
You don't even know your history, bro. You don't know nothing, bro.
What are you talking about, bro? Listen,
I'm not trying to be horrible.
Make your point relevant to what we're talking about.
Okay, so I'm talking about history.
Bro, listen to this, yeah? Let me ask you this, yeah?
Go on.
When the Muslims took over the Maghreb, do you know where Maghreb is, yeah? You know where
Maghreb, is it Middle East somewhere or North Africa?
No, like Morocco and
North Africa. Okay, cool.
Yeah, all them sort of spots there. When the Muslims took over the Maghreb, did England assist them?
Maghreb. Okay, so we're talking just after the Barbary Wars.
No, let me help you. They didn't.
1 second.
When the Muslims took over Spain,
Billy knows. Billy's a historian here.
The Barbary Wars is like the fucking 18th century, man. G. Like,
wait, the Barbary Wars was when? So the Barbary Wars was, I'd say, it's the 15th to the 17th.
Hey, Gold, listen, yeah. If the British were Muslims, does that make it? Wait. Does that make it easy if you say? Wait, go. Listen to this, yeah. Let me ask you this, yeah, because it seems this is what it seems like in my head what you're trying to do, yeah. If the British were with the Muslims when they was doing their Islamic slave trade, does that make it easier for you to say that it was wrong?
Say that again, because now you're trying to play games with the way you're asking questions.
I'm asking you what sort of flipping way that you're measuring it, yeah? Because I'm asking you, yeah, if the British were involved with the Muslims carrying out slave trades or whatever,
yeah,
does that make it easier for you to say that it was wrong? Because obviously the European slave trade, anything to do with Europeans doing wrong, you're okay to say it's wrong. Like we point out, Europeans done this. We had the British on trial. We said the Europeans done this, that, and the other. Oh, look at all the bad things the Europeans have done. Rah. Everyone doesn't mind pointing that out. Once we point out, but what about what the Muslims have done in Africa? What about what the Muslims have done this, that, and the other, brother? And you're doing everything you can to try and make it seem like, oh, they didn't actually do nothing. It was someone else. It was these people. It was that people.
No,
blah, blah,
listen.
blah.
I'm not trying to say
I didn't say it's not. I didn't say they're not involved. I've not once said they're not involved. Once, what I've said, if you listen to me properly, that has been backed. So
Huh?
that means
Say
that
that
they're
again?
both
Say
guilty.
that, repeat what you said again.
That means they're both guilty. If someone gives you a bomb,
Repeat what you said again.
if someone gives someone else a bomb to blow up someone's house, are you just gonna blow? And they knew that they were gonna blow your house up. Would you just blame the person that blew your house up, or the person that gave them the bomb that knew that they were gonna blow your house up? Would you blame? Would you not? Would you just leave that person alone, or would you just be
Bro,
unhappy
is
with?
this all from not answering that one question about
I can just easily
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say. Hey, can't you see what these guys do?
I'm destroying
That's
your
why it's annoying, bro. And this, hey, bro, this is why it's annoying, yeah. This is why it's annoying, yeah. When man speaks to these dons.
All right, I'm gonna shut up.
Hey, James, why it's annoying when man speaks to these dons, yeah, and then other people say, "Oh, you're trying to bully them. Look how you speak to this one, that one." It's like, bro, man's asking you straight questions, yeah, and then you do.
All right, okay,
everything
Belly,
but answer the
it's
question
bad.
that
I
we
told
talk
you it's fucking
about.
bad.
We put you.
I don't care how you want me to answer it. I said it's bad, both of them, and they're both. And
He asked you, if I remember correctly, he said, "Did England support the conquest of Maghreb?" That's what he asked, right? Am I right? Am I wrong, Belly? Is that what
And
you
I'm
asked?
trying to think if there was any weapons sold to any. I'm trying to think of the.
You can say you don't know, bro. You can say you don't know. You know. If
I'm
you don't
trying
know,
to
you don't
think. I'm trying to think. History's huge.
Listen,
and fucking corrupt.
Listen.
It's complex.
Listen. It's yes because of whatever reason you've got in your mind. It's no because of whatever reason you got in your mind, or I don't know because you don't have a fucking reason in your mind. Those are the three answers you've really got here, isn't it? We don't need to hear all the working out. Like, do you agree? Do you disagree? Or do you not know? You can answer either of those and be
I
honest.
don't know yet, but if you want to quick
right.
pace it
Should
up,
we
if you want
help
to pace
you?
it up, then
Should we help you? England didn't fucking exist at that time.
Okay, but now we're talking about like the existence of England as a region, or like European people and the blood.
They were not sending the Muslims predator drones in fucking the 8th century, bro.
And what are you talking about?
Yeah, because you're saying that it's basically the weapon. England was supplying them with weapons, or Europe was supplying them with this, that, and the other. So we need to.
No, backed by the
we need to talk bad about both of them. And we're saying,
listen.
We're
Okay,
saying,
no.
Wait, hold on, gold. We pointed to you three different slave trades, yeah, to do with Muslims or to do with colonization.
James
or
thinks he's
whatever
smart. You know what, James? You're a dickhead, bro. No, shut up. No. 1 second.
No, bro.
You're not going to do that, bro.
What are you talking about, man?
You're not going to do that, no.
Bro.
Because
You shut up, yeah? Because, like, how can you tell me shut up in the middle of when I'm explaining to you what you were just saying that you sort of don't have a clue on? It don't even make sense, cuz. Like, man was saying to you, fam, like, we've pointed to you three different parts of Africa, yeah, where there's been an Islamic takeover, either by conquest, a slave trade, or like, yeah, two of them was a conquest and one of them was a slave trade, yeah, and you've either tried to attach Europe to it, yeah, even the times that it was before England even existed. You still want to attach England to it, bro, and it's like, well, it don't even make sense.
Europeans, Eurasians. Okay, so the
Hyksos, we need to.
The Hyksos and the Hittites,
bro.
We need to, and European blood, Indo-Europeans.
Why are you not?
They've been involved. They've been involved with all
gold. Can you let me finish, bro?
If you can't see that, then I'm not going to talk to you any longer. I can't be bothered to speak to unintellectual people.
Gold. Yeah, like I was saying to you, fam. Yeah. We're pointing to you times, yeah, when we're saying, yo, there's different times, yeah, where there was nothing to do with the Europeans, yeah, where we've already said, yeah, the Europeans were wrong for their part in what they did with the colonization there. But why can't we point at the other people who was to blame as well? We've even spoke about the Africans, any of the Africans that was dealing in slavery, and we shouldn't even rate them and blah, 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 because obviously that was making Africans be traded as slaves. So why can we?
You know the funny thing is, yeah, when I came here, I've taught you about fucking.
Why can we point our fingers at everyone apart from Muslims? Yeah,
exactly.
Anytime we point at Islam, we get a million guys jumping on the panel doing all sorts of belly dances, break dancing, back dance, cha cha cha, rah rah rah, bogle butterfly Armstrong, all things, dirty wine and all sorts. Yeah, I'm like, bruv, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Can't you answer a
Kelly,
straight
sorry to
question
cut you.
once?
Can I have permission to try to talk to a Kingo, see if I can make any
These guys
progress?
got bias, man.
No, Kingo, no, I'm not even trying to come on no man.
It's just I'm just talking history.
I
That's all.
know, just listen to me though, Kingo. Let me try and have a conversation with you, okay? So before we can start this conversation, I want you to just bear two things I'm asking you to bear in mind. Yeah? One, we're not talking about the British right now. And two, we're not talking about Christianity. Can you do that for me?
I'm going to talk about the Hyksos and the Hittites, though.
Oh my God.
What do you mean? Oh my God! Do you know about?
No, I'm
the
just
war?
saying, Kinga, can we just stay focused on
Okay,
one
and-
particular part of the slavery bit, and can we just not
Yeah.
try to?
So no. You're not going to cherry pick how I choose
I'm
to
not cherry
present
picking. We're just trying to stay on subject, Kingo.
no,
It's
you're
not
not going
about.
to cherry pick. No one's going to cherry pick how I present obvious information which refutes their idiocy. I'm not going to
Is
do it.
anybody else trying to comprehend
not-
what I'm trying to say here? That
Yeah,
I'm just trying to stay on one particular part of the slavery aspect, and I don't want to get it mixed up with anything else other than what I'm trying to stay focused on.
We all understand what you just said.
Thank you. Right, so Kingo, all we want to know is if it's okay for us to criticize, demean, cuss out, ban out everything to do with the transatlantic slave trade. Why is it so hard for you to allow us to criticize, ban out, and
I didn't say it was. I'm not on here telling you not to say things. I'm just presenting my information, and and people are telling me not to say things. So don't try and
No, I'm
make
not
out
saying
that I'm the aggressor
you're going
here.
too far. So you're going 1,000 miles per hour, and I'm trying to go slow. So I'm just saying we want to focus on the Arab part of it. So why is it whenever we do that, and then we ask a genuine question like, why is it hard for us for the Arab part to be taking any criticism? You can't give an answer. Veli asked you clearly if we was to put the British part of it and then wrap it into the Arab part, would it make it easier for you to accept? It's that simple, Kingo.
I don't wish to even try and acknowledge that question because it's irrelevant. I'll tell you what is relevant. No,
Oh my God.
I'll tell you what is relevant. No, what's relevant is slavery, war, and violence good? No. Do I accept that it was the Arabs were particularly cruel when they with the relationship with Africans? Yes, I can agree with that because I presented you guys the information and I got it spoon-fed from me from Reggie about 10 years ago, and I told all of your brains that information. Yes, I brought you guys Marcus Garvey Jr. I brought you guys the Marrakesh. I brought you guys the Barbary Wars. I brought you guys, if you knew it or not, I did it in the chats. I did it when the beginners of me coming on here. So believe it or not,
Stop your lies, man.
you've got cognitive
You never
dissonance.
brought no Marcus Garvey Jr. to anyone, man. I don't know what you're
Yeah,
talking
maybe
about.
you not. No, not you, Bell, because you're sharp on obviously you've been surfing the web, but I've been disabled, so I've been having way more time than you guys. So I picked out, mate. That's why I had the eye as my fucking emblem.
Gold, do you understand the point that was being made, though? Yeah,
literally,
when gold. When I was asking you a question, yeah, it's not that man's not telling you to speak, yeah, because I didn't cut you off to say don't speak, innit, yeah. Every time I was replying back to you, yeah, the point I was making was that I asked you a question and you didn't answer the question. You just spoke about everything else.
I asked it as
apart from
direct
the
as I
actual
could.
question.
I asked it as direct as I could. I don't know how that question was like constructed. It was like, oh, if the English was involved with the Arabs, does it make it?
Do you want to know why I said that? Do you want to know why I said that?
Yeah.
Do you want to know why I said that?
I know why you're
Do you
asking.
want to know why I said that?
I know.
I'll tell you why I said that, yeah? Because earlier on, when we was talking about the different times when Muslims have practiced slavery, yeah, you was talking about the majority of times that Muslims have gone on conquest, they've been backed by the British.
They've been backed by what we know now today is the British. Because don't forget, look, hold on. Let me just.
Wait, do you remember that though? Wait, go. Do you remember that? Do you remember saying
I did. Okay, yeah, I did actually. Yeah,
right,
you're right.
So now
Okay,
do you
fair
understand
enough.
why I said what I said?
Okay, so it was a little bit of a whataboutism. Okay, cool. So if you want me to just have my wooden stick, slap it on Islam, and Arabs. I've already done it.
Bro, that's not what it is, bro.
Is that what you want me to do? Yeah. So not literally, but you know.
No. Bro, listen. Go. Yeah. If the truth was that Islam was the perfect true religion and all the Muslims wish truth is the best, you could see it the way it was. Yeah. Obviously, we want you to say that, bro. We just want you to say what the truth is. I've
scrutinized the morality of
say what the truth is.
I've told you about them how I believe that it was obviously clearly the cruel, abhorrent fucking practices they were doing because it's historically put down, so it's noted. So how can you try and paint out a picture like I'm not the man who's actually brought the evidence? I just don't understand it. But at the end of the day, so now I've just brought that to your mind, let it sink in, and now try and think what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to give you an overview of history. I'm trying to give you an overview of history to the point where let me just have that W, please. The fact that majority of the wars, Islamic. Wait, are we going to do this now properly? I'm going to prove all you fucking idiots wrong. Let's get every war that Muslims have been involved with, okay, and then try and see when there's been European involved, particularly I'm going to try and throw all my eggs in one basket. I'm going to say that there's been more English, particularly English, and I say maybe British and European and sort of early Celtic type of times, where they have actually been involved with more Islamic jihads and backed it behind it than they've had independently. When Muslims have done their things independently, where there's been Arabs that have done fuckeries and slavery and given eunuchs to fucking the Turkish Empire and the Ottomans. There's been bad things, and independently, obviously the Barbary Wars. They weren't only white slaves taken; they were black slaves taken. They were the dominant power at that time, but their eyes were on obviously the Europeans. And for whatever reason, you go and look that up for yourself.
The point that you're trying to make, that the thing that
I'm trying to say that that's the thing. I was only making a little tongue-in-cheek point just to say that you cannot say that this is something where Islam is fucking the sole reason why, because to me, like I said, it's quite one-sided. I know there was a reason why I would have said that anyway. It's not important, but that is a fact though anyway. And even if it is whataboutism, I am right. So anyway, move on, man. Let's move on.
Nobody is saying that Islam is the sole reason for slavery, because the British and their slavery have got to take responsibility for their part, just as so have the Portuguese, etc., etc., etc. But what we're saying is that Islam was involved in slavery. Kingo, you can't deny that.
Yeah, I know, but you still haven't answered my example of like, when is it ever good for people to take over a place and them not then be called morally wrong for taking out someone who was fucking abhorrent, like Hitler.
You see, King Gold, all what you're doing is what I have persistently and constantly argued against. You see, tomorrow,
not in the case of McGregor.
Hold on, let me finish.
But in
tomorrow,
the case of
hold on. Tomorrow, assuming you were to hear me, especially now going on about whatever slavery, you would be the first person to jump on and castigate me for whatever it is I said about slavery. You would tell me you know all about slavery, and as a black person, you would call me all sorts of names.
No, I let people have.
Hold on, let me finish. No. But here you are trying to defend the indefensible. Why?
Yeah, but what am I defending?
Hold on. You want to mislead.
I'm not defending anything.
Hold on. You want to mislead.
I'm penalizing. I'm not defending anything. I'm penalizing.
Hold on. The worst of all, you want to now mislead the younger generations into what history says. You see, this is the hypocrisy of it all. You want to deceive the younger ones coming. Instead of teaching them the proper history how it was, regardless of anything. But no, you want to pick and choose, and that's
Okay,
sad.
why did Egypt? Why did the greatest nation on earth, arguably Egypt, why did it fall? Why did it fall? What is the now? What have we come to all agree? What the historians say about Egypt falling? What was one of the main reasons? Can you tell me, Hector?
Listen, I'm not about Egypt right now. What we're discussing is to do with slavery. So let's keep on topic.
Oh, sorry.
After all, when Veli mentioned Zanzibar, you don't even know where Zanzibar is in today's present country. So you want to tell me about Egypt?
It's in Morocco or is it in North Africa somewhere?
There you go. Go
Yeah,
back.
so look, mate, look, at the end of the day,
Zanzibar former is Tanzania. That is what.
I don't know personally, but I know it's a place that Islam had problems with Africans. I know that. I don't know. I'm not that good with geography, but I know I'm good with history. I'm not that good with geography. I've never said I have been. Anyway, but go on.
So what I'm saying, basically, you're telling me about Egypt. I'm saying let's stick to the subject at hand. Forget Egypt, because you want to digress. So stick to the subject at hand. Why don't you criticize the same Muslim religion, whereby in the 12th, 13th, 11th, in fact, as far as we can remember, pillaged slaves to the tune of over 140 million from the Trans-Sahara to wherever it is they ended up? Why can't we just be truthful? Why can't you be truthful?
I've told people about the sub-Saharan slave trade, brother. I have, mate. Trust me.
When tonight?
Yeah.
Tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Tonight?
Well,
Tonight?
let's talk about it tonight. Then I can talk about.
Go on, then. I'm listening. Go on.
Okay, so let's talk about Sudan. It's the Janjaweed. Yeah, they're Muslim, aren't they? Arabic, Muslim. Yeah.
Again.
There's loads of instances. But what was that? What was that triggered by though? Was there backing? Was that solely by them?
I don't know.
It's more nuanced to that, bro. This is why I'm not just gonna say, the Janjaweed were going raping South Sudanese women, and that was it. It was abhorrent. But there was more behind it, and this is all I'm doing is bringing more light.
The Janjaweed you're talking about. In total, how many people did they capture as slaves?
A lot, man. Okay, I'm not even. Okay, obviously, yes, I know. I don't care, but I'm not saying I don't care, but I know what point you're making.
Of course, we know you don't. In fact,
I'm not saying I don't care, but it's relevant. I'm saying I don't care because it's relevant now.
I personally know you don't care. So
no, I'm saying it's irrelevant, bro. I'm saying it's irrelevant. Look, here we go, bro. We're talking to Hector. You know.
Yeah. So don't make out coming out here and make out as if you care, because I personally, I don't know about the others on the panel or people listening. I personally know you don't give a shit. All I'm saying,
I don't give a shit. Okay, yeah.
All I'm saying is stop pretending that you do.
Stop pretending that I do about what? What are you talking about? I pretend about. I like to know about fact and history. I don't give a shit, mate, about all the other stuff when it comes to history. Be objective, man. Stop trying to bring this emotional thing to the boo hoo. Okay, now you've got the sympathy vote. Thank you very much. Let's get back to objective. Let's try and what point are you trying to make, Hector? You're trying to fish for little W's in Maghreb, and then you're trying to say, okay, here's an instance where it was just solely Islam and there was no involvement. But you haven't pointed to any other places, have you? It's just one. I pointed to X amount of involvements with the British, snakily behind people, fucking recording whilst there's fucking Muslim people that they're arming that have got no brain cells rubbed together. Killing my
Hector, hold on, bro.
And you guys and chat shit about me making a claim, which is definite,
because gold is proving the point.
And try and chat shit in my ear. I'm going to tell you to shut
gold is
your
proving
mouth.
the point that we were trying to prove earlier, Hector.
Cocksucking paedophiles just need to fucking fix up the way they
gold's proving the point that we was trying to prove earlier, that he will only condemn slavery when he can blame other people for it apart from Muslims. You know what I'm saying? If he can associate Europeans or whatever with it, then he'll put some sort of blame on it. He won't directly blame, nothing to do with Islam or Muslims for their parts on what they played. You know what I'm saying? So
the same sentiments as Shakara. You'll see as well, they're all the same in many ways. The same thing they all do. Like it's nothing unusual.
I hope the Muslims got the fucking bad ones of the Africans, and I hope they get the bad ones of the fucking pedophile, cocksucking, fucking murderous, dirty rapists, disgusting, retarded.
What would you say the pedophile?
Whoa. Hold on a
Wait.
minute.
Hold on. Gold. What would you class as a pedophile?
Someone who shuts their eyes at fucking social injustice in their social services.
Huh? Someone who shuts their eyes at social injustice.
People like Tommy Robinson have to fucking be a proxy to make out like they even care. There we go. So look, like, listen, your whole fucking thing is so obvious to someone like me. I mean, there's no point. I mean, I'm not going to try and be a fool, man, to get murdered because I'm speaking objectively and just speaking facts because I'm moderately awake and I haven't got my beer can in my head.
So you're scared of retribution if you speak out?
Yeah, I'm shaking. You know, I'm really shaking. I live in an all Muslim area and I've got my guns at my door. I really have. I'm telling you, I'm shit scared of them. Them Somalian guys, they're built like tanks. I'm telling you, I'm shit scared.
Right now you're trolling.
Yeah.
Why say you? Why?
This is the madness that
Ahmed Ali built like a fucking tank.
Kingo,
Ahmed Ali, but I tell you what, I wouldn't want to go any rounds with him. I wouldn't.
Kingo, chill for 1 second, I beg, please. So, Belly, this is what I'm understanding, yeah, because I remember earlier when Asketi was on the panel and we were all listening from the chats, yeah, and James asked a very good question because obviously we're talking about the Arab slave trade and stuff like that. And James, and for once, I have to give James credit. He asked a good question. He said, okay, well, if Islam came in to eradicate the slavery and that, can they tell me, can he then explain, asking Asketi, why is slavery still happening today, if that's what Islam came to do? And we're yet to get the answer. And when we're asking her Kinga now,
you don't actually think I'm trolling or something, but I just
because I think
I'm trying to be intellectually honest.
At all, you're not taking it. So you're really just trying to move the goalposts and you're dancing and all sorts. But we're asking.
I'm teaching. I've just taught you about history. It's free lesson on history. I've literally given you 3 lessons.
I'm not even prepared to shout with him right now. I'm really not.
Oh, sis, I've given you guys a 3
Hey,
lessons.
Lady D, yeah, these men are funny, yeah, because like again, man was talking about pedophiles, yeah. Man asked him, "What's a pedophile?" You get me? Yeah. And man starts talking about someone that closes their eyes to blah blah. What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, people who close their eyes to paedophilia. People who close their eyes, make out it doesn't happen. The fucking nan who sees the auntie who sees the uncle fiddling with a thingy and they don't say anything, or the mum that sees. It's fucking, bruv. You don't understand how. It is rife in England.
No,
and I'm exposing you guys. You need to fix your ways, bro. You're getting scrutinized, bro. Seriously, I'm going to do a survey. I'm going to do a survey and start making health institute, and I'm going to get all the fucking stats, and I'm going to guarantee you, I'm going to be overwhelmed.
You'll get confirmed.
I'm going to be overwhelmed with fucking paedophilia reports.
If you did a mental health test, yeah, with a professional, you'll be confirmed. They won't let you out, bro. You'll be locked up, because you're chatting shit, bro.
You're chatting shit.
Like you're talking truth.
You're chatting shit, Belly. And if you want to disrespect the plights of these fucking people that have been affected by paedophilia, then you're a cunt, mate. Don't fucking say I'm taking a piss.
No, you're disrespecting the people that's been affected by fucking paedophilia. You
how do you work it out when I'm speaking up for you? Are you serious?
You fucking idiot. You're
man.
actually defending people that are being paedophiles, you mug. Shut up, man.
I said, look, I said, if I was to do a survey, did you hear what I said, Veli? I said, if I was to do a start from mental health unit and I got a survey, I guarantee you there'd be more paedophile reports than there are reported, Veli. How's that me not bringing light to the fucking issue?
Yeah, because we're talking about people who could be using fucking doctrine to try and carry out paedophilic ways, and you're trying to bend and dance and do whatever you can to protect it. So you're a paedophile.
I'm not doing that.
You're complaining about.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that at all. Are you dumb, Veli? Are you? Yeah, I think you are. No, you're fixed. You're fixed.
Fucking dumb. You're fucking nutcase. Are you stupid? What's wrong with you, brother? Are you in, bro?
It's like you go first. I go second.
Is your daddy your brother or something, bro? Because you're fucking dumb, bro. You chat the most crap and the most.
This is what it is, Veli. This is what it is. look, at the end of the day, you can try and pick up pedophilia in text. Now, like I've said, I'm never going to ever say this again to you. I saw a beef between Rat Boy in the corner, and he was talking to some other guy who looked Asian, who's probably Pakistani, possibly, and they were talking about the text and how he was a pedo. And you could go and look at it now. It's one of the most viewed fucking videos in Speaker's Corner, and that was about the pedophilia fucking thing. So I am aware of it, Veli. So don't try and fucking do what you're doing, Veli.
And what am I trying to do?
So don't try and make out that I'm trying to close shut eye to fucking any Muslims or possible texts that might be questionable. I'm not doing that, bro. I've not once done that. Don't even fucking try it. I've asked you to show me the evidence. I've just said to you when we started, bring text. Don't fucking play with me, bro. I'm too quick for you, bro. Come on, man. I'm disabled. I'm disabled. I'm fucking doing 12s around you, bro.
Bring fucking text. All right, when I finish my cigarette and I'll go back into my house here, I'm gonna fucking lay off a million different fucking hadith and parts of the Quran that show slavery is halal. So I don't know, bruv, what are you talking about, cuz? It's like, bruv, are you stupid or what? Are you like dumb? It's like, bruv, don't you know what you're defending? Maybe you need to study what you're defending first of all before you start waffling, coming out here trying to call anyone else dumb. You must be nuts, bro.
No, you know what I mean, bruv. Come on, I didn't mean that. All right, no, okay. If I did say it, I didn't mean that. I think I've heard. I got that from James, man. I'm throwing you under the bus, James. I got that from James. I've got to stop saying this. Anyway, look.
What's he blaming on James?
I don't know. I mean, like, what we should really do.
You don't even know what you're talking about right now. I bet you.
I'm saying, listen, address.
Wait, go. Give us a wrap up of the conversation that we just had.
Okay, so I'm saying, go on. Are you talking or am I talking? You address what you feel like I've said is wrong. Can we do that much? Because clearly, I seem to be defending myself somehow from making a statement which is true. So can you tell me?
I started off asking you.
Veli, let me answer him. What you said was you blamed everybody else looking sideways, looking that way, looking this way, the authorities, the teachers, the doctors, and whoever. But the perpetrators, you said nothing of. Why? That is what Veli is asking. Which was what the question was meant to be anyway.
Okay, is that today or historically? I've said nothing.
Here we go.
Because I've done both.
Today, now.
That was like a rhetorical question. So look, anyway, bro.
Are you gonna run off that?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I want to see how much information everybody else has. You man ain't brought. Jupes has brought a little bit. I agree.
Fireball.
But the thing is, no, not really. Honestly, do you know what? To be honest,
bad man forward, bad man pull up.
I'm
so surprised. You got this stance again.
King of Gold. Let me ask you one question. Now, based on what your reply was, will it now be fair for somebody like me now to look at you as a pedophile apologist based on the answer you gave? Will I be wrong?
Apologist. Yeah, I mean, the fact that you're using these mainstream buzzwords just shows me that you're not going to be, you haven't even tried to think about what you're going to say.
So tell me the appropriate
articulate that better, please.
Tell me the appropriate word I should have used then.
Because there's no way I'm going to condone any type of pedophilic behavior.
Again, I said, based on the answer you gave to the question Veli asked you, would somebody like me personally now turn around and look at you and say, okay, you're a pedophile, excuse or whatever language you want to put or what you want to put? Would I be wrong in thinking that way?
You can say what you want. You can say what you want, but at the end of the day, I've given a good historical account of all different races, religions, nations. So I mean, unless you can come up with more information than I have, because you haven't yet. Turks have brought more information about South America. I agree with that, but when it comes to geopolitics, historical geopolitics, he hasn't come.
Trying to tag team Turkian.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just giving. And obviously, Lady D. I don't think she's that refined with history. So ultimately, I don't know why everybody's kind of making out that that wasn't a shot at you, Lady D, but I'm just saying that I brought quite a lot of information in regards to history. So
notice something, King. I've not come on to argue. Kingo, notice I've not come on to argue with you or clown you. I just literally come to ask you a few questions,
but you never
and I'm
no
even struggling
evidence
to get
of
an
history,
answer.
Lady D. Lady
But
D,
I'm
you
just
never
wanting
give
to
no
give you some
evidence of
answers.
history. The three
I know he
historical
didn't, but
events
I'm never going
I
to
asked him
argue
about,
that,
yeah,
Billy. I'm
he
not even
didn't
trying
know
to
about.
argue that. All I want to know is why is
Okay,
Islam?
but
I mean, why
Lady D,
is
yeah,
slavery
I
still
asked
in
him
the
about.
Arab world now?
You
Still going
showed
on in Africa.
you
All I
showed
want to know.
Zanzibar 3 times, Belly.
Oh, he's
I've watched
ignoring
it
me.
3 times on your platform. You showed Zanzibar because you're as I said. Anyway, you showed Zanzibar that thing twice at least. Yeah, and you replayed it once as well, twice on the same day. So I mean, yeah, I've seen it. It was quite lengthy.
I said today, yeah. No. Listen, Gold. Today, yeah, I asked you about Zanzibar, Maghreb, and Egypt.
That's why I'm laughing, and he thought I was laughing with him. God, don't you understand, right? That you.
That's the thing. Like what, and what do you want me to? How do you want me to respond to that? Would you ask me if I'm aware of that of them? I'm less aware of Maghreb.
No.
I am.
You
I'm
brought
more.
up Egypt, yeah. You were saying Egypt, yeah. But I was talking about. The Islamic slave trade in Africa, innit? Yeah, where it's been in different parts of Africa. Yeah. Obviously, we didn't even need to get into Nigeria and like any of the other spots in Central and West and East Africa that is happening. Yeah, like just what you 3 of the big main ones, innit? Maghreb, Egypt, and Zanzibar. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And obviously all 3 of them, like you started doing the limbo. You know what I mean? Like,
No, I agree, man. They were bad. Obviously, no one wants to have anybody in their land. The only time I've even said anything in relation to any Arab taking over Africa was, how can you now not claim? Because they claim that they were the breakers of chains. They were freeing slaves. So now, how can you?
Well,
listen.
But how are you freeing slaves and you're still capturing slaves today? This is the argument I've been asking you, Akingo.
This is just like, it's just
How
like,
are you
I'm not going to
freeing
try and
slaves
even
if
try
you're
and say anything
capturing?
more.
Akingo, please
Because
focus. How are you free? Akingo, please. How are they freeing slaves if they're still capturing slaves and it's happening still now in 2021? Please explain this to all of us.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So was anybody removed from the land?
Yeah.
Was anybody who was removed from the land?
The slaves that were sold at the ports at
Who was
Zanzibar.
removed? Who was kicked? Who
The
had
slaves that were
the
sold
land
at
when
the
they
ports
got
of
there?
Zanzibar. The slaves that were given over from Mercuria, from Nubia. The slaves that were taken over the Maghreb.
So there was parts of history
About the
where
slaves of the.
Yes. Okay. Cool. So they. So
Wait,
they put them
listen.
in.
Yeah, there's accounts. There's accounts.
Okay. So who the fuck
There's
was
accounts
supporting
of.
that?
Wait, listen.
Who's
There's
ever
accounts.
supported
Yeah.
them putting
There's
people in slavery?
There's accounts of slaves having to walk.
Good, man. I
through
hope you lot are pissed off, bro. Good.
the Sahara Desert. There's accounts of slaves having to walk through the Sahara Desert. Yeah, where there's an account of a woman slave was nearly dying, couldn't make it, and they tied the child to her to leave them to die together. So I don't know why people keep trying to make out like the Islamic slave trade was pretty and nice, like everyone was getting ferried, coached to places. What do you think happens to a slave, bro? Even if Prophet Muhammad had slaves, yeah, do you think, wait, do you think Prophet Muhammad's slaves were living lavish
in Africa,
in mansions and all that, and
have you
just
seen
had
how they
free
torture
time to
people?
do whatever they want?
Have you seen how they torture people in Africa? Have you seen how they treat each other? Let's really.
So wait. So you're saying. Wait. So you're saying. Wait. Hold on. So you're saying. Wait. So you're saying that because there may have been ill treatment of some people in Africa, that means that it was okay for the slave trade that
One of the least
Muslims carried
trustworthy
out now.
people on the planet are Nigerians. Are you fucking kidding me?
Are you kidding me? They do you know how
The
people
least
do-
trustworthy
how they-
people on the planet are
Do
Nigerians.
you know how Hector's people talk to each other?
Coming from a
Belly,
descendant
how
of
they-
Nigeria.
Belly,
Do
you
you
see
know
the
how
What the hell is going on?
they
you
talk
see
to each
the
other
irony of
like
what he just said.
squealing things.
Braden
Yeah, I
needs
heard
to
what
fucking
he
sticks.
said. I heard what he said.
They
Hector.
put
He
each
said
other
the
on
least
sticks.
trusting people on the planet's the Nigerians, and his dad is Nigerian.
They're pretty much the
It's not
most
even that.
least,
How does
the
he
most
quantify?
corrupted,
How
the
does
most
he hold on? How
corrupted
does he even
nation on the planet.
quantify?
The
Hold
most
on, Kingo.
corrupted
How do you even
nation
quantify?
on the
Kingo,
planet.
stop it now. Stop. You're pissing me off now.
I
How do
don't
you
care.
even quantify Nigerians being the least trustworthy people? How? How do you come to that
One of
measurement?
the least trustworthy people on the fucking planet. That's a fact.
Okay,
How
we
do you
take
come
that.
to that
Okay,
measurement?
But even that though,
Really
yeah. So
Because
wait. So how? Listen, because don't let him slip out of it, yeah. Because he's trying to slip out of the reasons
get
for slavery in
He
Africa.
ain't slipping past us. He's
What
not
has
slipping past
what has
us.
Nigerians been? What has Nigerians being not trustworthy got to do with Muslims taking slaves in Africa?
Exactly. That is why I said we accept it, Kingo, that we accept that. Don't worry. So what does that got to do with slavery?
It's just,
What has that got to do with Muslims taking slaves in Africa?
I'll tell you, you can't handle the truth. That's what it is. That's what it is. It doesn't matter.
Go on,
anyway.
then. Tell us the
No,
truth, then, man. We're waiting.
So, because Nigeria is so corrupted at the current time, and it's led by the most corrupt in fucking, I don't even know if they're human beings.
I was going to say they deserve
I
it.
don't
Crazy, innit? And this
I
guy,
don't-
imagine listen, yeah, this guy is gonna try to jump on, yeah, other panels talking about I'm pro-black, I'm rah 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 rah. Why
I've
is
never
out here
seen
trying to
pro-black.
tell us?
I'm not pro-black.
Why is
No,
out
I am
here
pro-black.
trying to
I'm pro
tell us
everything.
that?
I'm pro everything. I'm pro everything.
Mad, your thing's mad, cuz.
Yeah,
So
you
go on
know?
and tell us what
I'm pro-
Africans or Nigerians being dishonest has got to
I'm
do with the
pro-plus.
Muslim slave trade.
I'm pro negative.
What has that
What's
got to do with that then, bro? What has
Okay, so what we'll say
Nigerians
now,
being
what we'll say
dishonest
now-
got to do with the slave trade, the Muslims
What we'll say
selling
now,
slaves
what we'll
in
say
Africa?
now, I just tell them to seckle, innit? Those without sin cast the first stone. Don't just shut up. Got a head.
Wait, Kingo, you know you're actually
No.
sounding incoherent now. Listen to Kingo.
No,
Just
no.
we're gonna give you that. Yeah? Let's say we give you that. Let's
People
just say we're gonna
listening will
oh
understand.
Kingo, chill. Let's just say we give you that. Let's just say that we all agree on the panel that Nigerians are the least trustworthy people, yeah? Or one of the least
I've
trustworthy.
already accepted
What
that.
does that
Yes,
have to
already
do with
accepted. Yes,
slavery?
I
That's all
agree,
we want to
Kingo.
know. What does
Okay,
that have
well,
to do with it?
I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving
No,
on. from
we
the
ain't
subject.
moving on though. We're not moving on though. That's
I
not how it
thought you wouldn't.
works.
I thought you wouldn't. Yeah.
No, we're not going to.
See,
That's not
that's
gonna happen.
that. I'm glad you've caught on to it now, Lady D. Yeah, because you can see what we were saying first of all. Yeah, where the first excuse was trying to attach it to Europeans. Now the other thing is just
And
saying
Ethiopians
any
saying
sort
that
of
they're not black.
bullshit.
They need to
So-
fix up about they're not black.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
you're not black.
now
Belly,
he's
let me
going to
tell
say
you what
any
my
sort
ears
of
have heard. Yeah,
sort of
can I be
bullshit.
honest,
Yeah,
Belly?
he's
Belly,
going to
can I
say.
be
Wait,
honest with
hold
you?
on. Let me finish though, Lady D.
Yeah.
Lady D, yeah, yeah. He's going to say now. He's going to say any old bullshit. Yeah, to throw off having to explain what now. Even him calling his own nation the most crooked nation in the world. To have what has that got to do with Muslims selling slaves? He's still not going to have no reason for that. What he's going to do now is try and say something else even more weird. Yeah. So we try to forget about asking him why Muslims sold slaves.
All right, so that's fine. That's fine. At the end of the day, if you don't want to get a little,
Bro, listen, I'm telling you, bro, you can't
That's
finesse
your-
the
that's
man,
the
bro. I
only
don't know what you're
W
trying to
you're
do.
that's the only W you're gonna get at the end of the day. That's the only
What do you mean,
W.
only
you can
W?
get, or perceived W. The only perceived W is that Islam have actually taken part, or that or Arabs. But you're not trying to look at the overview of actually. Then we start asking questions. Were they merciful at any stage? Who was worse? On balance, was there any things nuanced to it? Were they kicking other people out of the land? Were they actually half black? Were they freeing their own fucking family?
Bro, listen, they could have been blacker than
in certain instances. What
obsidian black, yeah.
Who were the
Man don't
leaders
care
like in
what
the
colour
land
they was,
at that
bro.
particular time?
Man's
Were they just?
asking about what
Were
was
they
actually
just?
happening.
Were the leaders that they dethroned just? Were there people in the land that were actually singing and dancing when they came? Like Asgeti, and it was actually probably more prosperous when their own land brothers got kicked from the land. So you know, you don't look into the nuance of that. So ultimately, that's these are the things I'm bringing to light.
Well, give us the nuance then. Give us the nuance and give us the
I
explanation.
do the same thing for the Chinese. I do the same thing for the Japanese. I do the same thing for the fucking Christians. If you know, if there was anything that I would have to.
You don't.
Yes, I do.
You don't. Gold. You're a liar.
Yes.
Why have you got a lie? You don't do that because when we're talking about Christians and we're banning out Christianity and we're laughing at different verses, it says talking donkeys in the Bible. And how Jesus said it's okay to keep slaves, and it's okay to beat, and it's okay to beat your children. Yeah, you're cheering along. Yeah, that's saying that.
Lie.
Yeah, ban out Christian.
Lie.
Yeah.
Lie.
When we're pointing out,
Lie.
when we're pointing out, now when we're asking you for how Muslims are justifying the slave trading anywhere. Yeah, but obviously we're talking about Africa because we're African people. Yeah. Yeah, so obviously that's what's really gonna
you lot work, man. Your brains
be affecting us more.
What do you mean our brains? Akingo, let me holler at you for a second. Akingo, please.
No, I'm not
Akingo,
saying you. If it doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you.
Chill. I'm not trying to fight with you, Akingo. I just want to give you my perspective of what I've heard you and what I've witnessed you do tonight. Yeah. So let me just tell you. Maybe can I be honest with you without you being offended? Yeah.
Go for it.
I'm going to tell you what it is. When it comes to going after the Brits, the Portuguese, the Spanish, whatever you want to do, as long as it's European, you're happy to go along and help us ban it out and whatever. But when it comes to talking about the Arab slave trade and the parts that isn't supposed to have come and eradicated, you would rather throw hold on, Kingo. You would rather throw under the bus your own nation of people. Meaning Nigerians, you know. I'm not even going to say the whole of Africa. I'm going to, because you said Nigerian, I'm going to stick to, hold on. Because, one second, Kingo. I'm only saying Nigerian now because that's what you said. So I'm going to use your words, yeah? So you would rather throw under the bus your whole nation of people of Nigerians rather than put the blame where the blame actually belongs. Kingo, this is sad. Sad. And it's embarrassing. And I wouldn't be surprised if you also believe along like your prophet that slavery was a test.
Empirical evidence.
Come on, Akingo, man. Behave yourself, man.
All right, look, honestly, it's you know what's sad, yeah, is that I can ban out the Greek mythology 100%. People bumming each other, murderous people. It's just abhorrent. I don't even want to reflect and go over history like that, but you know, because it brings back the century fucking thing that I don't want to bring back, and whatever part of my brain I don't want to get back, could put me in a mood. But there's been loads of things from these Europeans that are diametrically opposed to me. Now, if we look at Islam, Islam is a perfect fucking religion, brother. Excuse my language. Excuse me. Now, if we look at, excuse me. If we look at Islam is manifested in such a way where is condensed and try to keep along the lines of tradition in a way where it is almost a protege, if not parallel to the ideas and living of Africans themselves. And why am I going to say this? You try and fucking argue against it. You try and argue against it. Now, if you look at their spiritual zeal, no other people have got that like Africans. Africans are the most spiritual people on the planet. I don't care what you say, and they're similar. Even if they're trying to emulate it by always looking back to their text. And admittedly, they've got to refer to their text so much, but you know, they still have to remind them about that. You know, they still got it, and that's what I like about them. They try. So now we'll go to: do they eat pork? No. Have they got some sort of family type value? From what I've seen, they seem to have more of a village type of thing going on than Europeans.
Bro,
I'm just gonna say that.
You know what's done, yeah? Is that man even got people in, like, obviously most of the people in the chat have recognized what King Gold's did, but some people still haven't though, yeah. Even though we've already said that, yeah, We've banned out European slave trade. We banned out all European slave traders. We ban out African slave trade. We ban out any African slave traders. We ban out Muslim slave traders and any Arab slave traders and Arab slave trade. That's the only thing King Gold can't do. Yeah, and I don't see how. And
Okay, okay, look, I'm going to kill this now. I've banned out Arab slave trade. I've banned out Muslim slave trade. Let's move on. Can we look at the dynamics of what happened in these historical wars, please? Yes or no? Or are we going to say I haven't banned it out? I'm trying to divulge more into the dynamics of it.
You know, if you had done that from the beginning of Kingo, that would have made things a
what I
lot
was
easier.
doing, but you were trying to play dumb again.
No, we weren't. I wasn't even on the panel when you first started, remember? Kingo, remember, I wasn't on the panel when you first started. Now, had you have said that from the beginning when I first jumped on, we could have already moved on, but you just refused to acknowledge that part. That's all I'm saying, innit?
But let's not forget.
So what you're saying, you ban out all Muslim slave traders, yeah? Wait, hold on, yeah, Gold. Do you ban out all Muslim slave traders, Gold?
Now you're trying to roll it back in.
No. You know what? Yeah, I was gonna allow you, yeah. But
I do ban it out, really. Yeah, of course.
What you can
ban it out.
Yeah, you ban out all Muslim slave traders.
Wait, take a look at this, Billy. Marcus Garvey.
All Muslim slave traders.
Wait, look, I'll show you Marcus Garvey.
Do you ban out all Muslim slave traders? Wait, Gold. Do you ban out Muslim slave traders?
Yeah. No, I do.
Every Muslim that traded slaves, you ban them, yeah?
I do.
Huh?
Now,
every Muslim that traded slaves.
Now, let me ask you a question, which actually I'm
quite. Wait. Listen. What if I tell you one Muslim that traded slaves? Will you ban that Muslim as well?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Because a slave to me means that they haven't had any control.
Muhammad sold slaves. Muhammad sold slaves. You ban Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, if they didn't have control of them being sold,
now there's stipulations on it now. That's what I thought. Let's move on, innit? Because you're sure.
Because don't forget, bro. Because we can say that human resources today in the modern world is like slavery. But I'm saying if anything was against people's will, then yeah, that's slavery, bro. Let's be honest, bro. Let's just be honest to ourselves. And if they're in fear, yeah, obviously that's still against their will. So I'm not gonna. But look. Any slavery is bad. I've never condoned it, but I'm just trying to what I'm trying to do is trying to see if there's anything romantic about any of these fucking wars that have happened. Has there been any just wars? Has there any been just? Because we can say that the defense of the Blitz was
romantic,
arguably a just war to fight.
This is a fucking love story.
To fight and you know what point I'm trying to make now? If you're fighting a war in defense of your country, like the Blitz, we could arguably say that the people that died and fought for that war, you would vote for them. You would say, yes, this is just, isn't it? It's like we were against a war in Iraq. So this is what I'm talking about, Vel, is morality. So ultimately, I'm trying to say, is there any part of, wars, and if we're talking about Islam now, where we could say that it was actually from our moral compass, because, we could say was moral, or we could say was justified, or we could say it's probably better off.
Describe to us
these
part.
people actually went and killed people.
Give us a.
I can't hear
Give
what
us a
you're
part that we can agree that is moral.
I would say the Barbary Wars.
Give us a part that we can agree is moral.
The Barbary Wars.
Yeah, well, explain to us how it's moral.
Well, the Barbary Wars, to me, from what I can hear, from what I can recollect, they were going after these fucking greedy, kiddie sacrificing pedophiles, and then that's what I'm all for that. They need to burn you pieces of shit alive, and not ever let me see you, bro. You better kill me quickly. But that's all I'm saying. So ultimately, I'm all for that war, bro. Whatever they had to do that, I hope they split as many heads as they could, fucked as many women as they could, because Sicily looks nice actually now because there's some more curvaceous women there. But look, at the end of the day, there are justifiable wars. Yeah, justifiable wars.
Hey, go.
You're a sick guy, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sometimes,
this kind of comedy, you need to stop giving it to people for free. You need to charge. You need to do your own fucking podcast.
I'm telling man that.
And you need to get money because you shouldn't be giving this to people for free.
What do you mean?
I find it funny. You know what? I like coming on here with you guys. I hope I'm being rude to any of you lot. And you know what? I think this is hilarious because I think
James,
it's just a setup. It's a cool setup.
Everyone that old is a comedy genius, man.
But you can't argue unarguable arguments. I'm only bringing light to like just more of a comprehensive breakdown for your show. Obviously, Ask Getty kind of fucking made it a bit of a shitty for about.
You know when it's you're gone too far, yeah. when MA doesn't take this comment disrespectfully, yeah. Look, Mr. Lottie said, if we send a Kingo to Africa, it raises theirs, and our average IQ. And MA laughed. Nah, that's when you know, Kingo, you're gone too far, dog. You're gone way too far.
Hey,
look,
hey,
okay,
man, look at the screen, yeah. Look at the screen. This is a video of gold in 1934.
Wait, let me ask you. You see the Japanese defending against Khan, yeah? This Khan. Is it Genghis Khan or Kublai Khan? I don't know. I can't remember who it was, one and two. Would you say them defending their home?
In Islam? There was no slavery in Islam. Look at gold. There was no slavery in Islam. I tell you. I tell you.
This is
there was no slavery in Islam.
You're gonna get a fucking
gold.
Really, you know that's called the Bojangling dance. You know that, innit?
Trust me.
Hey, don't try it, man.
Gold is tapping out today, boy.
This is belly, boy. This is definitely. Oh, you're a joker, you know. You're a joker.
My prophet. Gold's got his own prophet
I
as well.
don't really think you're clocking the amount of black faces are in the background. Like, this is how good this Bojangling dance is.
You know, hopefully people in the chat aren't it, but I'm assuming they are because, you know, birds of a feather flock together. But I'm sure there's some like minds in there, some smart, intelligent people, or people that can try and look at different angles of it instead of someone spoon feeding you. Think, oh, look at Maghreb. Oh, look at Zanzibar. Oh, look at. But they've only named 3 places where they've had independent jihads going on. But now we look at even more modern day. There's been so many more wars that have been way more impactful to Africa. And I'm going to say that, bro, because of their military prowess is way worse than fucking Arab. Arab was a slow thing. Arab was a slow thing, but it was still just as effective. But
do you know what, Veli? After today, yeah, I'd rather deal with Natty than deal with Kingo. I actually changed my. I actually want to create a defense team Natty and actually embrace Natty than rather deal with this.
This is at the end of the day. At the end of the day, ladies, you take for the system, though. You take to England. You're good at two to England. I
actually want to end my case with Natty because I think I've heard it all today.
You want a contract. You want to make a. Do you know what? You want to go on MTV. You want to.
Kingo, you've actually shitted and shat on all the ancestors, and you've got the nerve to talk about MTV. You have, but you're so scared because you're sitting in the same country that is you want to talk about MTV.
Directly, England have had the worst impact on the Caribbean and Africa. England have had the worst impact on Caribbean and Nigeria, especially my homeland. And you're going to sit there and try and tell me about, hey, you just shit on all the ancestors. And I'm talking about
homeland. What homeland?
When we call it colonization,
I'm talking about British colonization.
Let him get off this chest. Let him get it off.
Colonization, we've already called that.
That's disrespectful.
But he's trying to do this dive.
Your ancestors got enslaved a long time ago.
You're going to start talking about colonization.
Years ago. So don't try and
we've
chat
already
like
called that, and we've already pointed out, and we get pointed out today. But when we're asking him to explain, how what he said about Nigerians has got nothing to do with Muslims selling slaves. Don't you see? What we're trying to do is wiggle out.
He's just trying to make me
Wiggling worm
want
his
to
way
talk
out of it,
about
cuz.
Arab. No, he wants me to talk about the British transatlantic slave trade and the Caribbean, which we're not talking about right now. So all this bojangling,
Okay, let's
butt
talk about
dancing,
Nigeria. Let's talk
coonery
about
that
Nigeria. Let's talk about
Okingo
the
is doing
Biafran
right
War.
now ain't
Let's talk
working
about,
on me.
Hector.
We are not
Hector,
talking
you want
about
to
the
come and talk about this
transatlantic
now?
slave trade. All
Yeah,
you're trying
silence.
to do
Silence.
is move the goalposts, and we're not falling for it, Okingo. Period. It is what it is. All your diversion tactics ain't working, Okingo. Like, stop.
No diversion. No diversion. Just merely epistemological look at what information we have already. And you maybe go and check that word out. It's a knowledge of knowledge, a study in what knowledge is and what we've got already as evidence. And that's what I'm doing. And James knows it. And if he wants to be intellectually honest, then he will back up what I'm saying. So should we try and look a bit more into the depths of what we're talking about, or are we just gonna irrelevant fucking side notes?
We're waiting on you, Okingo. You're the only one going on. Go on.
Okay, so have we compared how many more independent jihads there were as opposed to backed Islamic conquest in the form of Saudi Arabia, Nigeria, the Marrakesh in Morocco, the same place you're talking about, but you've glossed over. You know, are we going to add all these wars to the thing? And it's actually an X on the Barbary Wars because of their gold, so you can't even really add them because they took white and black as well, so they're not really part of it, which is
Hello there.
so can we, sorry,
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I was going to say,
You're on
look,
YouTube, love.
can we compare and contrast, please, if we can? Phil?
Yeah, you need to meet your YouTube, mate.
I'll come back maybe next time. It might be something for us next time, but anyway. Yeah, I'll bring the evidence next time, but I'd like to see you, Lady D, speak a little bit more about this stuff.
You what? Can you what? Compare and contrast.
Yeah, I was going to say if you could compare, bring some maybe information to compare and contrast.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think I was a bit confused. I heard Kingo call my name, but I was a bit
Yeah, I said it's
confused.
Lady D. If you're so invested about how much knowledge I'm trying to keep away, or
I'm
trying to
invested in what?
no, because you're saying that I'm trying
Kingo
to.
hearing here? Like, is anybody else hearing?
You're
what
trying to. You're
Kingo's
trying to say
hearing?
I'm trying to divert, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm saying that that's what you're deliberately doing.
Yeah, I don't think I am.
But I think that's what I'm saying, Kingo. That's why I goes to you before I even started. I said, Kingo, can I tell you something and let you know what I'm hearing without you being offended? You said, yeah. So now I've told you it. Why are you offended? I made sure I
No, we've
clarified
moved
it
on
with
from
you.
there, but you're making extra statements now. Like,
Wait, what other statements have I
I'm
made?
not. This ain't like I said. I don't get involved in these emotional back and
Hold on,
forth.
Kingo. What other statements? I've always asked 2 questions. Okay, I have never once said, listen to what I've said, Kingo, because if you play back this show, you're going to hear. I've never once labeled this thing here as a Muslim slave trade. I always use the word Arab slave trade. And then I came on to you and I asked you, okay, so if the Arab slave trade was going on and Islam was come to eradicate it, can then you explain why it's still going on today? Simple question. Kingo, you've gone all around the houses. You've diverted. You've flung the blame on Africa, on Nigerians. You flung the blame on the British and everybody else. But this all happened long before the British was even involved. So can we just stick to the point, please?
Okay, you didn't ask me that though.
Oh my God! You know what? I'm done. I'm done. I'm throwing the fucking towel. I'm done.
Comedy gold.
That is what we should be. You should change your
Comedy
name to
gold.
Comedy Gold, not King Gold. Comedy Gold.
And do you want me to answer the question? Now I've heard it, because I won't be probably not paying attention because it's irrelevant probably. But that's not me being ignorant. It's just because it doesn't apply to me because I've never once defended it. So I just wasn't really hearing you, to be honest. I probably wouldn't even listen. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. I just want to look at. But we've all established that it's bad. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to reinforce. That happened. You're trying to reinforce that that Maghreb and all the Zanzibar and Egypt happened. Yeah, we all know it happened. Now, or do you guys want to know a bit more about it, or are we going to compare and contrast like a lot of people, what we call that whataboutism, or we're just going to say, yeah, that was it, and Islam on a balance has been negative. Maybe we try and gauge some stuff, maybe.
So you carry on.
I just want to know, Akingo, did you hear me once let you know? Did I give you any implication or did I give anything that came out of my mouth make you think that I'm coming against Islam or I'm here to come and fight against Islam? Or did I stay specifically on what I'm saying on and talk about the Arab slave trade? Please.
Be honest, it wouldn't really.
Be honest, don't lie. Don't do that narrative thing. Be honest.
I don't know why you're involved, but yeah. I think the initial thing was about slavery and aspect, talking about slavery.
Yeah.
Then I added my own. Okay, if slavery is all bad, or colonization, or war, historical wars, is there ever time in this current present moment where we could say that overthrowing the government is a bad thing if they're basically freeing people? Can we now look at them doing bad things along the way of freeing these people and then scrutinize them the way we are doing with Muhammad, because he had slaves, or he freed people and he kept them alive and they had their own excuses why they put them in slavery one way or the other. But I'm using that as an example. We know all that historical shit was bad, but is there ever a time that we could say today that actually we could rationalize with people doing similar things that these historical wars have done?
Let me
and you guys don't want to, you can't even use your imagination and try and go back and see, or try and take the information you've got to determine whether these wars were moral or not. That's what I'm saying. Because we could say, all right, they went for a war, but were they moral?
Let me step in quickly.
We're going to another dimension now. We're forgetting about if. Go on.
Oh no, wait. No, I just want to address what's her name, Lady D's question there. She was asking. Right, man, I can't even remember the question now. Anyway, my thing is this, yeah. All the way from when
I'm hearing you.
All the way from where when I started going speakers. In fact, before I started going speakers corner, the thing is this, yeah. Islam was either unable to or not designed to stop slavery, and it's really that simple as far as
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. But the only reason why that was asked, yeah, and it's not even really my question, to be fair. I heard that question posed from James towards Asketi, but we never got an answer. So I thought, well, okay, if we never got an answer then and Asketi went off, let me try to impose that very same question to Akingo. All he had to say is if he don't know why it's still going on, or maybe it wasn't designed for it to stop, to end it completely, anything. But Akingo's done everything but answered that question. It's not a hard question. Everyone can comprehend what I'm asking. I don't understand what he's doing here. He's doing gymnastics, linguistic gymnastics, and I'm not playing that game with Okingo. We're not moving on until I get an answer. Thank you for answering the question. It's that simple, Okingo. My God.
Yeah, it really is that simple as far as I'm concerned, and it doesn't, like, yeah, that's it. You get me? Either you can pick one of them. It's either it was unable to stop slavery, or it wasn't designed to in the first place. I would suggest both of them. I say it was unable to in whatever capacity it was trying to, and it wasn't designed to do that in the first place anyway. And that's it, man.
And that's why we can understand why today slavery is still happening. Because it was never meant to stop it, eradicate it completely. Yes, it was there to at least, talk to the people and try to get some understanding, but it was never designed to completely eradicate it. And
like, I don't know any. I don't know any Muslims, yeah, that eat pork. Like, I don't know any that eat pork, and I probably say I know about at least maybe 20 Muslims, yeah. So clearly, like that particular aspect of jurisprudence, or whatever they call it, like it worked in it, and it was very clear on what to do in those circumstances. I'm not saying that those same 20 people have slaves in it. I'm not saying that, but it seems to me that the clarity in that instruction helped eradicate, the eating of pork. So if they had been
There we
clearer,
go.
if they had been clearer, yeah, man, if they had been clearer, if there was a clearer instruction in regards to slaves and slavery, and the fact that there wasn't a clear instruction in that sense, there was only kind of advice and, treat the slave like this and all this kind of shit. Like the fact that there wasn't a clear instruction indicates just how much the culture, the culture was instructive over the actual religious, whatever you want to call it, practice. You know what I'm saying? And some people
I
that say
totally
that we don't,
comprehend everything you are saying, brother. And this is all I was asking for Mokingo. It's not that hard to have a conversation with me. He
Yeah,
just
but
doesn't want to
for
hear it.
someone to bring information that is their account or a double-sided account of history doesn't equate me to be someone who is caping or trying to run around answering the question. We already know. I mean, I answered that question years ago. I mean, there's the most detrimental things to Africa have been clearly the theist religions, and I've said that many times.
So when
I've always said Africa's never gone out and invaded anywhere. The only times I've seen in history that Africa's gone outside of Africa was when I think the Abyssinians of Ethiopia went and took over Iran at its peak, when it's called Persia. But that's it. That's all I can really see. There might be more recent ones, but so I've always had that in my mind that spirituality was a downfall of Africa, because they were against people who had a different mindset, and they had to bring themselves down to that level to be able to thief their brain, their all sorts of shit, fear, anxiety, regret. They had to fall down to some nasty level to do that shit. So I'm aware of it. I've always had that notion. So for me being like having this mindset, I haven't really put me in any particular place. And some people in my mindset won't be really in any particular group, because I've got an overview of this shit. I can't really, I know how actually today people treat each other from these different denominations, because I've got family that travel, bro. And they've worked in different locations around the world. I've got a brother that goes to China and the Asians. He knows what it's like with the Asians. I've got family that have gone all around the Middle East, worked in different places, and I've had their accounts.
Your family, are they from Nigeria?
What's that, bro?
Said, are they from Nigeria? This family you're describing now, considering the fact that Nigeria is one of the worst, or how did you put it earlier on? Are they from Nigeria? Your family?
Well, we're third generation here. We were born here, but they've gone out and gone to these places, different parts of the world, which we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what they're Nigerian.
Huh? Yeah, they're Nigerian. Yeah, Nigerian and Cameroon mix.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I mean, going by the way you were going earlier on, I didn't think you have anything to do with Nigeria, to be honest.
How's that, bro? I mean, look, at the end of the funny thing is, I came in here and told it and literally spoke about the Biafran War, and I was the only one who's spoken about it. The only one, nearly. I haven't really heard you say much about it. Victor.
Anyway,
I heard the other brothers. I'm not going to name anybody else.
I was going to ask you a question in gold. When are we going to take this slavery test, according to Raspet? When is the test coming up? Test 101 on slavery.
Who?
I said, when are we taking this slavery test? When is it coming up? Slavery 101, according to Raspet.
I mean,
wasn't it?
Boy, I mean, look. At the end of the day, that's subjective. Don't forget slavery. Slavery is a spiritual type of thing, man. There's nothing really. We can see that this who created these different bondage. You can see who's created what. I've named them for you. The butterfly was created by the Arabs, bro. What they use today is handcuffs, but there was something before then. I can't, there was a ball and chain. You can see, but yeah, man. You got to see through history, innit? But I've documented it, man. That's. I feel like when you bring up particular wars, you've got to have an overview and then see how you got to compare and contrast. Then you can genuinely tell, whether it's in a text or not, how people have acted, or how they've acted, and then you'll see if they're yeah. No, but they're all abhorrent. Look, I'm not trying to do mental gymnastics. That's what I'm saying, isn't it?
Nah, Belly's taking a piss. Nah, tell Belly to stop it. Tell him to behave himself, man. Tell him to behave himself.
It's comedy gold season. You don't see it's pantomime season. Pantomime season.
Yo, Belly. Nah, Belly, speak up, man.
Hey, listen, Belly can even sit on that, man. It'll crush. You crush it in a second. I'm gonna buy you
I
a
don't
small
think
little
Akinga,
scooter.
I don't think you caught the title of the actual footage you're watching. You know, I don't think you caught it, to be honest.
I didn't. I don't know what that is. I don't look like a disabled man on a little police bike.
Oh no.
No, but really, I do appreciate like a good, someone who can actually give a very big historical run through and actually say what was, who was funding what war, what was happening on the other side of the world, what, things were happening like religious or spiritual awakenings at this time and that time. Who was in diplomacy with who. And who was good at that is Riggs. Riggs can give you a good breakdown. So you got more of an overview. But at the end of the day, the Arab slave trade brothers got the most fire. So there's no way. I've always said, look, the dark skinned Arabs as well was what I've been told was either way. So the Arabs have got the most fire at the end of the day. Islam, I'd have to look a bit further into it, but they were involved. So yeah, there you go. You happy? I mean, I've said it loads of times.
What it is. I'll be honest with you. I'll tell you this. I don't.
It's not good. It's not good to be.
Hold on. I don't pick up one slavery over another. As far as me concerned, ban all oppressor, ban all slave traders, ban all of it. But what I'm not going to do is what I figured that you've done, Kinga, which is try to pick and choose which one was worse. Which one was more hellfire for the ancestors? Which one was more? Allow that, man. Ban all of it, innit? If you're gonna ban one, ban it all. That's what I'm saying. It's that simple, Kinga.
Yeah, but see that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Can we ban it? So can we move on from just for saying something cliche like ban it? Okay. So we ban it now. Can we move on to like I'm way more in depth. I like to lie on my bed, astral project into a historical enemy's brain, to see what he was seeing, to see what he was seeing.
Hey, can I say something? Yeah?
You do what?
Listen, yeah. Hold on, 1 second, yeah. So, firstly, Kingo, yeah. I don't know how you got memories of ancient Greeks abusing their children. That's some mad shit.
What?
The two, yeah. What? I want to echo your sentiments. This statement you made previously, and I want to say you're right. All spirituality has been bad for Africa. Sorry. So from the Abrahamic faiths and the spiritual traditions that practiced prior to slavery, that practiced slavery and also practiced stuff like human sacrifice and so on and so forth, and just general belief in superstition and an aversion to science and so on, and rationality and reason. So I want to agree with you on I want to take a more holistic approach. You know what I mean? I would say run out all spirituality. Yazimi.
Oh, hey, James, yeah?
Yeah, I have to say fire and lightning for that then.
Jeez,
lightning. For the last remark, just for the last comment.
Fire and love and brimstone and these.
I say, Amadiola.
Come on.
Sorry.
Well, Kinder Gold asked a very important question, yeah, and he's like, and what effect has slavery and Arab slavery has for Africa on this today, yeah? So we look at it. 500 years of economic slavery. 500 years of economic slavery. Today, Africa are still in the Commonwealth. Nobody paying tax, right? No Arab goes to Africa and built up his countries over African resources. It's really funny to you guys, It's clearly show how
No,
upset
no,
I am.
Asketi, he's laughing at the video. He's not laughing at you, Asketi. He's not laughing at
Hold
you.
on, okay,
Yeah.
let me just carry on.
Nelly, you're a dickhead. You're just a dickhead. You're a complete dickhead.
UK said they end slavery in the 1600s. The UK still pay
Arabs
a
in
big
Africa is Somalia.
position in enslaving 5 million or 10 million or 20 million people. What the hell is that? What? We're again Somalia, Thai, Sharmuta, Taiwan.
Did they help your people?
I know you Somali. Now listen, back to the thing. Pindo, you have to understand, 500 years or 600 years of economic slavery today, Europe has built up the whole of Europe over Africa. Has Arab built Africa over Europe?
Hold on a minute, James. I know that he's Somali, but are you mocking him for being Somali, James? Is that what you're doing right now?
He's Somali himself.
You better not do that, I swear down, James. Don't do it. I don't even know what the hell you're saying, but don't do that.
I'm saying,
Don't do
brother, person I love.
I know you are Somali now. I just kidding. Don't act stupid. James Jones is half Somali.
Did the Arabs help you in the Civil War?
Who?
When Siad Barre
did. The Turkish did. The Turkish freed up the port of Mombasa. Stop asking stupid question, bro. Why do you have to divert? Listen, this is a problem. You see that people. I'm talking about the reality today. You know the effect of Christianity slavery has the effect on Africa today.
Why did you come on into
go on, quickly.
Thank you. When the Americans and the Russians and all these people were giving you money, your country, where was the Arabs?
The Arab wasn't developed themselves because they never benefited from Bible Christianity slavery, right? Is that what you're trying to get into now? Let's get into it properly. Okay, you got your question, bro. Listen, this is what's going on, bro. You're gonna let me speak. Okay. 500-600 years of economic slavery. Africa has been done to by Europeans. Europeans think they own Africa as human cargo and the continent and build up their whole of Europe and America over resources and the power of young African people who was enslaved, you know. Nobody talks about that. You always talk about Arab. Has Arab built their own countries over their own resources, their own wealth and their own strength and all of that by themselves or over Arab slavery? Because you like to call it Islamic slavery.
Arab slavery, with West. They did it as much as the Europeans.
I can't help you, mate. You need to go see somebody serious, innit?
As much as the Europeans. What do you mean? Bro, think about it like this, yeah? Most of the Arab...
So diamonds and gold have built up the Arab tower.
You asked me a question, I'm asking you. Most of the Arab states were developed with the assistance of Britain and America and let's say Britain to begin with.
For what cause? For their own cause.
Hold on. Right. So any of the sort of historical baggage and the exploitation that Britain is guilty and responsible for, they have to bear some of the burden, right? Just based upon that fact alone. But let's just state, for the sake of argument, that they're not necessarily complicit on that level. Well, the continual funding from that point on and the lack of funding they give to, let's say, countries like their Somali brothers and whatever, is evidence of, at the very least, them not caring about you.
That has nothing to do with caring, bruv. This world don't belong to us, all us Muslims. You see, we all gonna die, bruv. Just because you love life, you're a life lover, we're different in it. Nobody needs to help Somalia. I show you the video of the potential of Somalia and Scott. You know, you mans are gonna see for yourself, innit? They're telling you today the best investment in today in the world is the beachfront house in Somalia. So you man will learn to learn this. You will learn to learn by force. Habashi boy, you know, just be proud of him. Just be proud of you in Somalia stuff. You see me in the video I showed you that day. That day I was playing that video. What did he tell you?
That was a lie. That was
Somalia is the blue tech nation economy. Yeah, you just believe in it. Anyways, back to the slavery. No, nobody wants to hear this. So let's get back to this. You know, you said Prophet Muhammad used to sell slaves. What evidence have you got? Prophet Muhammad used to sell slaves, or what he earned? How would Prophet Muhammad pick up a black man and tell him to be the voice of Muslim prayers today? We still use Bilal's voice today for our Muslim prayers.
Listen, Aki, please.
He Please call her to prayers. I don't want to be in here, man. You're dumb. You're dumb.
Yeah, you've only got to look at it to understand that, or maybe John Lawrence.
Habibi, there's literally, if we pull up the hadith, yeah, of the Prophet, peace be upon him, trading.
Habibi, I'm a warrior. I'm not Habibi, I'm a warrior. Warrior, say warrior.
Walalo.
Please,
If
I
I
beg,
bring you
can we
the-
talk English so we can all understand right now? Car,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
getting lost.
We just say brother, man. It's brother. If I bring you the a hadith with that in which the Prophet trades one slave for two slaves. So basically, regardless, he trades slaves. Or if I bring you a hadith in which the Prophet is known to exchange slaves, yeah, will you accept that the Prophet was a slave trader or no? Do you reject the hadith? A hadith.
Listen, before Prophet Muhammad became a Muslim, he wasn't doing the Islamic ways of
No,
life.
after he was Muslim,
he was just like a human being. Slavery was going on in the Arab Peninsula at that time. Prophet Muhammad, he never sold anybody after he became a prophet.
No, in the
Peace be
time
upon
of
him.
the revelation.
So you have to understand that things. He was a normal human being. But
Are you queefing? What is that?
but your owner, the Queen Victoria, your owner is Victoria, the person who put her own children, our own countrymen into coral mining like slaves.
Shifting.
Are you queefing?
My headphones.
Oh, okay, cool.
My headphones. You see your owner, Queen Victoria, who puts her own countrymen, millions of them into coal mining as slaves, her own people. You telling me those kind of people care about anybody, bro?
Yeah,
She put her
fuck
own
the
people
miners,
into
fuck
coal
the
mining
miners.
for 500 years. I don't know, for hundreds of
You
years.
get me?
You know,
Yeah,
when these
big up the
terrorists
Iron
was
Lady
coal
and-
mining,
and-
they used to go in there
and-
looking
and,
white. They
you
used to come out looking black. Don't forget that.
Yeah, big up. Yeah, I'm with that. I'm big up the Iron Lady and that. She ended that. She ended all that mining shit. You don't do that around here, bro. But anyway, what I was saying to you, yeah. So if we can prove that in the 23 years that the Prophet was receiving revelation from Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, yeah, is that enough evidence for you to now accept that the Prophet peace be upon him traded slaves, or no?
Say the last bit. The last bit again. James Jones.
So
I don't read Quran. Hold on. I don't read Arabic. How can you understand Arabic? I don't read Arabic. How can you understand Arabic? But I forgot you come from a Muslim city
I
from
don't
Harare
understand
in
Arabic.
Ethiopia,
That's the
where
damn
Haile
sure.
Selassie was born. You come from a Muslim city from Ethiopia called Harare, where Haile Selassie was born. There was a Muslim majority that built the wall over the city because of Islamophobia, like you. And you know, James Jones, you and Afghan are just the same people. How are you ever going to go back to your countries? How are you going to go back to the land
Belly,
you've meant
rather than do
Muslim
the
majority?
yeah, I beg you Google that hadith with the Prophet trading slaves, like just so my man can see it and then address that shit. Because if
Not
the,
even
like,
that. Hold on.
I'm not
Hold
going to
on.
be in here when
Asketi,
my
Asketi,
prophet.
listen to me, brother. I
One
think
sec,
what
yeah.
James's question
why though?
was.
You know,
Hold
hold
on,
on, let
Asketi,
me-
hold on,
yeah.
Asketi. Hold on, James. 1 second, beg, please. Asketi, James's actual question, I think I heard. I'm not sure because you're both talking over each other. Was it? Can you provide evidence that the Prophet did not
No, I'm not
indulge
asking
in
that,
the
I'm not
slave
asking that.
trade?
I'm not asking that. I'm
Go on,
saying
James.
we've
Listen,
got evidence.
in the Quran, I've never heard the prophet.
We've got hadith.
Because you have to ask yourself a question. He
Bruv, you
fought
need
so
to-
much,
hey,
you
bruv,
know,
bruv, bruv,
to
you need
freeing
to-
up
listen, you
the
need to
person
hold
who
life
made the
and-
call for prayers.
Hey, no,
The
fuck
person
you
who
then,
made
bruv.
call for prayers,
Have a normal
he fought
Bro, can we
someone.
hear, can we hear him speak?
If you're never gonna have a normal conversation, what's wrong with you, bro?
You're
Like,
back.
why can't
Yo,
it just be a normal conversation, bro? Like,
can you read it kind of clear? Can you hear me? Hello? Yo, James, can
Yeah,
you
we
hear me,
can
bro?
hear you, Akinga. We can hear
Yo,
you.
can you read it a bit clearer, please? Can you read it a bit clearer, please?
Hey,
I'm not reading
James,
anything.
yeah,
not
James,
reading
you
it.
dropped off still, man. But let me play this video for you real quick anyway. Yeah.
Go on.
He's not ready, yeah?
What's this?
It's only 3 minutes. So,
Kuwait, with a population of scarcely 300, takes in close to $3 million a day in oil royalties. Not that these millions are allowed to trickle down, but to raise the standard of living of the people, of the Fellahin or the Bedouins. Instead, oil has brought in its wake a new biblical curse. It has raised the price of human flesh. Storage tanks and pipelines add a new and modern decorative touch to the vast emptiness of the desert. But they provide no sustenance for the people who live nearby, in hunger and misery and desperation. Water is precious, and the camel is precious. And to give the camel a rest now and then, water is drawn by slaves. These girls, 10 to 12 years old, are blindfolded to keep from getting dizzy as they take turns with a camel.
Hey.
The most modern equipment available is used to extract oil from thousands of feet below the surface of the earth. But water must be drawn by the effort of human slaves. For luckier children, there are model schools inside the palaces. The pupils pray before lessons begin. We are permitted to film the pupils as they come out of the royal school. More than 100, we are told, are children of the sovereign himself. Following them are the children of the princes and high dignitaries. They're clean, well-disciplined, happy children. But note that some of them do not carry books. These are children of the oil rich. Their books are carried by their personal slaves. Slaves received as gifts from their parents on their birthdays.
Yeah, he's like a West Asian man looking, bro. Look at them. There's no African in them. They're not Arabs, bro. They're not
Most
Arabs.
of these are children of palace slaves. And according to the law, they too are slaves. The oil millions turn into automobiles from Detroit, parking lots, and traffic cops who direct traffic straight toward the desert. We travel along the edge of the Sahara to reach the Payouds, a pastoral people once numerous and powerful, now reduced to a few thousand by mass raids of slave merchants early in this century. They no longer have any cattle of their own. The great herds they lead to pasture are owned by Arab merchants.
Can I just be clear? Did I actually hear that slaves were received as gifts for birthdays? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, man. And this is what I'm trying to say, where these dons here try to do this little backflipping and acting like, there's no slavery and this, that, and the other, and you know what I'm saying? Like it's like if these men do the minimal research on the conditions,
That's what I heard.
the conditions of the slaves.
Meanwhile, man will
Yeah, waffle.
yeah, meanwhile, yeah, like fucking people are complaining about the heavy-handedness of like police in America and the start of racism. I'm not over racism.
Of course, yo.
You
It's
know,
better the
police-
pussy as well, you know.
Very that shit, man. That's it.
the various institutions
we
in
are
Britain
different.
and all of them thing there, yeah. While man are getting auctioned off on that. Man are all getting auctioned off on that all around the world. Yeah.
He's talking.
It's mad, yeah. It's mad how
It's mad,
like
innit? It's mad, and it's mad, innit? How Mama's laughing at the shit now.
Yeah, relax, Kingo, man. Like you're mocking fucking.
Quiet, bro. I'm not. Like, shut up, bro. Don't ever say that, man. Come on, just stop that shit.
You're
Right,
mocking
ready?
African slaves, bro. You don't care about
come on,
African
man.
slaves.
Yeah, like, why are you not?
I'm laughing at you.
You tried to talk
I'm
for the
laughing at
video.
you.
You tried to talk for the video, and then when we pointed out
I
to
said
you,
one
look at the
thing, bro.
conditions of the
I said the
slaves.
guy doesn't look Arab. I
Watching,
said he doesn't look Arab.
Raspberry Islamophobia brought a tear to your eye, bro. You're a fanboy, man. You're a
Oh,
fanboy.
you lot are mad. You took a mad L, bro. That's it. I gave you a couple
12
L's.
years
there.
old. 12 fucking years old. You laugh at girls groomed, little kids. You laugh at fucking slaves. What's the matter with you, man? 12 years old.
Look at this. Look at the fucking
How many children's old? Probably not.
Oh my
12
God.
years old, you know. And you're laughing. You're fucking sick, mate.
Oh, what the? I'm out. What are you
Yeah,
talking
you laugh
about?
at grim girls, and now you're laughing at fucking girls being slaved and tied up.
What the fuck are you?
In a
But
fucking desert. Do you know how hot that is?
yeah, but
Have you
yeah, look,
idea what they've done to them?
Hector's fucking holding up the end of a fucking bin because he's scared you're gonna throw something in his face.
I couldn't give two fucking shit, you horrible piece of shit. You really are, Gold.
Just calm
There's
down.
some things in life you just don't laugh at.
I'm not fucking laughing. What am I laughing at? Jupiter, tell me. I'm laughing at Veli. I'm laughing at Veli because he just said that these brothers are trying to make out slavery didn't exist. Slavery didn't exist. But I've never said that. I've never said slavery didn't exist.
Where's Asgetu? I noticed they took off before or during the video. Where is he? Let him come and answer. Where's Asgetu? The moron.
Yeah, but man, just chill out, man. I've not supported anything.
You slipped off.
Nobody's chilling now. You
obviously man ain't coming back after that one, innit?
Hey, Roddy K! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my
you
ear!
fucking crippled cocksucker.
Hey, do you know what? Hey, chill out.
Fucking
Hey,
hell,
can you
bro.
come back,
Fucking
bro?
hell, man.
Fucking
Going
hell. Just chill out, bro. Oi, Rodney, why you want to pound my head in right now? What's happened to you, bro?
I only got here 2 minutes ago, and I find out that you're laughing to slavery. Is that right?
I wouldn't. Okay, what part was I laughing about?
I
Slavery
got here
Rodney?
2 minutes ago, yeah, but I can tell from the outrage that you've been fucking up again.
Okay, so you heard from Jupiter, and you're gonna take Jupiter's fucking
Yeah, I trust her.
crazy
Yeah,
crazy fucking spaz out. Okay, oh, so you're gonna trust Jupiter then? All right, that shows how intellectual you are. Then you're trust.
To be fair, bro. Hey, go. To be fair, yeah, it's not. No one's saying you. Like, I'll be clear. I'll clear it. You weren't laughing at the video, as far as I'm concerned, but you're laughing as soon as you're. So while that video is being played, you're saying some shit like jovially, and then when the video finishes, your first thing to do is mock Veli and laugh as if
because Veli was talking.
Tell you something, James.
Bruv, he was calling me a
exactly
dickhead in
what
the
he
background.
said. Hold on, Akinga. Let me just talk to James for 1 second. James, I was listening very carefully because I was watching, and what Akinga actually said is what he done earlier. He tried to diminish that the Arabs had anything. He goes, they don't look like Arabs. That was his exact
no,
words.
one of them wasn't Arab. I could tell, bro. No, you could see there was a lot of no. Go on.
Hey, Kingo, regardless of that, yeah, all I'm saying is you're running joke around this topic, but when we're talking about respect, it's all serious suit and tie.
No,
Like,
what are you talking about? Running joke? What are you talking about? Don't say that, James. What was I running joke about, bro? I was laughing at what Veli said. He called me a dickhead, and I laughed at him, bro. Don't fucking tell me.
No, you were laughing at something else.
You're not chatting shit, bro. Stop chatting shit. I
you were
fucking
taking the
laughed at
piss.
what Veli said.
Yeah, I know, because he said something to you because you were taking the piss out of his voice. He started speaking, you took the piss out of his voice. He was like, bro, what's wrong with you, dickhead? Then you started laughing on top of whatever mocking you were doing already. What man's saying is, when man's playing a serious topic, a topic that you're involved in, why is your first thought to make it some kind of fucking trivial joke thing, yeah? When it's about
what he tried to do, after he played the movie, after he played the movie, he said something like tongue in cheek. He said something tongue in cheek like, "Oh yeah, and these guys are trying to make out there was no slavery," and that's when I laughed at him because I've not, like I've been saying for the last half an hour, I was actually one who's probably presented the most information. About Islamic slavery.
Let me play this video. Let me play another.
How are you in a meeting?
Let me play another video. Hold on. Let me play another video. Yeah.
Okay, I just need you to prove. I need you to prove that this comes from the Quran, directly from the Quran, commandment from the Quran. That's all I'm trying to say to you.
Askety, that claim was never made, brother. That claim was
What are we
never made.
talking
That's all
about,
I can say.
Lanita? We're talking about the Bible instructing.
No, I'm not Lanita. It's Lady D. It's Lady D.
We're talking about. Sorry, let me just say this. I can't be talking while I'm doing this critical work.
Yeah, mute up. Let me play the video from.
Prove that it came from the Quran, innit? Like you can prove it came from the Bible.
Last, we find what we have been searching for 6 months along the Persian Gulf. An open market in human beings. This one takes place in the courtyard of an old fort. 3 men and 3 women are on sale, all Africans. They appear resigned to their fate. Not all slaves come from Black Africa. They can also be procured on the Arabian Peninsula. Sometimes all you have to do is organize a party, the kind the British have called slaving parties. We hear about such a party in Qatar,
There you have it. The Britain has told them. The Britain.
the kind of entertainment that doesn't take place.
They didn't see that. They didn't see that. They're fucking filming it, bro.
Yeah, but
Hey, go
you
back, go back to
fucking
what they're
dumb.
talking about.
Mute your fucking mics, man, while we're playing the video, man.
let me see. Go back to what they're saying. How far do we have to go back to prove that? Go on. Okay, Asketi, how far do we have to go back? Asketi.
We hear about
James, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we actually talking about?
You just said
What are you
Britain.
saying,
You said
James?
Britain made them do it. Where do we
Yeah,
have
he
to
said
fight?
they got this method. Yeah, just like 5 seconds, 10 seconds. But he said that, yeah, they got this method from the British. So this is not a long time ago, first of all, yeah? And there's still no proof that this comes from the Bible. But let's go into the Bible.
Hey, Benny, why
when
you
it comes
going
to the Quran. Let's
why
go
you going
into
back?
the Bible that came from the Roman Catholic.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Where do we go back to? What point?
Bro,
10 seconds, 10
I
seconds,
beg
no,
you,
10
don't
seconds.
ask no more questions so we can just play the thing in it because I've rewinded it already, innit? And his reception is shit, fam.
Not all slaves come from Black Africa. They can also be procured on the Arabian Peninsula. Sometimes all you have to do is organize a party, the kind the British have called slaving parties. We hear about such a party in Qatar. There's music, dancing, laughter, the kind of entertainment that doesn't take place every day in the desert. The girls come out of the shelter of their homes. They arrive from nearby villages. The canny organizers of the party have accomplished their purpose. They can study the girls at their leisure, decide which ones they will try to buy from their fathers or their husbands, which ones they will have to kidnap. Slavery, we are told, has been abolished. In point of fact, it still survives. A newspaper story leads us to the Greek, a well-known brothel keeper who operates in a number of African cities. Not satisfied with the normally large profits of his trade, the Greek has devised a cunning scheme for doubling them. In a small villa on the outskirts of an African city on the Red Sea, he gathers the children of his prostitutes in what is officially called an orphanage. Actually, it is a training school for slaves. For the first few months, the mothers can visit their children. Then, the Greek takes over, rearing the children and training them until they are old enough to be of commercial interest to the traders of the Middle East. Prices vary according to age, color of skin, and the work the child is intended for. An attractive half-caste girl of 12 may be worth as much as $5,000. We have been told that a mysterious but important personage is due to visit the Greek today. We wait, and he finally arrives, unaware of the telescopic lenses that are following his every move. He is a buyer come to examine the Greeks' merchandise and to purchase the best of it.
Well, Rodney, you're drugged, bruv. You're cracked out, man.
You shut your fucking mouth, you little prick.
Sorry, just quickly, who's sharing this video? I want the link in it. Slavery in Arabia, 1960.
Yeah, I'm sharing it. I put it in the back of the sex door.
All right, brother.
Hey, sorry, can I just put this out there? Yeah, this is the year that Brother Malcolm traveled to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, as the guest of King Faisal. So just bear that in mind. In context. Didn't speak about any of this though. Never heard anything about any of this though.
These little girls will eventually land either in a harem or in a brothel. If they look happy at the prospect before them, it is because they're training under the Greeks.
Then the screen's gone down.
Expect a life of wealth and ease and love.
Yeah, you got a strike, it looks like, innit?
Yeah, gotta stop, man.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back.
Still.
But bastards. Can't allow.
What happened, man? Well, who did that, bro?
It's not butthurt bastard. It's Islamophobia.
Is someone done that to him? Or... No, it's because he was playing the movie, the stream.
Hey, Belly, can you screen share something else? It's not video.
Oh, that's BS.
What do you want?
And what's your opinion on this, Itingo? What is your opinion?
Okay.
Are you going to defend it?
I want to explain this to me, right? How has that video got anything to do with Islam? Unless you're saying that it is.
Exactly. Unless you're saying it is.
And if it is, then what are you trying to do?
What it was, yeah. I tell you what it did show, yeah.
Hey, Belly, there's something in the side chat if you don't mind when you get a chance.
It wasn't Christians doing it.
Yeah, I want to hear him say it from his own mouth, though, because
So
he
what
knows.
point, what point are you trying to prove?
Give me 1 second. 1 second.
We know. We all know. Let's see if you lot know.
Okay, what point are you trying to prove now? Okay, so what? So look at this. Yeah, I tell you now that I'd say the most hostile people I've met towards Africans are Tunisians. Where are Tunisians from? Can anybody tell me?
It's an
Can
Islamic
anybody
country,
tell me?
isn't it?
Oh, well done. So yes. So now, if I've said that now, which I've said various times, what can you say to me about me being a person is one-sided or biased or anybody? Because ultimately, it's all out for everybody to see that there was Islamic and Arabic slavery historically. So, like, it's like it's not like they've like tried to hide it. They've left their hair. They haven't highlighted it as much as West, obviously, but it's still
Do you
obvious.
agree? Do you agree, Kingo? Do you agree? Anybody in history who had a slave is evil? Yes or no?
Of course. Oh, obviously, yeah.
So everybody who's ever owned a slave is evil.
Yeah. I mean, you're asking me obvious
we agree
questions.
on
I don't
that.
know why you asking that question.
What about Winston Churchill?
Okay, it's good. We agree on that.
You're asking a spiritual person up here if I would own slaves. It just doesn't make no sense whatsoever. Does it, Rodney? That's why no one else is asking.
Okay, you reading that, my brother? You asked for a Quranic verse. Let's get you reading that. I'll read it for you. Also forbidden are married women, sorry, except female captives in your possession. Sorry. This is Allah's commandment to you. So there's a commandment from Allah that allowed you to rape slaves. How you feel about that?
Wow.
Let's get you. You know
So
my brother.
where's that from, James? Is that from a hadith or a Quran? The Quran
That's
itself.
from the Quran.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Alhamdulillah. This is the word of Allah.
Done out here. Done out here.
Let's get you, my brother. You there, bro? Because like, you know what I mean? We satisfied your request still, my bro.
Again, James, I don't believe in it because, first of all, it's written by.
You don't believe in the
Islamic
Quran?
yeah?
Stop for Allah.
Hold on.
Is that what you just said?
But it's written
Allah,
by
you
Islamic
believe
just
in
like
the
you,
Quran?
yeah. And it's not the Quran verse. That is a lie. It's not from the Quran verse.
You know that, innit?
Mashallah,
But it's not
mashallah.
the Quran
He
verse.
does not believe in the
But
Quran.
back
You're
to that
denying the
video.
Quran, bro. You know that, innit? Yeah.
Hold on. Back to the video. I didn't see no concentration camp. I didn't see no concentration camp killing 150,000 Kenyan people like Winston Churchill did. Yeah. I didn't see no slave ships.
Bro,
I
your
didn't
mic,
see no
man.
Bibles. Hold on. Give me a second, Vinny. I'm gonna be able to speak. Give me
Mike,
a,
you know,
minutes.
that's stop, yeah. Blood, this guy's a
Making a
captain.
farting noise.
Yeah, what you just said.
Yeah.
Can
Well,
I
you're
just
not getting-
clarify? Did I
You
just
don't
hear?
believe in the
No,
Quran,
hold
yeah.
on. Seriously, this is not the joke thing right now. Can I just clarify? Did I just hear Asgati say that he doesn't believe in that, and that's from the
From
Quran?
the Quran, yeah, you don't believe in the Quran. You don't believe in the word of
I've
Allah.
got no more to say at this point. I'm
You
done.
don't believe
Done.
in the
I throw in the
Quran.
towel. I'm done.
Oh, for Allah, Azim, bro.
You
That
don't
is
believe in the
mad.
Quran.
Bro.
Thank God.
That is crazy.
Right.
Asketi, bro. I did not know you. I don't know.
Wait,
know
who's
you.
in the chat that knows about Islam? Just
I
Afghan,
did not.
jump on.
Hey, mashallah, my
You
brother.
going on like 4Q, man.
I know enough
Big
now.
up, man. Big up yourself, Asketi, for coming out on the live, man. Out the closet.
Yeah, stop trolling, man. Stop allowing, brother. Allow it, man. Just come on.
Bro, you said you don't believe in the Quran, man.
Afghan, what have you got to say about this, brother? Because to be honest with you, I mean, it's that. I mean, look, Asketi's just made a full-out claim that that's not from the Quran. So, and you're saying it is. So, look, now we're stuck with. We need to get a Quran right now to.
That is actually crazy, bro.
There we go.
That's crazy. I can't believe, man.
Akingo, do you hear? Okay, hold on.
You're
Akingo,
already
did you
against
hear?
this.
I
You're on
specifically
the
asked
team
the
now, yeah?
question before I said anything. Akingo, I did ask the question: is that from the Quran or is that from the Hadith? I just wanted to be clear before I said anything else. I then heard back it was from the Quran. Then
Can you
after
read?
that, I
Can
heard
you read what it
hold
says?
on.
On the screen.
Then after that, I heard
Maybe.
Asketi say he doesn't believe in that, even though I've already clarified apparently it's coming from the Quran. I didn't know what to say at this point.
Does he admit it? Yo, sis, does he
Lady
admit that
D,
it comes from the
Lady D,
Quran?
Lady D,
I don't
read the
know.
screen here. It says
That's what I'm saying.
2021 Quran.com, all rights reserved. What are these guys
There we
talking
go.
about, man? It's from the Quran. It says
Okay, so
Quran.com
that's
in
all
the
I can
top
say at
corner.
that
Here.
point. I can go. I can't
That's
say
it.
nothing more. It is what it is. That's all I can work with.
What are they talking about then, man?
Wait, read that again. Read that again. Read it again. Read it again. I've read it. I think I heard about this, but I've not properly read it.
Also forbidden are married women, except female captives in your possession. This is Allah's commandment to you, lawful unto you.
Qadiyya.
Qadiyya,
Qadiyya, Iraq,
if you seek them,
Sorry. Right, that's
with your
divert, bro.
wealth in illegal marriage, not in fornication.
Hey, Bill. Yeah? Iraq, yeah?
Yo,
This is
say
an
again,
article from the New York Times. In the moments before he raped the 12-year-old girl, the Islamic State fighter took the time to explain what he was about to do was not a sin because the preteen girl practiced a religion other than Islam. The Quran not only gave him the right to rape her, it condoned and encouraged it, he insisted. Madness.
Wow. Wow. Unbelievable.
Speak, man.
And you want us to join this?
Not in fornication.
In quotes, yeah. Every time that he came to rape me, he would pray, said F, a 15-year-old girl who was captured on the shoulder of Mount Sinjar 1 year ago and was sold to an Iraqi fighter in his 20s. Like some others interviewed by the New York Times, she wanted to be identified only by her first initial because of the shame associated with rape. He kept telling me this is ibadah, she said, using a term from Islamic scripture meaning worship.
Right.
The problem we have, guys, yeah.
man.
Some people think that's cherry picking extreme examples, right? To almost overstate the point, but I would argue that within don't go too far, Vo. Can you go scale back up a little bit again where you were? But if man says like back to the original verse, the forbidden one. Oh, you went to verse 1. Don't worry about it. I'll find it myself. What the fuck was it? It's 24, isn't it?
Back still. It's back.
Oh, is it back? Yeah, sorry. But man said, also forbidden are married women, except female captives in your position. This is Allah's commandment to you, yeah? So technically speaking, if someone's your captive, essentially you can do your bidding with that individual. And then, so let's say if it's a female, like you can fornicate with her legally, yeah? And then they're saying it's a commandment from Allah. I can see how that can be misinterpreted by someone.
Right.
Like I literally could see it, and people could say, "Oh, you're picking this ISIS example because it supports your theory." Yeah. But the fact that it's even capable of supporting my theory, there should ring a lot. There should be alarm bells.
I completely 100% agree with you, James, and I've always thought this. The fact that exactly that if people can, I mean, the fact that so many people can interpret so many different lines and you need this hadith and whatever, it makes the entire thing flawed because it means that at any stage anyone can cherry pick anything based on their understanding or based on, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's completely flawed, man.
And that's why I said, fellow, very good point. And that's where I've got to after all these years is that when the claim is made that the book is perfect, then that is a very, very hard
if you give me a minute, I can talk for a little bit of time. But let's go in, James. I promise I'm going to come to your point in it. But let's go into the video. In that video is from a time in 1960. Britain still have Saudi Arabia under colonization. Nobody gets into that, right? But in that video, specifically what I don't see anybody reading the Quran and saying, let's act on this. That's one thing, you know. Second thing is the way they treat those people. I didn't see no concentration camp. I didn't see like castrating the people. I didn't see that.
Shut up! Don't come in here and chat shit, man. Seriously. Don't come
yeah.
You
know what time it is today?
No, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that.
Let's
finish off addressing the subject
before we go to something else. Tell the truth though, yeah. Listen, I've just played 2 videos, yeah. One video nearly got us linked off the air, yeah. The first video showed that it was
firstly, bro, I'm not watching the video anyway because I'm working that. I'm listening.
Yeah. But let me explain it to you then, yeah. So there was slaves that were bought literally just to spin a well every time someone needed to draw water for their camels. There were slaves that were with the kids in the palace, yeah, that went to school with them, and they had to carry their books and all that. They learned in school with them and whatever. They were still their slaves, innit? Yeah. Then you know what I'm saying? It showed all different types of slaves, and the slaves that were with the people in the schools were definitely Muslim because they did prayers before, after, like they did their 5 prayers a day and all that sort of stuff. It was like Islamic setting that was in. You get me? The second one was slavery in actual Saudi Arabia. So all that footage there in the second video was all from Saudi Arabia in the 1960s. It wasn't in 18 whatever 1760 or
I'm not going to deny Saudi Arabia. I'm not going to deny that. They do see black people differently. I'm not going to deny that, you know. But let's look into this. You know, when they represent these 2 religions in Africa, when they talk about Christianity, I was watching this video. They were showing us European people, white people in churches and that. But when they represented Islam in Africa, they were showing Muslim black people as imams doing khutbah and dawah. You know, it's not white people doing dawah. It's not Arab people. So we need to understand the 2 differences in it. You have to understand why they're representing white Catholic people, and when they talk about
Arab people that had black slaves in Africa, and there's for the video where there was black and Arab people that had and Arab slaves in Arabia.
Yeah, like I said, bro, you know that it's not a hidden fact. These people are racist.
James just
I'm not
read
talking
out
about
the
all of
script
them.
from
It's not in our religion to be racist.
Something else for you, yeah?
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and what
Hey,
that
buddy, I'll ask you, yeah? So, just quickly, I'll skip you if you don't mind. Remember, this is the Quran, yeah? So, don't interrupt me because I'm speaking the word of Allah as far as you're concerned, yeah? So, when you meet, this is verse 4. I can read the previous 3 verses because they're short. But if you don't mind, the context isn't much. Like, it doesn't change much of what's said.
But make sure you understand the word captive and people enslaved, innit? But carry on, James.
Yeah. Hold on. So this is what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna read the verse, but remember you said we don't read Arabic, so now I'm gonna read the tafsir after the verse, if you don't mind. Yeah, because it is a bit vague, like it's not specific, and we need clarification on what Allah Subhanahu wa Taala is saying. Yeah. So let me try to read it. So the verse 47:4, and let me post it so you can read along with me, and then you can read the tafsir. So I'm not lying to anybody in it. Yeah. Remember, you did ask for this. This isn't random. So Veli, if you could get that up on the screen, and then go to verse 4, yeah. So it says, sorry, that's still An-Nisa. So Surah, yeah, hold on, sorry. Yeah, so
Can you put it back on the screen, please? Can you put it back on the screen?
Yeah, Veli's
So we know
fine.
what you're reading.
It's going to be a new one now. Obviously, the other one, I'm not sure how you reconcile that. I wasn't listening. I was looking for this other verse, yeah. But so when you meet the disbelievers in battle, actually wait. Shall I wait for Veli to go up yet? No. I'll wait for Veli, man.
47:1.
I'm very happy you started off like that. That
47:1 or
is,
4:24.
it clearly shows there's no bias in what you're reading. So carry on, James.
Do you want me to read from the beginning? You know, let's just go from the beginning.
No, from the beginning. The point you said when you meet disbelievers in a battle, just start from there.
All right. I'm happy. If you want us to read any context, I'm happy. So when you meet the disbelievers in battle, okay. Yeah, do you want me to read? So when you meet the disbelievers in brackets in battle, strike in brackets there next until you have thoroughly subdued them, then bind them firmly. Later in brackets, free them either as an act of grace or by ransom until the war comes to an end. So will it be. Had Allah willed, He Himself could have inflicted punishment on them, but He does, in brackets, this only to test some of you by means of others. And those who are martyred in the cause of Allah, He will never render their deeds void. Now, it is, to be honest, in my opinion, somewhat of an arcane verse, especially because all the talk about freeing them is in brackets. So I don't know if that's meant to be implied. So you can go to the tafsir, yeah? So Veli, you see on the left-hand side of 47:4, see there's like a play button, there's some like kind of document image, and below that there's like an image of like books stacked on top of each other, yeah? If you click the books stacked on top of each other, and then you click the first link on the top, so it says
Can you
English.
just press play because I do understand the Quran in it. So if you could just press play.
Yeah, right? So the tafsir, yeah, cool. So now the tafsir says, when you, O believers, face those disbelievers who wage war against you, then strike their necks with your sword and with your swords, and persist in fighting them until you subdue them and eradicate their power. Once you have subdued them, tie the chains of the captives. When you capture them, you have the option, as per the demand of interests, of being graceful to them by releasing them for no ransom, ransoming them for wealth or for something else, killing them or enslaving them. Continue fighting and capturing them until the war ends by the disbelievers accepting Islam or by your entering into a treaty with them. The mention, and it goes on. But the point I'm making is that's two, if you like, prescriptions for enslaving, and one you could argue for enslaving with the sort of added benefit of being able to rape those that you have captured or indeed enslaved. So that what you asked for earlier, those would be the two examples of evidence from the Quran.
Give me a second. I really don't have too much time to even reply to this, yeah? But you can clearly hear they're talking about time of wars, isn't it? They're talking about time of wars, isn't it? They're talking about time of wars. They don't talk about, like they said in the Bible, black people are 1/5 of a human being and you have the right to go in and enslave people. So that's the difference, isn't it? This is totally about how you should act when you meet these people, innit?
What verse does it say that in the Bible?
Mixed up with the
What verse
Bible.
does it say that in the Bible? Because it doesn't say that in the Bible. Getting the American Constitution.
Why did they build a ship
and
called
the Bible
Jesus?
mixed up?
Why did they build a ship called
Bible, bro?
Jesus?
Because it's Christian.
But
Nobody
I
can defend
understand
this
this. I
shit.
understand
Nobody
this.
can defend
But,
that. That is pure evil. And it doesn't matter when the time was and what was happening at the time. You don't treat
what do you mean,
humans
bro?
like
You're
that.
still in the Commonwealth today. Is that not pure evil? Commonwealth today.
It really doesn't matter, yeah, because it doesn't matter when it was, because ultimately the Quran is here today, innit? And what people are doing is they're using the Quran as guidance for their life, right? And when you have, there may be some verses that on the face of them are not necessarily bad, yeah. The ones we're reading out, they're fuckery, innit? And like when you combine that with contemporary claims to land, political kind of insurgency, greed, and all these other kinds of motivations. Like if you got that, if you've got an Arab guy who's a Muslim who has that as a lifestyle, and then he also has the Quran, and then he can use the Quran to back up his lifestyle. That's when you have all of these fuckery things going on.
Mate, they're talking about a war at this moment, and I'm still
doesn't matter.
standing
But
strong
I'm
about
saying
that.
to you, it doesn't matter.
It's the time of a war, isn't it? That's where I'm standing. I'm talking
Let me ask you a
about
question.
slavery.
Let me ask you a question. How is it possible that a Muslim can take a verse out of context and use it to do evil things? How is that possible? If the Quran is perfect, how is it possible?
Gone. That's a bingo question.
I don't know too much about that, hey, but people do from their own action, innit?
That's all right,
Like I
man.
said,
It's quite hard to answer.
like I say. But you look,
Maybe a Kingo can answer that.
Oh, shut up, Rodney, man. You know what the funny thing is? Yeah,
No, come on, defend it. You have to defend it for respect.
You try to always.
Respect will be watching.
Sorry.
Defend it for respect. Come on. Come on,
Sorry,
Kingo.
sorry.
Say it's a
I've got to
test.
apologize to
Say
my
it's a
neighbour, mate.
test. Go on.
You're
Say
chat
it's a
shit,
test.
fella.
Say it's a test.
I tell you what, man, the Quran will be more perfect if it just outlawed slavery altogether and done with that, fam. I'm telling you that for a fact. Trust me.
Yo, hey. There's a Hadith Sahih Bukhari 224, 542. There's no zakat on either a horse or a slave belonging to a Muslim. Another one underneath that. There's no zakat on a slave or a horse. Allah's apostle made it incumbent on all slave or free Muslim, male or female, to pay 1 sa of dates or barley as a cat. So it's like, it's mad, isn't it? Like there's two hadiths in the same, like one, like these ones are like in the same page, and then on the next line down below, it says that the slaves are supposed to pay zakat. Next one, Sahih Bukhari 36,483. The Prophet prohibit the earnings of slave girls, in brackets through prostitution. Sahih Bukhari 348,723. The Prophet said, "Who has a slave girl and teaches her good manners and improves her education, then admits or marries her, will get double reward, or any slaves who obeys Allah's right and his master will get double reward." No, should I keep reading? Is that enough proof yet? Or
No, but my man, that's irrelevant for my man.
the true deen.
He said he wants the Quran, innit? He said, "Show me in the Quran, really,
reading,
where
we're not-
they allow the shit that you're looking that you was talking about. Show me where Allah he either said commands it or allows it, one of the two." So I showed him 2 verses where it's allowed and
Yeah,
it's
you showed him
commanded.
Quran.
So a
You
commandment
shouldn't
of
look at. That's why I
Allah
went for a hadith now,
is
innit?
that you're not allowed to sleep with women outside of marriage, but you are allowed to sleep with slave women. That's a commandment. That's your God. Your invisible moral arbiter, Sky Wizard has said that you're allowed to rape a woman that you've captured. That's what he said.
James, where does it say that?
Far.
I know I did see a bit where it says if you something about marrying them, innit? But like, are you all saying that
it's saying basically what the verse is saying is Surah is 424, yeah, and it's basically saying that if you sleep with a woman, so if you're married and you sleep with a woman, like basically a free woman outside of marriage, or a woman that's married or whatever, basically, that's a sin, isn't it? You would be committing a sin. But if you sleep with a female captive, it doesn't count as cheating on your wife. So it doesn't count as sex outside of marriage or fornication, basically.
You see that website, yeah? How do you find a particular verse? Like you type 424 in the box at the top.
So that one, I think it's like, I don't know, Veli, have you still got the tab up? Veli could just show you. You know that Quran.com. It's basically just Quran.com, and then I usually just Google the verses themselves, innit? Like, so I just Google 424, like 4:24, and then Quran, and then it usually that's usually the first link because it's the most like used one, innit?
Okay, I just changed the in the actual web address. I just changed the 47.1 to 42.
So their perception on life was like, okay, God has given us this earth. There's humans there, there's resources there, we need it, they're in our way, we need to kill them. So God needs us to make some long spears to kill them because they're not giving us our stuff. We're dying, we need that stuff, and they're not giving it to us. They need telling us to work. We're not intelligent enough, we're not disciplined enough. So therefore,
you know what's the mad thing though, yeah? How would you tell some ISIS fighters that doesn't apply to them? Like all these ISIS guys that are raping Kurds and Yazidis and whatever, how do you tell them that no, they're wrong? Like,
All they have to do,
authority, how do you tell them they're wrong?
all these guys have to do is believe that they're in a justified battle or war, and that justification can be anything, bro.
Facts. But then how also do you tell, like, because people are going to say, oh no, there's conditions to be met, like, but what if I say, yeah, I don't want to live with you because you're Muslim, like, I don't want to live with you, I don't like your belief, I don't believe you should live in Britain. Like, take someone like James SC. Like, why couldn't James SC be assassinated?
Sorry.
Like, what Quranic justification would you have for not waging jihad? Because remember, those who do not engage in jihad, but a justified struggle, those people are seen as either themselves non-believers or people that are going to go to hell. So if you're someone that's really on the fence and you see someone like James SC who's saying eliminate Islam 2021, yeah, how do you not attack that man? What's your justification, or what's your reasoning behind stopping a Muslim that does think that they are obliged to sort of wage some kind of campaign against James SC and people that think like him? Right now, the argument, if people are honest, could be that they actually don't care if anything happens to James SC, the Muslims, right, amongst the ones that he antagonizes. They could just be honest and say, you know, I don't actually give a shit about James SC. I'm not going to waste my time looking for some kind of reason to justify the sort of the sort of what's the word, like, to not sort of engage in jihad, yeah. But at the same time, the vast majority of people that would say, for instance, no, it's not right, no, it's un-Islamic to attack and kill someone for having an opposing view or for condemning my religion, how could they actually justify to somebody that did think it was right to go and attack him that they shouldn't be doing it? What would they use? How would they do it? Because for every verse they bring, there is another verse, and probably a more informative and prescriptive verse, that would actually argue the complete opposite. So either you accept it's a contradictory book, which obviously most logical, rational people have come to that conclusion anyway, or you accept that it's a book that can condone violence, bro. That can condone obscene, at times irrational violence.
And therein
Yeah,
lies the
man.
problem
Obviously.
British people have got with the text.
That's a
Yeah,
wrap
but
up,
still,
man.
you know, I hear
Man.
what you're saying, but at the same time, you know, they're
Fucking-
trying to usher in the Greco-Roman culture. But you know, we can
What
sit
the
here and
fuck is
scrutinize.
going on?
We can, we
What the hell has Greco-Roman got to do with this part? This is why you're sick guys.
It's so
I'd
easy.
rather live with homosexuals. I'd rather live with homosexuals than people that are going to
I'm out. I'm literally out. I'm out. You're out.
And
That's disgusting. You make me sick. I'm gonna puke now. I'm going to the toilet. You're
Yeah.
telling me.
You know what? You know what's really sad, Kingo? You're going to be sick because two adult men do a sex act in the privacy of their own bedroom. But you're not sick when 12-year-old girls are blindfolded, tied to a fucking machinery, and made to walk for water in the desert under that heat for animals. You're not sick when little girls are groomed and raped and little boys are groomed and raped. You're sick because two adults are in their bedroom in love doing what they do in love. You're the
Exactly. Kingo's one sick little cunt.
So now that's all the fucking done with. Yeah, I was just EastEnders moment. We were talking about, yeah. Okay, so like it's easy to trigger you guys because like we're talking about scripture, culture, Islam, Boran, slavery, pedophilia. Now, whilst they're ushering in what Jupiter's, may I add?
Why did you say it that way? Why did you say
they're ushering in the Greco-Roman pedophilic,
like it wasn't important?
Transgenderism, having sex with all different types of animals, talking about kids having and then this one is giving it the go ahead and the green light. There we go, bro. I know where we are now. Now that's why humanity.
Listen to this here. What would you say? Listen, wait, gold. Jupiter, hold on a sec here. Let me just ask. Gold. Chill out, man, because it's late, man. I don't want to shout and I don't want to wake the kids up, man. Yeah, Gold, listen, yeah. What would you say if about a person who was discouraging people from freeing slaves? Would you say that they was an oppressor?
Someone who's discouraging people from freeing slaves. If they were discouraging people from freeing the slaves because the slaves don't know what they're going into and they're probably better off being slaves, then I'll probably say, yeah, it's probably best that you don't discourage them. But in probably most instances, I'd probably say I would encourage the person who is to free them. I would encourage him to actually free them. I would be against a person who was trying to discourage people from being.
For the person that was a slave, yeah, for you was a slave. Wait. Hold on a sec. No, Gold. If you was a slave, yeah, what would you rather be, slave or free?
Obviously, it depends what you mean by slavery. What sort of slavery? We are in slavery now. I don't want to. I feel like we're in slavery now.
No,
but ultimately, is it? Am I ready to not be in slavery? Probably not just yet. But that's what I want to do.
Eventually. You want to be a slave?
I want to be out of slavery.
Yes or no?
But we are in slavery now. I've never condoned slavery. So that's why
someone was.
How are you a slave?
Wait, hold on, hold on, use lots, yeah. Hold on, use lots, yeah. So if you was owned by someone, yeah, and they was about to release you, and the person's friend or the person's higher up told them, listen, you can sell him and get more money, would you say that they was an oppressor?
I didn't really understand your question, to be honest. I can't really answer that.
I said, if you was owned by a slave, master, you had a slave master yourself, so King Gold is owned as a slave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your master was about to release you. Yeah. They was going to release you from being a slave. And then their master's mate or their boss said to your slave master, don't release him, sell him, because you'll get more money like that. You'll have assets instead. What would you say about the other guys and the slave master's friend? Would you say that he's an oppressor?
Yeah, because I'd always be against slavery, bro. I don't know where we. They're both oppressors.
So let me read this to you then. Hold on. Let me read this to you then. The freed slave of Ibn Abbas. Let me read this. Hold on. Let me read this. Yeah. So the freed slave of Ibn Abbas. That man, is it Muamuna bin al-Harith, told him that she manumitted a slave girl without taking the permission of the Prophet. On the day it was her turn to be with the Prophet, she said, do you know, O Allah's apostle, I have manumitted a slave girl? He said, have you really? She replied, affirmatively. He said, you would have got more reward if you had given her the slave girl to one of your maternal uncles. So would you say that man is like an oppressor for encouraging people not to free slaves?
Well, no matter how you ask me, what way, what direction, what historical event, it's all bad, bro. It's all bad. If someone can't pick their self-determination, and someone has control of them, they're subordinate, someone's a protectorate, it's all bad. Protectorate, China to Africa, they're just holding
it is the gold, yeah.
It's either way, bro.
We start to make progress this way, yeah. Like now, yeah. You're saying, yeah, I agree, it's all bad, yeah. We start to make progress, yeah. But then tomorrow's gonna come. We're gonna have a show.
No. It's not because you lose what interpretation of how or my perceived stance, because then you're emotionally led by information. I'm not. I've given you what my stance. So just
you say that loads of times, yeah.
Just remember what I've said
a lot of times, yeah. But every time you said something, yeah, I've asked you to explain it from your own mouth.
Anyway, look. Who cares about gold anyway? That's why James has jumped off. It's actually making stupid, bro. You know, like it's a case of
obviously man's just on some jokes in golf.
Yeah, it's not me, bro. It's not me. I mean, if you don't want someone else to actually be able to bring a more of a rounder understanding of the subject, then bro, be my guest. You can have your sort of presentation, and no one can bring a sort of question to it, and we can't speculate.
Did you find any of that a test? In your opinion,
did I find
was anything you just saw a test?
No. Of course not. Come on, mate. I've never want that. I mean, now you're going down an atheist.
So you don't agree with Raspek, do you?
No, the theist. Now you're going down a theist route.
Do you condemn Raspek for saying slavery?
Yeah, I mean, look, don't tell me who to fucking condemn Rodney Trotter. Yeah, I'm not gonna condemn
I haven't
anybody.
heard that one before, but carry on.
Yeah, well, you have today because I'm creative. But I tell you what, bro, I'm not gonna condemn Raspek for saying what he wants to say. He said what he wanted to say. He's got more of a round.
Said that you'd condemn me. So why
he's got more of an understanding about Islam than you do.
Hey, you're lucky I wasn't on him earlier when you were talking about him being the leader of the country. You're lucky I wasn't on because I would have destroyed you.
Oh, listen, Rodney, you know your speak. You know your ancestors. Rodney, I would shut your mouth, Rodney. Your ancestors killed my ancestors. You know, I would shut my fucking mouth if I was you little fucking cunt.
Look, I'm paying for your universal credit. So
trust me, bro. I will fucking step your fucking face through the floor. I will step your face through the floor, you little scumbag. Trust me. Watch your fucking mouth. You little cunt.
Roll up, you
Yeah,
crippled cunt.
I will chop
Push you
your
down
balls
here.
off, brother, and feed them
I'll
to your
push you
mum.
down a fucking hill
Yeah,
into the
I will
road.
chop your
Shut your
balls
mouth.
off and feed them to your mum if you
Shut
ever
your
went to
mouth.
war. You
Shut
little
your
fucking
mouth.
scrub.
You ugly buck teeth, Freddie
Ugly,
Mercury, little
ugly,
cunt.
bro. Listen, you are in decline because I'm fucking all of your women, bro. Leroy is
You
spooning your
haven't had
mum
a
now.
woman in 10 years.
There's
You
someone
haven't
called
had a woman
Leroy
in 10
spooning
years.
your
You
mum.
can't even get up. You can't even leave the
Listen,
house. You fucking
bro, if
useless
I was
cunt.
lying down, my dick is bigger than you. Lying down.
You're a
Rodney,
skinny little fucking
Rodney.
skeleton.
Here we go. I'm
You're
going to
stuck in
destroy
your bed
Rodney
staring
today.
at the ceiling.
Rodney, you've met your
Okay?
match today, Rodney.
You can only tell me
I'm
about
going
the
to
ceiling.
destroy your
That's all
whole
you can tell
existence,
me about.
Rodney.
You look at the ceiling more than Zubida. You're on your back more than Zubida.
Rodney, are you ready?
Go
Rodney,
on, spit it out. Spit it out through those buck
are
teeth.
you,
Come
why
on.
are you talking like you are on?
I don't want to wake the neighbours, you fucking prick. Some
Why
people
are
have
you
families.
speaking?
I know you don't have a family.
Why are you
I know
speaking
you
like
don't
you're
have
on a
a
porn
family.
site and you're speaking nasty to women through your webcam to me about nothing? You sound like
Prick,
you're
I can't shout.
the
Believe me, I
carjacker
want to shout at
or
you.
the phone jacker.
Believe me, I want to
You've
shout at
come
you and
on
do more. Okay? Yeah.
and you're very passive with your words,
Oh yeah.
and you just sound very weird
Well, my
and
words
synthetic.
might be passive, yeah,
So
but
when
my
you talk like
actions
this
are.
all the time and you sound like a robot and you are trying to offend me,
Well, you look like
I'm very
RoboCop.
scared.
You look like RoboCop. You can be RoboCop.
So when you do that, I just think
You
you will
can
say
be
tally
RoboCop.
ho and you want to hit some crickets
Shut
and
up, Christopher
okay,
Reeve.
and maybe I might have a snack of some tea and stuff. But look, bro, you sound like a nerd who's a bad
Well, you sound like a
representation
nerd, and you look like a
of
nerd.
Jacker.
You
I would
actually look like a
listen. I
homo.
would kick you in your balls, bro, and you
You
would
can't.
fucking
You've got no
squirm.
legs. You've got no
I'd
legs to
literally
kick
kick you in
me.
your balls, and you would
Well,
squirm.
you're going to use your arms to kick me.
Okay, Rodney, can I just say something?
The use of your arms, you're
Rodney,
losing as well.
Rodney,
You got nothing,
Rodney.
pal.
You've never met your look. I'm your nemesis, Rodney. You've never met
You're nothing.
a match like me.
You are nothing but a piece of shit, cripple,
Okay.
cocksucker.
Do you know that only the problem with you, yeah, is that you see when the war happened in Nigeria, England they had to send the Irish in and most of them were priests. The English were shit scared of them, still are. So, bro, unless I don't know why you're behind a computer trying to chat shit to me in my ear. But
You're
I mean, it's
behind a
not doing it.
computer 24/7 talking shit to people.
You know what?
You
I
can't
would
talk.
probably say that
Okay?
you come from a pretty
Yeah,
well
show
off.
some respect to me. I'm paying for your
You are
university.
not from the streets,
Show
Rodney.
some
You are
fucking
definitely
respect.
not from the streets. I've
Be
never met a
Be
white guy.
grateful for your
The only
university.
white guy I've met like you is
I'm paying taxes.
going to like a
I
little
just
posh area.
put a video for you in your
I've never met someone like you, Rodney. You are
I'm
unique.
paying tax for you. Be
in your
grateful.
discussion. There's
Get down
a
on your knees and thank me.
look at.
You get a cab from Kilburn Station to your house, and then you get a cab from your house to the shop, and then you get a cab from the shop back to your house because you're shit scared. You would never walk. If you lived round anywhere near Kilburn, you've obviously had all your
I
fucking
grew up
pocket
there.
money taken. Yes,
Grew up
so
there.
it's not
Never
my
been
fault
mugged.
that you've been robbed a
Never
million
been
times.
mugged. Never
You've
happened.
been robbed a million times.
Never
It's not my
happened.
fault. It's not
It
my
never
fault.
happened.
Don't
Never
blame
happened to
me.
me in my
Your
life,
mum's
Richard.
getting banged
No, Gold
by a
and
big
Rod.
long,
This is not
big
about
long.
At least I can fight back.
Oh,
You can't.
We're
How
talking
about
about
that?
slavery.
At least I can fight.
Called Manny. Called Manny.
Yeah.
Boy.
You can't.
Some
You
dude called
can't just
Manny's
sit down
banging
in
your
your
mum.
chair.
No,
You just sit there in your chair.
A
You
dude
can't
called
fight back.
Manny's banging your
I
mum.
can do something.
this is
I can
about
do
slavery.
something. And that feels good. It feels good to be able to do something.
Bruv, you sound like a fucking serial killer talking shit in my ear.
Try not to wake people up, you prick.
You got a fucking serial.
I've got to share the sound. Hold on. But yeah, after this video, yeah, I've got to wrap it up still, man. Because it's late in it, man. Got work tomorrow and shit.
Okay, very welcome tomorrow, though, very yes, okay. So make sure when this goes back, just do it. Okay, Veli. So I'll put you up again. Okay? Just make sure that you don't talk too many things
Can you
about
shut
your
up a minute? I'm trying to talk to Belly. I'm not acting a prick like you. Belly, I also dropped a video in your discussion thing for you to do with it as well.
Yeah, I'm just emulating what he's saying. I mean, I'm just giving him how stupid he sounds.
Am I giving you a test? Am I giving you
You've
a
been
test?
chatting shit for the last 6 months.
A
bro.
respect test. Yeah. So drop some money in Raspberry's PayPal.
We are facing a very, very serious, situation right now in Sierra Leone about this, human trafficking. I'll be talking in my local language so I can communicate to all and every Sierra Leoneans worldwide. This program now for Sierra Leoneans, and the topic, a universal topic, modern day slavery and human trafficking. So anything where you call universal, it means say the whole world depend, practice them or experience them. Now, the people then way sit on a Sierra Leone and this fake agent where this try for send with sisters na Kuwait and other parts of the world, give them promise say where they go, the life where they not ever get na Sierra Leone, then they go get that life there. The people them who get for blame them 100%. They're responsible for everything where they go on. But I know the jump to conclusion first. Let we start with the beginning. This problem started for many, many years ago. Long time ago, before this current government they come. I don't hear it a lot. I don't listen to programs. I don't, read about what they go on. But I will give you my own personal experience. I get a brother in Sierra Leone way in wife, left and for go Kuwait. I tell and say, call and make him car talk to her. I feel say I want to make them come back together. I refuse. Then I won. I want to tell and say, you don't choose hell, but you don't listen. Then I travel from Conakry to Japan. I travel with Sierra Leoneans, more than 10 ladies where they go to Kuwait. I just butu made. I say, una they on the way now. But if finally somebody give una good news, but I not get good news for you, na bad news I get for now. So now my point is this. Before we stand, we do what you grandpa them and they do, we pardon them for blame, finger pointing. Make we come together. Lord, we congregate like how people they gather in a mosque, how people they gather in a church. Lord, we they gather so for share information. Lord, we gather so with the willpower, the willingness for say we go help with government for making fix some of the problems that people in the face out of the country. So then we will get better life because most of the people in Sierra Leone then depend on people they overseas. If we not work together there, and when we talk, we listen to we make good use of the informations, then this same thing complain where we people been don't do before, we go continue the same and we problem no go ever fix. Oh yeah, let me talk about.
Yo, hey, listen, yeah, I'm gonna look at the whole video so we don't get distracted again, innit? Yeah, I'm gonna quickly skip onto Jupiter's video, innit? Like, obviously, he's talking about Sierra Leone ladies being trafficked to Kuwait. So, yeah, I put the link to that. Too much left the link to that video in the back chat store.
No, I've got some hurt feelings in the chat, bro. A bit of truth, huh? Shone light onto everybody today. So we know that there's loads of.
I can't see the video that you put up there still.
Bro, I'm just going to say this, yeah, on my part, John. Can I just have little 2 minutes? Everybody have the little 2 minutes, yeah? I'm just going to say this. So I was right. There's a lot of African people reproducing currently at a quite high rate in the UK. Rodney's very alarmed and stressed and, and threatened by this, clearly. So we've all established that.
You're a boring dickhead.
Now,
shut the fuck up. We've heard you apologise for paedophiles already.
Now, when it comes to
filthy fucking scumbag, and you're licking Raspber's ass. Keep licking his ass.
I'm licking Raspber's.
I voted for Raspber to be Prime Minister as well, yeah, because I was like, he might do better than Boris Johnson, and I might be able to get a job
Would
as
be in
foreign
World War
secretary.
Three. Yeah, would be in World War Three within 2 days if he was the leader.
Do you know what, Rodney? Have you ever actually
imagine?
said something nice to anybody? Have you ever been nice to
Might
him? Have
get a
you
good
showed any
retirement package
appreciation
as well.
to
Big up
anybody?
Jupiter,
Rodney?
big up Belly,
Get
big
a
up
decent pension, innit?
big up
Oh, isn't that,
to
look, I had to force that out of you, innit? Look, there
Yeah,
you go.
big
And
up
that's just
everyone. Big
that's
up
because you're
everyone.
making a point. That's not sincere. That's not even sincere, Rodney. But there you go. Anyway,
real
look,
humans.
that's the point I'm making.
Pieces of
But anyway,
shit like you.
Rodney's
but
not a
anyway, you ain't got no love in your heart, bro. I'm a clean soul. I'm a
Not for
spirit.
you.
being.
Not for you,
I'm
I
a
don't.
star being. Yeah, I'm a light being. I've got pure love in my heart. I've got to keep it under wraps.
Hope you drop down the weight
You,
in this
no
funny
heart.
energy.
I let all my energy out on you, bro. The negative side. I will fucking pound your head off
That
the floor.
waiting list is growing now, isn't
Conor
it?
McGregor
With
style.
COVID.
Conor McGregor
You're
style.
gonna be down.
In my
You're
state.
gonna be right the way down at the bottom where you
Definitely. Rodney, just make sure if you ever see you, stay way away from me. The guy with, the tall mixed race guy. Stay away from me.
I'd spit in your
What's it, Freddy? Can you just play the last one? What I put there? Just 2 minutes in. The last one.
I'm sure you
How
know
long
that
the
already.
video for?
He goes more into detail. He actually has one of the people.
Can I quickly show O King Gold something? In the side chat, O King Gold, I posted a piece of evidence about Islamic slavery that debunks some of the kind of whitewashing.
Yeah. I mean, look. I mean, you lot can present this to the audience. I mean, I appreciate that, James, but I mean, all you lot can present your arguments to people that haven't presented anything to do with Arab slavery or Islamic slavery, or is outright defending paedophilia or slavery. Because I've done neither of or either of any of the former or the latter. So, big up on yourselves. I have made everything I've said is. You can fact check it. You can look at all the statistics. You can get Ralph in here. You can get all the intellects, and they'll back up what I'm saying. But just don't get in your feelings next time, Rodney. You're completely incoherent. Ned, you're a fucking weirdo. You literally suck out fucking what's his name? King fucking whatever is Queen's bottom hole, because you're just literally just a blind patriot. You're literally a sycophant.
1 minute, mate.
You're a sycophant to the paedophiles, Ned. You're a paedophile, Ned. You're a sycophant to the running this country, you little batty man.
You up, man? What's wrong with you?
ugly on the inside and outside.
Brothers, mute up, bro.
Airport, we then just come in for transport them na the Arab world, for go sell them into slavery. And another video again emerged. The one them way we don't fortunate for late, then go bring come na Kuwait. Then say because of the suffering where then they undergo, they then decide for plead to the government, for let the government go help them, let them go send them back now the country, just like how they do for Awana to Timbuktu.
But there's 2 videos playing.
The government will only a ban on traveling or trafficking regards them from Salon to any Arab world for go work. Now waiting and they do now Guinea, through Guinea, now they then they pass for do them deals them. So before I just want to show now I want to in video where it don't reach Freetown because I be do a follow up from the time where they create way for travel for Camp Freetown. And now if it don't reach Freetown, so the time where I be telling I say for reach, it reach safely.
Hey, Toro, where's the interview, fam? Because man keeps getting striked for playing videos, isn't it?
Try for do something for
Oh, I think it's a news channel. You shouldn't get a channel for news.
Yeah, you get strapped for playing other people's videos, man.
To get any small thing
Same
safe,
free
help
RB.
our they go undergoing surgery. This
Did this man interview this lady or not?
I want to be facing where be the na Kuwait.
I say within 4 years, but the first year there was another begin get the problem. Inside the first year I lost me eye.
I lived in Kuwait for 4 years, and in the first year I lost my sight.
It all started when I accidentally burnt my madam's clothes while ironing. She beat me up severely using all sorts of things on me. I was seriously injured on my back and everywhere on my body.
The woman can say pay for me clothes. I say I not get money for pay for the clothes. I say I don't mean I the good sort. Then at another I disorder, I say if you need it pay, say you body they pay. They lock the doors because you know say if you left the doors open, I they run away.
I was locked in the house every day because my madam said I would run away. I received no salary there, and even though I requested talking to my relatives, I was refused.
I say because I not be no say na so this happy. I know they ever can if na so they happy.
So me family me too na don hear our national explanation on how the life and can.
Stop it there, yes, before it gets locked off in it on the car. Yeah, obviously that the lady was talking about her experience in Kuwait. You get me? Man, it's peak out there, man.
Yeah,
It's
it's
mad,
not good, bro. Good.
People don't want to just look at the truth, man, and just, you know what I mean? Just obviously the thing can't stop here if man don't face up to what's actually happening.
It's a freaking joke. What you didn't pick up with that pidgin English was that even after beating her, she expected the girl to fucking pay for the clothes. What a joke!
And those people are actually the descendants that they sent back from the West Indies and America. They're actually called Creoles. So these are also what you could also call ex-West Indian people or African American people. So imagine now in 2000 and something, our own descendants that went back to Africa have gone back into slavery again.
Wow.
Hey, Rodney. Oh, you know what, James? Yeah, sorry, mate. I really apologize. Oh, look, I apologize, James. Yeah, you're another white brother. Yeah, I don't, and obviously, because I said to Rodney, you know, like, you know, if his girlfriend's like really bored, because obviously he's bored,
what is funny?
you can always pass her on to me, innit? Because I've probably got a bigger penis than you.
Danny, can you go to the discussion board?
Got a bigger penis than you, Rodney. So
that video and show that one for us, please.
if you want to pass
the discussion board.
You don't take this serious, do you?
If you go to your channel, you've got discussion, and then
satisfied.
comment there.
I keep it satisfied.
Which channel?
On this one, go to this one. If you go to this one's homepage, then go discussion. I've put it there for you.
All right, no, so fair enough. Look, fucking look. Big up yourselves, man. Just Rodney, man, allow me, bro. Why are you following me for, man? I haven't done that to you, bro. I haven't done even done anything to this guy, and he's following me.
No, your words have done a lot. They've done enough.
No, but look, dude, what have I said? That's what I'm saying. What have I said? Have I said anything bad?
You defend paedophilia. You defend.
How am I defending? Oh, Veli, is he serious? Veli, what's your opinion? Veli, have I defended paedophilia? Yes or no?
You're sucking Raspix.
Veli,
that's what you're doing.
Veli, yes or no? Have I defended paedophilia?
Yeah, I know. You know, yeah, I don't know if I don't think you've defended paedophilia. I just don't think that you've like.
No, thank God. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Shit. Fuck. I merely questioned the data that they had on FGM, and I got my head taken off.
I know, but I'm not, man. I ain't playing that video, man. I'll get definitely strike for that, fam. You crazy?
He played it on Wednesdays and didn't get a strike. But if you think you will, then
yeah, you know, I've got the haters on my channel, innit, man. So
yeah,
if they see that, they'll strike me and say, nah, you're taking the piss, man.
It's a shame because it's got some pure facts in there, some pure facts.
Yeah, man. Obviously, like we're against all these things where people are just trying to make these kids grow up too quick and be adults. And all these sort of things, man. Like the children.
The history of education. Watch it in your own time, Veli, and then maybe sort of like talk about it because it's got pure facts in there. It's nothing to do with grooming. It's to do with slavery and the history of slavery. With the
camps and butt breaking and all them sort of stuff there.
So,
in this case, you know what? I like the fact that we're all banning them out. Anyway, ban them out. You know, we've all said our things. You said your stuff. I've said myself about the West, and we could all then like object to, like, all look and have the shared idea and agreement that the West and the the Arab slave trade was bad, just as bad as each other. So we can, I feel like we should all be able to air our opinions and not get scrutinized, because I don't scrutinize people for saying things about Nigeria, about whatever your experience is. I can't take that away from you. So when for example, even Asgeti, when he's talking about Nigeria, if I think it's wrong, I'm going to challenge it, but I'm not going to try and tell him, you're doing this, or try. I'm going to tell him verbatim what he said. You've got to be a bit more accurate, people, because it just made from the outside, people are hearing your false claims that you've just made after someone's made a claim, and it makes it a bad show. I haven't made this a shit show, trust me. If it has been, that's for fact.
Well, Kingo, there's a video in Veli's discussion board that actually is by a black man from Africa, and he actually tells you the history of just the Arabic slave trade.
And we all have to kind of agree that they haven't really emphasized the history of the Arab involvement in Africa and the relationship. We've seen cowboys and Indians and all the rest of these things. So you can't really blame someone.
What channel are you talking about, Jupiter? Because you're not talking about the
this one,
newest channel you're talking about, yeah?
This one, if you go to Belly Vision G Block Paint Stream, click on it. Click on it and then go along the
I can only
title.
see your one comment from the Daily Motion.
No.
From 6 episodes ago, that's the only one I can see.
Go there again. Go there
Daily
again.
Motion 6 months ago. It says 3 comments, but it's not.
Go along to your discussion. No, you
I want to.
videos, playlists, channels, discussion. Go discussion. Click on that.
Yeah, I'm
And I've
on the
put it there.
discussions page, but it's only got your comment from 6 months ago.
No, there's another one above it. All right, let me put it again. Right, I've just commented again. Has that not shown up?
Oh yeah, it's just come up now. Video that's 8 minutes ago.
And check it first, because like you said, you think you might get striked. But it's a good video. It's actually
No,
got facts.
it was the video of the kids dancing. That's what it was.
Yeah, they tried to strike your channel.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised, bruv. Even me, bruv. I'm been saying some mad shit on here, bruv. Veli, it's like it's no whole bars, so everybody's been
No. Belly, it's not the one of the kids dancing. Have you got it?
Yeah, I got the video. It's not the one with dancing, but that's the video that I was talking about first of all, innit? And I was saying, right, that would be a strike, because
Yeah. But it's a shame because it's got a lot of stuff in there. It goes right back to what they did when they first went into Egypt and everything. They put pits and killed people. It was awful. Yeah, that's it, that one.
I must admit that I too, among hundreds of millions of educated people, was under the impression that the African slave trade was the sole responsibility of the Christian Europeans, the white race. That is, until I started exploring the subject in greater depth, and especially after reading an incredibly enlightening book called The Legacy of Arab Islam in Africa by John Alambila Azuma. My whole perspective and understanding has changed dramatically, and I would like you to tell us more about this subject.
The success of Mohammedan Islam in deceiving, misinformation.
hey, that book there, yeah, let me rewind it, because someone was talking about that book the other day. John, is it Alambila Azuma, The Legacy of Arab?
Oh, Veli, I'm going to say that to you quickly. Vel. You know,
So
when
hey, go. Wait. Before you try and divert, yeah. look at what the title of this book is and try and look it up for yourself. If you can't get an audio copy and listen to it yourself.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen enough.
Let me
I've seen
carry on playing
enough
and then make your comments after.
to be convinced. But if this is more, then yeah, you can put it, you can play it if you want.
Tell us more about this subject.
The success of Muhammadan Islam in deceiving, misinforming, deforming, and contorting both history and reality over a period of almost 1400 years has been astounding. That is, until now. The greatest tragedy about this particular subject is that most of the descendants of African slavery, the black people in the Americas, around the world, as well as among the African blacks, are totally ignorant of the actual facts. Before we lose the concentration of our listeners, I would like to make the following statement and then prove it. That the worst, most inhumane and most diabolical institution of the black African slave trade was initiated, refined, perpetrated, and implemented by the Mohammedan Arabs and later aided and abetted by the black converts to Mohammedan Islam. I predict that, as usual, the two sides.
Hey, see that picture of that guy? Yeah, he's a guy called Tipu Tip. Have you heard of him before? Anyone heard of Tipu Tip?
Nope.
No.
No?
I've heard of it, but
he was a slave trader at Zanzibar.
Yeah.
He was a slave trader at Zanzibar that was selling. He was like quite high up slave trader in Zanzibar that was selling a lot of slaves to Muslims.
Okay, and he looks quite dark in it. So you call that? Yeah, he's an Arab. That's what they call Arab, isn't it? Really?
He's
That's
not
the
an
original
Arab.
Arab.
He's from
Well,
Zanzibar.
he speaks Arabic. So do you know he speaks Arabic, right?
He's a slave trader. He's a slave trader. He was selling slaves to Arabs, to Muslims.
Subcultures, those of denial of facts and of political correctness, will attack us without once disproving a single statement and or conclusion that we make. Slavery was not created by the white races, because it has existed throughout a human history and practiced by every tribe, culture, civilization, racial group, and religion. In fact, the very word slavery has its root in the name Slav, based upon the Slavic peoples of Europe who were subjugated by other Europeans. It is not common knowledge that the Arabic word abd is synonymous with the meaning of slave. For example, Abdullah means literally the slave of Allah, and that in the language of the Arabs, all black peoples are called abid, plural, for slaves. While much has been written concerning the transatlantic slave trade, surprisingly little attention has been paid to the Islamic slave trade across the Sahara, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean. While the European involvement in the African transatlantic slave trade to the Americas lasted for just over 3 centuries, the Arab involvement in the African slave trade has lasted 14 centuries, and in some parts of the Mohammedan world is still continuing to this day. The birth of Mohammedan Islam and its conquests brought about the birth of institutionalized, systematized, and religiously sanctioned slave trade on a massive and global scale. In fact, the Quran allows the taking of slaves as booty or reward for war.
Sorry, I just wanted to get a little chance to try and read what was on the screen before it went off here. I can't read her first name. Malone, 13, left, is hugged by her mother for the first time in 7 years. In southwest Khartoum, Sudan, in December 1907, taken from a village and enslaved by an Arab in the northern Sudan, and was freed when an Arab trader sold her for about $100 to a Swiss-based charity, which buys freedom for slaves. 1997, yeah.
Wars of aggression against any and all unbelievers, most of the human population. This has led to an enormous number of so-called holy wars, jihad in Arabic. There was and is absolutely nothing holy about these wars, which are primarily to plunder, slaughter, rape, subjugate, and rob other human beings of their wealth, produce, freedom, and dignity. Muhammadan Muslim states and tribes attacked other non-Muslim groups to achieve these objectives. Although Islamic jurisprudence laid down regulations for the treatment of slaves, however, incredible and heinous abuses have occurred throughout the history of Muhammadan Islam. By the Middle Ages, the Arabic word abd was in general used to denote a black slave, while the word mamluk referred to a white slave. Ibn Khaldun, 1332 to 1406, the preeminent Islamic medieval historian and social thinker, wrote, "The Negro nations are, as a rule, submissive to slavery because they have attributes that are quite similar to dumb animals." It should also be noted that black slaves were castrated based on the assumption that the blacks had an ungovernable sexual appetite. When the Fatimid Caliphate came to power in Egypt, they slaughtered all the tens of thousands of black military slaves.
Oh my God, Belly, bro. This is old. Well, stop this, man. Pause this, Bell. We
Bruv,
come
are
on.
you a pussy, bruv? Listen,
No,
you're
you're
starting to
chatting
piss me off
shit,
with
man.
this.
What the fuck is he
You know
laughing
what? This pussy always starts to piss me off with this unmuting and just talking in the middle of the fucking thing when, like, the brother's actually giving factual information. Cause what is wrong with this guy? Cause just stay on mute or just wait in the back until I'll tell you what, yeah, you just wait in the back until the video is finished, and then we can get to the end of it. Guys, like, the brother don't want to take in no information, yeah, and it's even different little bits of information that we give to him on different occasions, especially that Egypt one about them killing the black slaves and about the castration of the slave. And these men don't want to accept it, bro. Yeah, we're gonna chill in the back until we finish the video.
Came to power in Egypt, they slaughtered all the tens of thousands of black military slaves and raised an entirely new slave army. Some of these slaves were conscripted into the army at age 10. From Persia to Egypt to Morocco, slave armies from 30,000 to up to 250,000 became commonplace. The Islamic slave trade took place across the Sahara Desert, from the coast of the Red Sea, and from East Africa across the Indian Ocean. The Trans-Sahara trade was conducted along 6 major slave routes. Just in the 19th century, for which we have more accurate records, 1.2 million slaves were brought across the Sahara into the Middle East, as well as a further 450,000 down the Red Sea and 442,000 from the East African coastal ports. That is a total of 2 million black slaves just in the 1800s. At least 8 million more were calculated to have died before reaching the Muslim slave markets. A comparison of the Islamic slave trade to the American slave trade reveals some extremely interesting contrasts. While 2 out of every 3 slaves shipped across the Atlantic were men, the proportions were reversed in the Islamic slave trade. 2 women for every man were enslaved by the Muslims. While the mortality rate of slaves being transported across the Atlantic was as high as 10%, the percentage of slaves dying in transit in the Trans-Sahara and East African slave market was a staggering 80 to 90%. While almost all the slaves shipped across the Atlantic were for agricultural work, most of the slaves destined for the Muslim Middle East were for sexual exploitation as concubines, in harems, and for military service. While many children were born to the slaves in the Americas, the millions of their descendants are citizens in Brazil and the United States today. Very few descendants of the slaves that ended up in the Middle East survived. While most slaves who went to the Americas could marry and have families, most of the male slaves destined for the Middle East were castrated, and most of the children born to the women were killed at birth. It is estimated that possibly as many as 11 million Africans were transported across the Atlantic, 95% of which went to South and Central America, mainly to Portuguese, Spanish, and French possessions. Only 5% of the slaves ended up in what we call the United States today. However, a minimum of 28 million Africans were enslaved in the Muslim Middle East. Since at least 80% of those captured by Muslim slave traders were calculated to have died before reaching the slave markets, it is believed that the death toll from 1400 years of Arab and Muslim slave raids into Africa could have been as high as 112 millions. When added to the number of those sold in the slave markets, the total number of African victims of the trans-Saharan and East African slave trade could be significantly higher than 140 million people. What is obscene about this whole subject is the Muhammadan, Muslim, and Arab culture of denial regarding their complicity in the African slave trade, as well as the ignorance of black Muslims about the reality of their past and present conditions. The statistics and reports above are based upon the logbooks kept at the African slave ports, ship logs, travelers' reports, eyewitness accounts, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts and reality of Muhammadan Islam's complicity in the slave trade and their inhuman depravity are infinitely more devastating, more staggering, and more incomprehensible than all the nightmare fictions in the world.
All right, man.
Okay, no, that was
Yeah,
good.
boy.
That was good. That was comprehensive. I mean, brother, but that was a good presentation. Is that what James just brought to the table? Because I can't say that I haven't seen that before. Where we have, I mean, everybody knows. I mean, I've known that for at least 15 years. Everything you just showed there, I've heard it through the grapevine, and now I've seen it. So thank you. But I've seen that before many times. So, you know, ultimately, it's like, you know, Piers Morgan. I want to call you Veli Morgan. It's like a CNN presentation on repeat. Man doing voodoo. There are more MKLs happening here than Sky News on 9/11. It's just completely biased. We've just seen an onslaught of the same information on circular, and on repeat. So that's what I'm saying. Just make sure you don't come across like Sky TV, innit? That's what I'm saying. Now, at the end of the day, yeah, thank you. You've shown it. Okay.
What I wanted to bring in as a context, maybe for ending black slavery, I couldn't prove it, but it was during the same time, right? That the European powers, including America, were fighting the wars against the Barbary slave trade, the Ottoman slave trade, and so on. And quickly after, the Europeans also ended slavery in America, and so on. So the fact that we also experienced slavery of the Muslims taking up to 1.25 million Europeans, mostly women, as slaves, could have been a rethinking in the European minds of enslaving also black people, right? That is an interesting factor. And I find it especially interesting that, for example, 2 times I remember that I was on Sabida's channel, and she was, I think she was even accusing Jupiter of how bad and evil the British Empire was for occupying and invading Algeria and Tunis and so on, right? But if you look at the reason why they have done it, it was a direct response to the slave trade and them capturing and raiding our coasts and taking up white women as slaves. So she almost forgot the context of these wars, right? These Muslims try to white guilt us into submission and forgetting the whole context of why we invaded their countries in the first place. I mean, and the estimates of 1.25 million, right? Back in that day, I think the estimates could be times 10 in today's population, right? So you're talking about over. I mean, this is astonishing.
Elron, and something else happened in the Barbary slave trade. You're gone, Philip.
Yo, but you see, like that same pistol, yeah.
when I was trying to talk him about the Maghreb or whatever, yeah, because there was I think a Shia caliphate that overtook the Maghreb and whatever, you know what I mean? So they had like Berbers was going back and forth with the Muslims before they got overtaken, and then were part of the Barbary trade or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? So with Zabida complaining about Britain colonizing
Britain and France. Yeah, Britain and France.
The Islams as the Muslims as well, because Britain, France, and is it the Ottomans or one of them sort of lots overtook their place.
Yeah, and here, listen to this. This is Wikipedia here, right?
Say something, Ron. Sorry. When that Barbary thing went off, what a lot of people don't know as well is that Britain actually paid money to the Muslims just to try and stop them. They were paying every year, and it was only
as well as America. Yes.
Yeah, America was the ones that stepped in and actually stopped the Barbary slave trade. They were the ones that done it.
No, but
here, let me read this to you in the British context. A British diplomat mission to Algiers led to the Dey, this is a guy, Dey, to agree to release some Sardinian slaves. However, the moment the British left, the Dey ordered, that is probably a tribe or the guy in power in Algiers, I think. The Dey ordered the Sardinians massacred, right? So they massacred, as soon as the British left, they massacred the Sardinians. The same fleet, joined by some Dutch warships, returned and delivered a 9-hour bombardment of Algiers in 1816, leading the Dey to accept a new agreement in which he promised to end slavery operations. Despite this, the trade continued, only ended with the French conquest of Algeria between 1830 and to 1847. So yeah, and then so basically they don't hold up their burden of agreements, right? And that has led to France occupying Algeria for the next 100 years, right? But this is what the Muslims forget. I mean, I've also had I
so
played
in your mind, El Rondo, in your mind, sorry, El Rondo, in your mind, is it been worse from the West in relation with Africans and you know, the relationship been it's a bit late, been worse between West or the Arabs or Muslims historically? If we put it all together, because this is what it boils down to, isn't it? Because ultimately, I'm going to ask Veli the same question. What, in your opinion, because when you're saying when we're talking about Christianity, but when we talk about Islam, you seem to want to defend it. So, in my opinion, what do you think was worse? The relationship between the European, as in the white European?
It's wrong, Kingo. It beggars belief that British people that were first enslaved, even before 1066, they were being sold from slave ports in the island that a lot of people don't talk about, and the Barbary slave trade and everything else. It beggars belief that they then went on to enslave themselves, albeit the Portuguese were already there. It doesn't matter, and albeit that we were the last into the slave trade of the first out. I still think it's disgusting that they actually did that, knowing, but then they also enslaved their own people, the other Europeans, you know, even British people.
Yeah, that's right. The Slavs, they got enslaved by the.
But it beggars belief that they went into that when their own people were getting raided off the coast, and that would include elites as well, by the way. Beggars belief, just unbelievable, really.
Yeah. So with all of that said, I mean, now what we would have to do is if this is a circular thing that's going around about someone that is noteworthy in this community has said something in relation to slavery, you would have to then say
with all of this that you're providing over the last couple of months, can you change? Could you ever say that again? Or I mean, can any person from the Islam say that this was a test and or maybe even somehow condone it? I don't think
I think that's
yet to hear someone say that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. A gold. That's an insult.
I wouldn't agree with someone saying that. I'd be pissed off. I would be
Tell
annoyed.
anybody they've been enslaved as a test is an insult. There's no two ways of
Yeah, of
looking
course.
at it.
So like less. So that's what
And
we.
going by that last video and that book and the scholar that's talking about it, what happened with the Islamic slave trade was huge. It's still going on today. It's been going on for 1400 years, and it's cruel. And what they're doing is cruelty to humans. In Libya, at this moment, and other places around the Middle East, there are people getting burnt and tortured because they're not doing their duties as their masters would like. And may I add, Britain, until they changed the modern slavery laws in this country, were just as complicit by allowing these people from the Middle East to bring their slaves in and withhold their passports when they were here. Yeah. You've only got to look at that, but that slave that was killed in the hotel, I think it was about 5 years ago, what the Arab master did to him, murdered him in that hotel.
And the man went to the Saudi Arabia embassy, innit? The diplomatic community was escorted out.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what would be quite interesting if we could find out. I really do appreciate all of this Middle Eastern and Islamic.
Hey, go this time next year. You're going to be challenging your aspect on Islamic slavery. It's mad, isn't it?
I probably will be, but I mean, you know what I'd like to see? You know when the hyenas were getting burnt at the stake and they were jumping off the cliffs? I'd like to see that whole however many 100 years that they were under attack from Europeans coming in. That would be cool for us to examine, don't you think, though?
Yeah, at a different stage. But
okay, what you? Oh.
Yeah. The British were involved for I think it's approximately 200 years. I think it was.
Yeah, but I mean, look. All I'm saying, is that like
I think
it's a dead subject, man. It's a dead topic,
right? The British, because I know the Portuguese were involved first.
It's like we're giving them too much notice.
50 years before.
This is what I don't try and do. Look, I'm being honest with you, Jupes. Yeah, I feel like giving too much notoriety to these, to especially Europeans and and Islamic or Arab.
No, bro. These arguments only last so long. Yeah, it's because the people on the side of Islam, on the side of whatever, they don't like to. What they want to point at is all the other people who have done this, that, and the other, and don't want to hold their hands up. Well, the low-level dons don't want to hold their hands up. Obviously, the smarter dons, they're better at apologetics, will hold their hands up to things that you can find the actual hadith to, innit? Because even that is stupid. It's like you're not holding your hand up to it to save face, knowing the information is out there that we're going to find it one day. Does that make sense, bro?
Okay, so don't forget, when you're presenting this thing, what's the first thing people meet you with? Oh, what they do is they hear the information. They say, okay, well, that wasn't me. That was my ancestors. It wasn't me that did it today. But they will try and defend their position of obviously their culture and try and sort of dampen the blow to yourself, or try and sort of, make it a little bit easy for you. They're not going to say, yeah, my ancestors.
How many people do you hear?
They're not going to really want to.
Jupiter read a book the other day. Wait. Jupiter read a post the other day, from an African don, a Nigerian don. He found out that his family were slave traders or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, and they held their hands up to say, do you know what? Actually, this is what happened. Yeah, it's only your guys that are not doing that, bro. They're not holding their hands up to what actually did happen and what didn't happen. And then if everyone was agreement on the facts of what it was, there's no more questions to ask. You've got to move on to another subject. But because these people keep doing apologetics and try to explain it and turn it this way, that way. You keep coming back to this point.
Yeah.
We got
Okay.
arguing
No,
about the
no, I
same
hear
point
that. I hear that.
for months, years.
I hear that.
It's like this argument has been going on for at least how long now? Nearly 2 years now on YouTube.
Yeah. So you've got a group who tell you
outside of it.
All right, cool. So no, it's cool. So you got. Well, who would you like? If you had an enemy, would you want someone to highlight what they've done to your ancestors, or try and hide it?
What do you want them to highlight? No, just the truth, innit? Whatever the truth is, just some of the truth. If it's good, bad, or whatever, if it's like the historical truth, you need the facts, innit? You don't just want to hear some made up fluffy stuff and it's not true.
Okay. See, that's where you're going to be in an eternal
make a
battle.
difference.
Because you have the people who are doing apologetics, you have the people who won't know the interpretation, you have the people who just probably like the fact that your ancestors were enslaved. So you're always going to be in an eternal battle, or eternal circular battle with all different types of variants. So good luck, bro. But ultimately, I feel
it's
like
not really even a battle, bro.
1 second, brother. I'm just saying
It's
something.
just
Let me
that
say
you,
something.
man, don't know.
Please, brother, I'm just going to say this to you. Please, I'm going to say for the sake of people's brains to be active, because when you learn new things, your brain starts to, for your frontal lobe starts to engage. Yeah. And then you need that, bro, to start working. If you on repeat, your brain function stops working, bro. Then you start the retention of memory is hard. But anyway, yeah.
That's only if you got a lie in it. If you're telling the truth, then you ain't got to do
I feel
this.
like you should rename yourself like the expose of Islam.
Expose of Islam.
Yeah.
Because you should just sign up.
This is religious. Do you know this is religious?
Because
we should.
Yeah, you might as well sign up because you're doing all the low level apologetics. You get me?
No apologetics. That's what I knew someone would. Anybody that's got a sort of a half working brain, if they watch back all the streams, they'll say that actually, wait, I've not really looked at it like that. Oh, he's brought another way of looking at it. Or wait, another bit of information. Oh, so this war was happening then. These people were going for them. They're as their target. You know, I've seen a little bit more.
No one's not disagreed with Barbary wars or these other wars. No one's not disagreed with that point though. So, I don't know why you keep going back to them points.
Yeah. No, but So that's all I've done. But you can't call it apologetics. That's what I'm saying. I'm not going back to it. I'm just saying you can't call it apologetics. That's all. I'm not trying
apologetics
to.
Is when we start laying out details.
That's nasty, man. Come on, bro. Anyway,
how your apologetics works, yeah.
You'll realize
when we start asking you questions and laying out details of what happened or what is documented for the treatment of slaves in Islam, you man don't want to agree with it.
I think why a lot of groups, it's not only Muslims, are so resistant against this, what I call self-reflection on their history, is because they probably, not consciously but unconsciously, most of them, feel that if they start to doing so, that could also be exploited by groups who want to destroy you. You know what I mean with this?
Listen, brother. You know, when your man puts his camera on, that's when I can start to understand about talking about fearing anything.
I reckon people get exploited with lies more than they do with truth.
No, it can lead to a deconstruction of the very things they hold very important to them. If I say, well, it was under Islam and Islam has caused people getting enslaved, well, you can then go further and say, yeah, what's the point of being a Muslim anyway? Because it's pure evil, right? So that could be a reason for some people who want to deconstruct Islam For
If I
example.
went to Islam, I'd go to Islam, stop drinking, stop doing this, stop trying doing this, start praying, stop doing this, what Hajjah. Yeah, I'd do it for that. I wouldn't be doing it for the fucking trying to scrutinize whether this guy was doing that or how many wars happened. That's
But you
all
would
obvious.
turn
So
a
for you
blind
to
eye.
try and think that these the dumbest Muslim
But
isn't
no,
aware of this, then you've got another thing coming. They're just
but
trying to
don't
let you
you
down
turn a
slowly.
blind
They're trying
eye
to let you
to
down nicely.
everything
They're just
that's
trying.
going on.
Everybody's aware of it, bro.
What
So
happens though,
you can
Gold,
keep on
people start
slamming history back into
doing
people's faces,
like
but you know,
what my
then
brother Respect
I'd
starts
say this is
doing,
more
yeah.
negative than positive.
Well, people start doing what Respect will start doing, yeah, is then because he don't like certain text and what it says, yeah, he'll bring his own interpretation. Do you know what I mean? Like how you have to fight the oppressor or whatever. But what if your oppressor is Prophet Muhammad?
Well, you know what? The funny thing is that I would say, let's be honest, if you're behind Muhammad, you're not going to be really a fear of him.
No,
You
yeah, so
would,
so that's why
it
you
would be
that are smart
natural
that are back
to
in the
know the
thing,
pecking order
you that are smart that are
and
back in
leadership.
Islam, yeah.
It would,
You that are smart that are back in Islam, yeah. What they say is slavery is halal. You know what I'm saying? And then they'll try and argue with you about the morality points of it, rather than trying to argue that it never existed.
Let me tell you something. If my tribe was in the middle of nowhere, in the desert, on camels, whatever, and we could see more lucrative land, listen, we'll go and just put on two
So why are you against? Wait.
Let's be honest now.
Why are you against
all this
oppression?
nonsense.
Wait,
Stop
why
all
are you
this
against
fucking
oppression?
nonsense.
Why are you against oppression?
Once
if
now
you're
you're
saying-
stopping me because you
if
know
your
what I'm
people
going to do now. You know
No,
what I'm going to do.
no.
Because all these
You're
men are
dead,
going
bruv.
licking
Listen,
things and licking
you're
stuff.
already
These men are
decapitated.
licking
Your
rollies
body's
on the
getting
road,
served
man.
up
These
in
men
the
are
chop
licking
shop
it.
right now.
So I'll be going out licking anybody, black, white, if he was praying with this deity and I'm balancing on top of his head. I don't give a fuck. I'm going in there robbing that shit. And
do
hopefully
nothing.
the village
Gold,
mentality
you're
don't
cool.
jump on my back and start
You know what,
fucking
Gold,
putting
yeah?
tires on my body and burning
Everything
me
you're
alive.
saying,
All right.
everything you're saying now
One
goes
second.
against all the positions that you
Hold
previously
on.
said.
Bilal, you're
Because you
so
reckon you're
I'm
against.
tired. I'm sick and
Innit?
fucking
You
tired of
reckon
it.
he's
anyone on the
against.
panel.
I'm
It's
sick and tired
unbelievable.
of it. I'm
Hey,
fucking sick and tired of it.
hey, Gold. Yeah, your position. You reckon you're against oppression. You reckon you're against people being downtrodden.
One second.
But you literally just made a speech here 2 seconds ago, talking about if your tribe had the power, you would go and oppress other people.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank
Hold
you.
on.
Are you
No.
actually
Can I
against
just say
oppression?
something?
See, look,
Are you
see,
for
look,
it?
look, wait. You just rewound that back so bad. That weren't verbatim. I said, if my tribe in the middle of nowhere, in the fucking desert land, we would go and start fucking just chopping back, just grabbing that. Come on, man. You'll be just fucking, just watching.
Africans
Come on.
are not responsible.
You'd be
for
like
any
Aladdin again,
colonization.
stealing from
Africans
the rich
don't colonize.
and giving to the poor. See what I'm saying? You got to jump into the man's body. You can't empathize because you're stuck on
Except when they
fucking
become
dumb.
family. Except
Yeah,
when they become
come on,
family.
family. Look, this is a
More
time,
self-evident
2021.
involved in the
2021,
Can I say
family.
something?
Don't let these bacon eaters,
Yeah.
man, fuck with your head, man.
Yeah, can I say something? Right. What I want to say is the worst kafir is better than the best Muslim. We have that saying.
If my tribe is in the middle of nowhere, I would be
think it's
busting
important
heads.
that we all
I'd be
get to
busting
grips
heads.
with that
remix
saying
here,
If
Rodney, yeah?
my
and
family was
utilize it in
dying,
our lives.
I'd
and embrace
rob Rodney's house, bro.
Rodney, you
If
got
my
it wrong,
family
yeah?
was dying of
The
starvation,
saying
I'd
is
jump in
the
Rodney's
worst
house
Muslim is
and
better than
steal
the
all of
best
his
kafir.
food out of his house. I'll steal all of your food.
Veli,
I'd
can I
steal
ask a
all of
I got
question?
that very
Can I ask
right.
a question, please?
I got that right.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask
Yeah.
a question? I just want
Go
to
ahead.
know what Okingo Gold's agenda is. What exactly is his agenda? I don't get it.
It's in respect.
I mean,
Good question.
with all the evidence
Licking
delivered.
Raspberry's
Now,
bumhole.
listen, here's the thing. I'm an African, right? I grew up both with a Muslim mother and a Catholic father. Yeah? I don't understand what this guy's agenda is. Does he have an agenda? Can we establish that?
I'm taking an epistemological look at the information you already had, and I'm keeping a very rational and logical outlook on it. And
no, you're taking
very
the piss.
objective.
Not
Epistemological.
not epistemological. You taking the piss. That's what you're doing.
How's that?
Stutter
In
now,
what way?
Kingo. Go stutter. Come on.
In what way? In what way? Yeah, but you haven't. You just that's a broad statement. That's a sweeping statement, bro. Like we say, quantify this shit, bro. Like at the end of the day, look, if you're in the middle of nowhere, you are in a desert. Look, get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna talk.
What are you even talking about? The Ottoman Empire had one of the most prosperous cities, Tripolis and so on, in the world. They were not living in the fucking desert while they were enslaving other people. So what are you talking about? You're making excuses here for this.
It's not excuses. I'm saying
But the thing is, who are you making
what simplifying is?
excuses for and why?
Do you know what? Do you know when when you simplify for someone?
You don't know.
Why are you making these excuses? Who are you making these excuses?
I don't have to agree with what they're doing, but I
Are
can.
you a Muslim?
Listen,
Are you a Muslim?
Listen, do you understand the concept of trying to go into someone's brain and try and rationalize why they?
Are you an Arab? Are you an Arab?
Why is that important?
Are you an Arab or not?
You just want to know my intentions. I don't want to tell you because you don't need to know that. I've told you who I am.
You're divisive. You're subversive.
I'm not. No. I'm mixed race.
You do this
I'm mixed
for
race.
fun. This
So
is
what
not
is
a joke.
Arab? Arab. Yeah, I am Arab. I'm Semitic. Yes,
I know you're
am.
mixed
What?
race. I know you are.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
No. You said one of your parents is Indian, right?
No, one might have black and white. So I'm Arab. Yes, I'm Arab.
By the
If you want
virtue
to be
of using black
specific,
and white.
I've got less West Asian blood than the historical Arabs do, or Turkic blood. I've got more modern day Arab blood, which is what we see today. So I am a current Arab, but it's just
So you're being subversive, right?
I'm the
You're
present
joking.
Arab, yes, and so
Now
is
you're an
Jupiter's
Arab,
kids.
yeah.
And
You're
so
full
is
of
Jupiter's kids. And in the future,
of
we'll be
shit.
known as the Arabs of the UK. Yes,
He
bro.
said earlier he was
I just know about history. I just know about etymology. I know about etymology. I know about history. I know about relevance. Trust me, bro.
Listen, King of Gold once said that one of his parents was Indian. That's why he used to rock with Turok on a massive scale, and he was
no, bro. Mixed race, black and
yeah.
white.
So you're lying, right? So you're lying.
Why is this all about me? But what? Hold on. Wait.
Hang on. What you mean? Why is it all about you? You're talking a lot.
What have I said that's wrong today? Listen,
Making the comparison,
Why said
Paul,
that's right?
and you're
Why-
portraying yourself as neutral. You're not neutral. You're making prosperous, contradictory statements, wrong history statements, like they were invading other countries because they were living in the desert. No, the Ottoman Empire back in that day were one of the biggest world powers in the world. They were very rich, and they hadn't had the reason then to raid other countries and enslave other peoples.
So the Ottoman Empire.
Lads, listen.
So where did they come from?
Unless
their doctrine said they could.
Use that. It's wrapping
And
up time.
people were money.
Oi,
Yo.
I'll give you my Discord.
Listen, it's time to go, man. We gotta go. Yeah, we're back tomorrow. Yeah, obviously, we up in here tomorrow still. Big up everyone that's passed through, jumped on. Yeah, showed love and all that. Yeah, so big up yourselves. And
Night.
obviously, yeah, man, I gotta go bed, man. Gotta go work in the morning still.
Yeah. Good night, Verley, and remember that.
Have a
saying.
good night.
Yep.
Peace, fam.
All right, yeah, big up
Get
yourselves,
that money.
man. Big up yourselves, everyone.
Get that money.
Big up.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, peace. Big up yourselves, man. Big up yourself, man. Big up Wab, big up Rodders, Old Type Gold, Old Type Jupiter, Old Type Jimbo, Ultra. Who else jumped on? I can't remember. A couple other people jumped on, man. But big up everyone that jumped on though still. Yeah, man. Like, I'm out there still, man.
I could debate this all night, but anyway. You haven't got into.
No, you can't. You're a liar.
There was a
You're
historian.
shit.
here.
You're subversive.
And if you knew
You're
anything about
subversive.
history,
You can't debate shit.
do you know anything about history? No. So shut up.
I know more about history than you do.
Okay, let's go then. Let's fucking talk about it
about
then.
different
Another
times
time.
in history.
Yeah, another time.
And you
Anyway,
didn't know
peace
what
out.
times they were. Yeah, big up yourself, man. But like I was trying to say to Gold earlier, innit, man? Man's explained to him a couple different times in history, yeah, and he didn't really wanna, yeah, you get me? Yeah, big up Turok, man. He was on the panel as well, still. Yeah, so you know.
All right, fam. Peace.
Big up yourself, Web. Yeah, man. So big up everyone in the chat, man. Big up yourselves, man. You get me? And it's like, obviously, we got to try and start dealing with facts rather than what we think or how we can try and spin it to make it look good for our occasion or for us to try to get a dub. You get me? Yeah. You can't get no dubs around here, fam. You remember where you are, brother. You're on the G block. You know me, cuz dangerous territory, man. A million gunmen around there, man. So obviously, like whoever you think is an easy target, you make a mistake, man. There's no easy targets on G block, cuz yeah, everyone's a top shooter. Yeah, so be careful what you say around here, because you will get held responsible for what you say. You get me? All right, man. Peace out, you nuts, yeah? Saying nothing, you downstairs. You gone.